Chapter 807. Gu Jiao's eyes became extremely dangerous. It better be a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I don't care if you are my godfather or not. I will treat you as my godfather and beat you up. I will never admit that I want to beat him up. Gu Changqing was in an absolute coma at this moment. The state preceptor came to the bedside and looked at him with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, "This is his own decision. Make it clear." Gu Jiao said lightly. The state preceptor said, "He was hit by an Hun's sword when he was defenseless. His foundation was destroyed, his dantian was damaged and countless veins were broken. You're a doctor. You should understand that he is basically a cripple at this point." Gu Jiao didn't refute this point. As early as when she operated on Gu Changqing, she already knew how bad his situation was. Otherwise, when the state preceptor asked her what if Gu Changqing became a cripple, her answer was, "I will take care of him," instead of "I will cure him." From a medical point of view, Gu Changqing had no possibility of being cured. Gu Jiao asked, "So you turned him into a man of sacrifice?" The state preceptor sighed helplessly. "I said that this is his own choice. I just provided him with a plan. It is up to him whether he accepts it or not." Gu Jiao remembered the conversation that happened in this intensive care unit. She asked, "He was already awake at that time, right? You deliberately asked me in front of him, what if he becomes a cripple, what will I do? You wanted him to hear my answer, to move him, and to make him more determined not to be a burden to me." The state preceptor opened his mouth but didn't refute. Gu Jiao's cold eyes fell on the state preceptor's face, which was full of vicissitudes of life. "You still have the nerve to say that this is his own choice?" The state preceptor blocked his mouth with his fist. "Ahem. All right, I admit that I did use some underhanded means, but," Gu Jiao said, "you'd better not say it's for my own good or I'll kill you right now." The state preceptor looked at her with a face full of shock and confusion as if to say, "Is she really that daring? He even dared to kill the state preceptor? Forget it, I've spoiled her." A certain imperial preceptor muttered. "What are you mumbling about?" Gu Jiao didn't hear him clearly. The state preceptor said earnestly, "I'm saying that this is the only way for him to return to normal. Although it might not succeed, it's better than turning him into a cripple. With his pride, becoming a cripple is more terrible than letting him die." Gu Jiao thought of the dream she had in Zhao country. During the battle at the border, the remnants of the previous dynasty had colluded with the Qin country's army and turned Gu Changqing into a cripple, making him wish he was dead for the rest of his life. The state preceptor continued, "So I told him that if he doesn't want to become a cripple, there's only one way. With the help of medicine he can become a death warrior. Death warriors are originally established after death. There's a similar precedent in the state preceptor hall, but the premise is to take a poison that has no antidote." Gu Jiao paused. "Is it the poison that fifth grandfather Han was poisoned with?" The state preceptor nodded. "That's right. That kind of poison has a 90% chance of death. If he survives it, he will have the qualification to become a death warrior. Shitian and Anhun also became death warriors because they were poisoned with this kind of poison. The probability of surviving after being poisoned with this kind of poison was not high, and those who survived all became death warriors except for fifth grandfather Han. Whether being poisoned and becoming a death warrior was inevitable, no one knew the answer until now. However, although fifth grandfather Han didn't become a death warrior, he had progeria. It seemed that the aftereffects of this kind of poison were indeed quite severe. The state preceptor said, "That kind of poison is very strange. Most people can't survive it, and once they do they will become abnormally strong. I call it screening." Gu Jiao frowned slightly. "Screening?" The state preceptor took a deep look at Gu Jiao and said, "It's a kind of survival of the fittest in genes." Gu Jiao was thinking with her eyes down. She didn't notice the state preceptor's eyes looking at her. When she raised her eyes to look at the state preceptor, there was no emotion in the state preceptor's eyes. "Where does this poison come from?" she asked. The state preceptor said, "It's the juice from the roots of a kind of purple grass, but it's very difficult to find that kind of purple grass now. It's a pity. If there is, maybe I can bring it back to study." Gu Jiao said again, "Then where did the poison you gave to Gu Changqing come from?" The state preceptor said helplessly, "There's only one bottle left and I gave it all to him." Gu Jiao asked another question in the bottom of her heart, "But why didn't I feel the aura of a death warrior on him?" The state preceptor said, "Because he didn't become a death warrior." Gu Jiao asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" The state preceptor smiled politely. "After I gave him the medicine, I found that it had expired." Gu Jiao, "So now he..." the state preceptor continued to smile awkwardly and politely. He thought he was a death warrior. Gu Jiao again. To be honest, the state preceptor didn't expect this situation. He found that the medicine had expired the next day and hurried to see Gu Changqing's situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Changqing stood by the bed with a walking stick and said excitedly to him, "State preceptor, the medicine you gave is really effective. I can stand up." The state preceptor's expression at that time was unprecedented. Gu Changqing wondered, "But why? I don't feel the pain you mentioned?" The state preceptor mentioned to Gu Changqing that the process of decocting this kind of poison was no different from dying once. Then the state preceptor decisively stopped him from taking the painkillers. After 3 days of living hell, Gu Changqing became more and more convinced that he had survived the poison. This wasn't a miracle that could be created by medicine. It was a strong willpower to protect his sister at all costs. The state preceptor sighed innocently. "I saw that he was in good condition, so I didn't have the heart to expose him." He was afraid that if he exposed him, his beliefs would collapse and never recover. Gu Jiao looked at the various death warriors in her hand and asked in confusion, "Then, what's with these books?" The state preceptor said truthfully, "I wrote them randomly. But it also took him a lot of effort. Just looking for the empty yellowed books and thinking of the names almost made him forget." Gu Jiao then picked up a book titled, 10 Days to Become a Qualified Death Warrior, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "I was wondering why these books looked so indecent." The state preceptor, with Gu Changqing's current condition, it was more appropriate for him to continue staying in the state preceptor's hall. As for when to tell him the truth, it would depend on his recovery. Before he completely recovered, he couldn't let his beliefs collapse halfway. When they came out of the state preceptor's hall, it was already after midnight. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King returned to the Duke and estate. The Duke and estate was very quiet. Xiaoheng didn't tell his family that Gu Jiao went to the palace to steal the monarch. He only said that she had something to do in the state preceptor's hall and might return tomorrow. Everyone went to rest. Xiaoheng waited for Gu Jiao alone in the room. He didn't know how Gu Jiao's situation was, but according to the plan, the monarch was to be brought back to the Duke and estate. Creak. The courtyard door of Feng Courtyard was pushed open. Xiaoheng hurried out of the room. "Jiao?" The person who came in wasn't Gu Jiao but Steward Zheng. Steward Zheng held a lantern and looked at Xiaoheng hurriedly coming out of the corridor. He said in surprise, "Your Highness Zhangsun, it's so late and you haven't gone to bed yet?" Xiaoheng held back his disappointment and asked calmly, "It's so late, why are you here?" Steward Zheng pointed at the courtyard door behind him and explained, I saw that the door wasn't closed so I thought it might be a lazy servant, so I came in to take a look." Xiaoheng said, "I told them to leave the door open." Steward Zheng was confused for a moment and asked, "Aren't Lord Xiao and young Master Gu coming back tomorrow?" They were the only ones in the courtyard who went out. Xiaoheng said calmly, "They might come back earlier." "It's getting late, Steward Zheng, you should go and rest. There's nothing here." Steward Zheng smiled, Yes, I'll take my leave." Steward Zheng had only taken a few steps when he turned back and asked Xiaoheng, "Your Highness Zhangsun, are you not used to living here?" Duke said that you can go directly to his courtyard. His courtyard is spacious and there are too many people in Feng Courtyard. Xiaoheng said seriously, "No, I'm living very well in Feng Courtyard." Steward Zheng smiled embarrassedly. He thought, "You are the dignified eldest grandson of the emperor. Why don't you live with your own uncle but live with a few people from the Zhao kingdom? Okay, if there's anything, please don't hesitate to tell me." This time Steward Zheng really left and didn't come back. Time passed little by little. Xiaoheng was still sitting at first but he quickly stood up. He looked at the window for a while and then walked around the room for a while. Finally, when he was about to enter the palace to inquire about the news, there was movement outside the courtyard again. Xiaoheng didn't wait for someone to open the door. He walked out in large strides and opened the courtyard door. Soon after he saw Long Yi standing at the door. Chapter 808. Xiaoheng was suddenly startled. Seeing his little master was startled, Long Yi was also startled. Even the width of his mouth was synchronized with his little master's. Xiaoheng blinked his eyes in confusion and raised his hand. He closed the door. He opened the door again. Long Yi was still here. It wasn't a dream. Long Yi really came. Long, Peng. Before Xiaoheng could finish speaking, Long Yi pulled the door over and closed it. Soon after, Long Yi opened the door again. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already 20 years old. He was no longer that little troublemaker who clamored for Long Yi to play with him every day. But everyone had changed. Only Long Yi hadn't changed. Xiao Heng's nose suddenly became somewhat sour. To him, Long Yi wasn't an imperial bodyguard or a servant. Long Yi was a family member like Princess Xinyang. Long Yi had accompanied him through his ignorant childhood and naughty childhood. He would never be angry with him. He would never be disappointed in him. Long Yi, his voice was almost choked. However, before he could shed tears, Long Yi picked him up and held him up. Xiao Heng only felt that the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning. His tears were forced back. Soon after, Long Yi didn't say anything, mainly because he didn't know how to speak. He picked Xiao Heng up and brought him to an empty room. "This is Gu Qingfeng's room," Xiao Heng said with his head and feet facing down. Long Yi went next door again. "This is the room for the monarch," Xiao Heng said again. Long Yi continued to walk forward and arrived at the third empty room. This was Gu Jiao's room. Xiao Heng decisively shut his mouth. "Come on, throw me on the Jiao bed." Long Yi turned around and went out. Xiao Heng. Long Yi found Xiao Heng's room. After all, this was the only empty room. He quickly removed Xiao Heng's outer garment, leaving only his inner garment, and mercilessly threw it into the mosquito net. Xiao Heng stood up slightly. Long Yi covered his face with his palm and pushed him back to the pillow. It was time for the little master to sleep. When Gu Jiao returned to Feng Courtyard, the oil lamp inside Xiao Heng's room had already been extinguished, and Xiao Heng was sitting on the beam of the room while hugging his long sword, and had fallen asleep with his back leaning against the beam. This was a habit that Long Yi had developed after guarding Princess Xinyang and Xiao Heng for many years. As long as they were in an unfamiliar environment, he would guard them while they rested. He must be exhausted from the journey. Even his breathing was heavier than before. Xiao Heng quietly sat up and stretched out a finger to lift the mosquito net. Long Yi's body moved. "I'm going to the outhouse," Xiao Heng said. Long Yi had been on his way and hadn't had a good night's sleep. Moreover, he had also fought with an Hun. In fact, he was already exhausted. If there was no dangerous aura approaching, he wouldn't wake up. Xiao Heng quietly walked out. Just when he reached the door, he saw Gu Jiao in the corridor opposite. He quickly walked over. Gu Jiao unexpectedly looked at him. "I thought you were asleep." Xiao Heng lowered his voice. "No, I was waiting for you. Let's go in and talk. Don't wake Long Yi up." Gu Jiao asked, "Is Long Yi asleep?" Xiao Heng nodded his head. He is very tired. I have never seen him so tired." Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at the closed door. Then pushing the door, she entered the room with Xiao Heng. "Have Gu Chengfeng and the Emperor arrived?" Gu Jiao took out a match and lit an oil lamp. "Yes, they're already asleep," Xiao Heng said. He walked to the table and poured a cup of herbal tea for Gu Jiao. "Drink some water first." Gu Jiao was indeed very thirsty. She took the cup and gulped down 3 large cups of tea. Xiao Heng looked at her with heartache. "Are you injured?" "They arrived in time." "I'm not injured." Her feet were no longer in the way. "What's going on with Gu Changqing?" Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao told Xiao Heng about the incident of the suicide soldiers caused by the state preceptor. Xiao Heng didn't know what to say after hearing it. Something like that can happen? I'm really looking forward to the day when Gu Changqing finds out the truth. Will he kill the silly me or the great hoodwinker state preceptor? Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "I have a question. Our actions were very secretive, so how did the state preceptor know that we were going to the palace to assassinate the emperor? Does this mean that he knows that the emperor in the imperial court is a fake?" Xiao Heng said in all seriousness, "I think it might be because of his boundless magic power and divination." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. "So it's you?" Xiao Heng retorted, "It's not me." Gu Jiao laughed. Xiao Heng peeled an orange for Gu Jiao. "Eat the orange, eat the orange." Gu Jiao took the orange and gave him a look that said, "I've seen through you." Xiao Heng smiled. "By the way, how did you run into Long Yi?" "We just ran into each other." Gu Jiao briefly recounted how Long Yi arrived in time and beat up an Hun. She also mentioned 2 key points. First, Long Yi was Shirtian. It was confirmed. Second, Long Yi and an Hun were old acquaintances. Unfortunately, Long Yi had lost his memory and couldn't remember anything. Third, Long Yi might be able to talk. As for the third point, Xiao Heng didn't have any doubts. After all, other than the late emperor of Zhao country, no one would train their men of sacrifice into a tool that couldn't be communicated. As for the second point, I can answer you, Xiao Heng said. Shirtian and an Hun are fellow apprentices of the same sect. Shirtian is a talented junior apprentice brother. Gu Jiao suddenly realized. They actually have this kind of relationship. No wonder an Hun would talk to Long Yi like that. But who did you hear this from? Xiaoheng thought for a bit and finally contributed his strong desire to live. State preceptor. Gu Jiao suddenly became confused. When did the relationship between the two of you become so good? He also told you this kind of information that couldn't be found in the book collection pavilion? Xiaoheng coughed softly. It's Xiaoqing. State preceptor and Xiaoqing have a good relationship. He relied on Xiaoqing's good fortune. Speaking of which, Xiaoqing went out to travel for so long. Isn't your mother worried? Xiaoheng smiled. When he was 6 years old, he took the imperial bodyguards to travel Jianghu. He won't suffer losses outside. Gu Jiao asked, what were you doing when you were 6 years old? Xiaoheng spread out his hands. Every day I was at my mother's side. I wasn't allowed to leave her side. Every day, other than reciting poems, I was practicing calligraphy. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The way two people raise their children is really poles apart. Then do you envy Xiaoqing? Do you want to be like Xiaoqing, not being forced to study or practice calligraphy? Instead, you can live every day freely and happily? No. Xiaoheng said. What? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng held her soft hand and deeply stared into her eyes. Because if I grew up in Yan country, I wouldn't have met you. Cold Palace. And Han returned to the east courtyard with blood all over his body. Han Shi came out of the room and was shocked by his appearance. How did you become like this? Where's His Majesty? And Han said faintly, he was taken away by someone. Han Shi frowned. Didn't I ask you to get him back? And Han's face turned ugly. Do you think I let them go on purpose? Han Shi choked. And Han was her aide, not her servant. She should treat him with respect. She softened her tone and said, you're seriously injured. I'll ask someone to find an imperial doctor. Her attitude softened. And Han's attitude was naturally not so aggressive. And Han waved his hand. No need. I'll heal myself. Han Shi asked again, what happened? Who hurt you like this? And Han was not in a hurry to answer Han Shi's question. Instead he asked, who is that Xiao Lulang? Han Shi realized something and asked, was he the one who did it tonight? You answer me first. And Han said. Han Shi frowned. He is from Zhao Kingdom. He entered Tianxiong Academy with Xiao Yulong's identity. Now he is the adopted son of Nguogong. We haven't found out his specific identity yet. And Han thought of what happened tonight and his chest began to ache. You'd better check it quickly. If you can't find it in Yan Kingdom, send someone to Zhao Kingdom. This kid is strange. Han Shi agreed. He is indeed strange. He is so young, but he can kill Nangong Li and defeat Han Ci to take away the Black Wind camp. He may be Shangguan Yan's chess piece. And Han coldly snorted. Shangguan Yan doesn't have this ability. What? Does this Xiao Lulang have a big background? Even the royal princess of Shang Kingdom can't control him? And Han coldly said. It's not his background, it's my junior brother. Han Shi thoughtfully said. I heard you mention your junior brother. You said he was very powerful and was your only opponent in the world. But isn't he dead? And Han's eyes were malicious. I also thought he was dead, but I saw him again tonight. He was with Xiao Lulang. So he was the one who seriously injured you? Han Shi couldn't believe it. She even had a trace of disappointment in her heart. She always thought that Han was the #1 master of the 6 countries. And Han glanced at Han Shi and coldly snorted. I underestimated him this time. Next time I will kill him with my own hands. Junior brother, oh junior brother, do you know that you went to Zhao Kingdom with a mission? Not only did you not complete the mission, you even forgot who you are. Since that's the case, don't blame me for cleaning up the sect for my master. Chapter 809. The novel is updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After a long and torturous night, the last person in Feng's courtyard who was awake fell into a deep sleep. The crescent moon climbed out of the clouds and echoed with the stars. The hot summer was coming to an end, and even the noisy cicadas were much weaker. This time, everyone slept soundly. The next day the sun rose from the east, and Shengdo woke up in the morning light. The people in Feng's courtyard started a busy day. Little Jing Kong was the first to wake up. He had been forced to be an attendant by his bad brother-in-law, so he couldn't move in with Gu Jiao openly. Therefore he would show his anger every morning to express his strong dissatisfaction. But this morning when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. He got up, jumped out of bed and opened the door to take a look. Wow. It was the courtyard of the Duke's public house. He slept in the Duke's public house last night. He was with Jiao Jiao. Jiao, oh! The little guy rushed to Gu Jiao, but before he could break into Gu Jiao's room, he was carried away by a tall figure. On the other side, the king was also slowly waking up. There was still a little bit of the softening powder in his body, so his whole body was still sore and weak. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt a little pain all over his body. The king frowned and sat up with difficulty. He held his forehead with one hand and felt dizzy for a while. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. He touched his head again, but it was gone. His wig was gone. Ever since the king was shaved bald by Han Yi, he couldn't afford to lose face. He would wear a wig whenever he went out and only take it off when he was sleeping. When he went to the cold palace to see Han Yi, he was suddenly knocked out by Han Yi. When he woke up in the cellar, his hair was still there. In the cellar. Yes, he was locked in the cellar by Han Yi. How could there be such strong light in the cellar? This was not a cellar. What was Han Shi up to now? Creak. The door was pushed open and Zhang Dequan came in with a pot of cold tea. The monarch raised his sore arm to pull open the curtain and saw Zhang Dequan putting tea on the table. He frowned. Why are you here? Even you have betrayed us. Otherwise, why would she appear in Han Shi's territory? Zhang Dequan was shocked by the king's sudden shout. If not for his many years of experience as a eunuch, the teapot in his hand would have flown out of his hands. He calmed himself down and came to the bedside. He bowed to the king and said happily, "Your Majesty, you're awake? Where's that vicious woman from the Han family?" The monarch asked coldly. Zhang Dequan was stunned. He thought that the monarch was asking about Han Shi's whereabouts and fate. He quickly replied, "Han Shi is in the cold palace. Isn't it just cold here?" The monarch was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what Zhang Dequan meant. He frowned. "Where is this?" Zhang Dequan replied, "Your Majesty, this is the house of Duke." Seeing the monarch's confused expression, Zhang Dequan reported to the monarch how he had escaped from the palace and came to the house of Duke to ask Sir Xiao for help. This time, it's all thanks to His Highness Zhang Sun and Sir Xiao. They thought of a way to save your Majesty from the cold palace. The monarch was shocked. He did not expect that the people who had saved him from the tiger's den would be the weakest imperial grandson and Xiao Lulang, whom he disliked the most. It seemed that the saying was true, one could not judge a book by its cover. The monarch asked, "Where are they?" Zhang Dequan replied, "They are also living in this courtyard. Last night they were tossing and turning all night. They are probably exhausted and have not gotten up yet. Do you want this servant to call them?" The monarch waved his hand. "Forget it. Let them sleep." Zhang Dequan smiled. "Yes. Help me up and help me change." "Yes, your Majesty." Zhang Dequan helped the monarch off the bed. The monarch covered his dragon's head and frowned strangely. Why did his dragon's head hurt so much? Did someone kick it? On second thought, it was impossible. He was the monarch of a country, the current emperor. Who dared to kick his butt? It really hurt. The monarch's hair was lost when he escaped last night. As for whether it was lost when he went through the dog hole or when Gu Qingfeng carried him back to the state preceptor's hall, no one remembered. He had spares, but unfortunately they were all in the palace. He could only ask Zhang Dequan to find a bamboo hat. As soon as the monarch put on the bamboo hat, and Guogong came in a wheelchair. Zhang Dequan glanced into the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, it's in Guogong. He came to greet me so early. All right, let him in." Although the monarch had always been at odds with Nguogong, he would give him a chance to perform meritorious deeds for the sake of Nguogong's loyalty this time. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Dequan opened the door with a smile, Nguogong's wheelchair went straight through the door. The monarch was speechless. Zhang Dequan was speechless. Nguogong came to have breakfast with Gu Jiao, but found that Gu Jiao did not wake up. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair back and he would come back later. Zhang Dequan saw Nguogong's wheelchair turn back and said to the monarch, "He's coming." Nguogong must have come to the wrong room. The monarch straightened his face and tried not to let the bamboo hat affect his kingly aura. Then he saw Nguogong's wheelchair go through his door again. The monarch looked at Zhang Dequan angrily. Zhang Dequan smiled embarrassedly. If it was only Nguogong, it would be fine. However, the people in the courtyard woke up one after another, but no one came to greet the monarch. The monarch's face became very ugly. Zhang Dequan smiled embarrassedly and said, "You are traveling incognito. They don't know that you have moved in. They don't know you." As soon as he said that, Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting under the crabapple tree and eating melon seeds, glanced at the monarch in the room and asked the maid beside her, "Hey, does the monarch of Great Yen have no hair?" Why is he wearing a bamboo hat in the room? The monarch clenched his fists. Zhang Dequan, I want to kill you. Aunt and the others learned about what happened last night from Gu Qingfeng when they were eating in the central room this morning. Everyone was very calm. Empress Dowager Zhuang, men are all big pig trotters. Old Chancellor, they are about the same age but they don't have as much hair as me. Madam Nan, I just invented a kind of poison and want to find someone to test it on. Master Lu, there is no good emperor. Gu Jiao didn't need to go to the military camp today, so she could sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Who would have thought that just after 9 she would be awakened by the movement in the courtyard? It wasn't Long Yi and little Jing Kong, nor was it Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen. It was Manager Zhang who rushed in and shouted, Duke, it's not good. Something big happened. As it turned out, after the monarch was snatched away last night, Han Shi was worried that they would fight back, so she thought of countermeasures overnight. Taking great risks, she announced the imperial edict to restore Shangguanqi to the position of crown prince in the morning court. Not only that, she also issued an imperial edict to arrest third Princess Shangguanyan and ordered rearguard and imperial army to block State Preceptor's Hall. The reason was that third Princess Shangguanyan was bewitched by State Preceptor's Hall. She was disloyal and unfilial to the monarch and framed the former crown prince. The former crown prince was wronged. The assassin in the secret room of State Preceptor's Hall that day was a conspiracy of Shangguanyan and State Preceptor's Hall. The accomplice of the assassin was caught and confessed his crime. He also said that State Preceptor's Hall had been secretly colluding with Shangguanyan all these years because Shangguanqing was ill. The reason why Shangguanyan could return to Chengdu was also the next step of both sides' plan. The assassin in Crown Prince's mansion was disguised by State Preceptor's Hall. The Imperial Mausoleum was also destroyed by State Preceptor's Hall. After Shangguanyan returned to Chengdu, she was injured again and again. All of it was just a ruse to win the monarch's pity and sympathy. If it weren't for the fact that the monarch was busy with official business and didn't see Shangguanyan yesterday, which made Shangguanyan suspicious and ordered her men to enter the palace to secretly inquire about the monarch's movements, the monarch might not have discovered this secret. And the most important thing was, according to the confession of that man, Shangguanyan still had a hidden card in her hand that no one knew. This hidden card was Shangguanyan's biggest secret. Even he, a close man, didn't know about it. But what was certain was that Shangguanyan came prepared this time. She would do whatever it took to regain everything she had lost. When Gu Jiao heard this, she couldn't help but want to clap for Imperial concubine Han. The story was so well made up that she almost believed it. This woman was really ambitious and courageous. Instead of waiting for the real monarch to enter the palace to expose her, it was better for her to make a move. In this way, even if the real monarch returned to the palace, she could say, Shangguanyan, is this your hidden card? For the throne, you actually found someone to pretend to be the monarch? The smartest step in the whole plan was not to expose Shangguanyan's ambition, but to make the State Preceptor Hall no longer clean. Originally, the State Preceptor Hall was the most valued existence by the monarch. The State Preceptor was the most qualified person to identify the real and fake monarch. But now, the State Preceptor Hall had become Shangguanyan's accomplice in plotting a rebellion. How much credibility did his words have? The family went to the study of Feng Courtyard. Except for the children. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen were classified as children. Gu Yan's face was dark as he returned to his room with Gu Xiaoshen. As soon as Steward Zheng left, the two of them leaned against the wall. In the study, Grandaunt and the old Chancellor sat on the main seat. Master Nan and Master Lu sat on the left side of Grandaunt. Duke and Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng sat on the right side of Grandaunt. Gu Qingfeng didn't sit. He frowned, pinched his chin and paced back and forth in the room. He wondered, I don't understand. Since Han Shi has restored the position of the crown prince, why didn't she clear her own grievances and confer the title of empress or something? Anyway, the monarch is in my hands, I have the imperial edict. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Han Shi thought that Yan Xing's technique was done by Wang Xianfei. To clear her grievances, she has to overthrow Wang Xianfei. But to confer the title of empress, she has to be the enemy of the entire harem. She doesn't have the energy to do that now. Xiaoheng nodded in agreement. Moreover, the monarch in her hands is a fake. She will always feel a little guilty. Restoring the crown prince is already a risky move. She needs to observe the reaction of the imperial court. If no one doubts, she will boldly proceed to the next step. Gu Qingfeng asked, is there anyone in the imperial court who doubts it? Xiaoheng shook his head. It happened too suddenly. No one should have reacted yet. After returning and closing the door, perhaps someone will be able to sense that something is wrong. It's just that the monarch has always been temperamental. No one dares to object to any absurd decision he makes. Gu Chengfeng felt that his brain wasn't enough. Since it's like this, why is Han Shi still so careful? She should have just let the fake monarch kill us all. Xiaoheng said, because we have the real monarch in our hands. This is always a threat to Han Shi. Her actions today are not only to test the court officials, but also to test us. She wants to see what we will do. Gu Chengfeng made an O sound and seemed to understand. Then what should we do? Master Lu made a hand chop. Charge into the palace. Kill the fake monarch. Xiaoheng shook his head again. We can't kill him. Now that things have reached this point, it was impossible for Han Shi not to take precautions. The Imperial Guards and the rearguard commandery must have been waiting for a long time. Even if they had an expert like Long Yi, it was impossible to destroy an entire army. Han Shi was waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Master Lu scratched his head. We can't kill him. Could it be that we have to confront him in court? But who would believe that the monarch in our hands is real? It's not that I want to say this, but the reputation of the third princess is indeed not very good. The crown prince is so cunning. He does evil in the dark and acts hypocritically. He is highly respected among the people. On the other hand, the third princess is a habitual rebel. No matter how you look at it, the monarch she brought is more likely to be fake. Han Shi's move was indeed too direct. There was almost no place to attack. Gu Chengfeng said unhappily, if the Xianyuan family was still here, why would it be so troublesome? They would have directly led the Xianyuan army into the palace, captured the fake monarch, and beheaded him in public. In the end, it's all the monarch's fault. He didn't use the loyal Xianyuan family and had to support the Han family, Nangong family, and this family. In the end, when something happened, I want to see which of the 11 great families will stand out to help him. Who would believe him? In the corridor, near the door, the monarch's face alternated between green and red. Zhang Dequan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He didn't expect to hear such rebellious words. Although it was all true, it was also because of this that every word hit his heart. If the Xianyuan family was still standing in Chengdu, how could there be such evildoers? Xianyuan Li dared to do things that others didn't dare to do. Xianyuan Li dared to bear the crime that others didn't dare to bear. Xianyuan Li definitely wouldn't mistake him. As long as he said something, Xianyuan Li would believe him. In the end, he had destroyed his most solid shield. Your Majesty. Zhang Dequan opened his mouth and called out softly, but he didn't know how to comfort his Majesty. The monarch didn't say a word. He slowly turned around and silently returned to his room. Zhang Dequan looked at the monarch's back. When he was betrayed by his own flesh and blood, His Majesty had never been so dispirited. But when he remembered the Xianyuan family, His Majesty seemed to have changed a lot. The only Xianyuan family that could protect you was killed by you. Your Majesty, do you regret it? In the study. Gu Qingfeng was still passionately scolding the Yen monarch for being blind and suffering the consequences of his own actions. Grandaunt nibbled on a melon seed and said faintly, "Okay, he's gone. Stop talking, it's so noisy." Gone? Gu Qingfeng sat down on the stool and let out a long sigh. Talking so much, I'm so tired. Chapter 8:10. Although it was deliberately said to the Emperor of Yen Dynasty, the content of the matter was all true. The fake emperor did issue an imperial edict to restore the crown prince, and did indeed seal the state preceptor hall. He wanted to investigate the state preceptor hall and Shangguan Yen, who was recuperating in the state preceptor hall. However, because of the character setting, they couldn't break too much. They couldn't exceed the limit of how they dealt with the crown prince before. Shangguan Yen was not in danger for the time being, but her personal freedom was restricted. But the imperial palace was tightly protected. They couldn't assassinate the fake emperor, nor could they lead any army to clean up the emperor's side. These were all facts. Gu Qingfeng poured himself a cup of tea, gulped down a few mouthfuls and said, "Then what should we do next? The crown prince has been restored. This fake emperor will definitely do more evil things." "Wait first," Grandaunt said while eating melon seeds. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Still wait." Grandaunt glanced at the opposite house and casually said, "Let him regret for a few more days." When such a thing happened, the most anxious one was not them but the Emperor of Yen Dynasty. They must make him deeply aware of the mistakes he made in the past and taste the bitter fruit he planted. In addition, there was another important reason for doing this. The Han family made such a big move in order to force them and the Emperor to make a move. But if they didn't make a move, the Han family would not be able to understand their thoughts. The unknown was the most terrible thing. The more they didn't make a move, the more the Han family would suspect that they were brewing a bigger revenge. Before they figured out their trump card, the Han family would not blindly launch a second attack. For them, this could be regarded as a chance to breathe and plan again. By the way, will the young royal princess be okay? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. She will be fine. The emperor loves the young royal princess the most. No matter what the purpose is, the fake emperor will not do anything bad to the young royal princess. Imperial Palace. Lingbo Academy had 2 days off. The young royal princess obediently stayed in the palace for these 2 days. The people in the palace had changed a lot, but the maidservants and wet nurses by her side had not been changed. She had just eaten lunch, and the wet nurse had gone to prepare her clothes for the new season. Children grew quickly, and last year's clothes could no longer be worn. Nanny. The young princess appeared at the door, hugging a small pillow. The wet nurse smiled. Young princess, why are you here? Didn't you go to take a nap? The young princess walked in while panting. She hugged a small pillow and looked at her. Can I sleep here? The wet nurse was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, That's fine, but why does the young princess want to sleep here? The young princess clumsily climbed onto the bed and placed her small pillow next to the wet nurse's pillow. She lowered her small head and said, I don't want to sleep with uncle. He's a bad person. The wet nurse jumped in fright and hastily walked to the door. She looked outside and closed the door. She returned to the bedside and sat down. She said in a low voice, Xiao Junju, you can't speak carelessly like that. His Majesty loves you the most. You can't say that about His Majesty. The young princess said, He's not my uncle. The wet nurse's face turned pale. Princess. The young princess was sleepy. She laid her small body on the pillow and fell asleep. The wet nurse looked at the sleeping figure of the young princess and broke out in cold sweat. She covered the young princess with a thin blanket and walked out of the room quietly. Chief Steward Yu had been waiting outside for a long time. She was not surprised. She calmly bowed and said, Eunuch Yu. Chief Steward Yu asked indifferently, What did the young princess say? The wet nurse respectfully replied, The young princess said that she doesn't want to sleep with His Majesty. His Majesty is a bad person. She also said that His Majesty is not her uncle. Chief Steward Yu smiled brightly. What do you think? The wet nurse smiled and said, I think His Majesty has been busy with official business recently and neglected her. When a child's temper flares up, she doesn't even recognize her parents, let alone her uncle. Speaking of which, the young princess has been spoiled by His Majesty. Other children wouldn't dare to be angry with His Majesty. Chief Steward Yu smiled with satisfaction. It's good that Lu Mama understands. The wet nurse said, Eunuch Yu, please don't worry. I'm loyal to you. Chief Steward Yu said, Zhang Dequan has no ability. He can't even give you a decent official position. I am different. You can work under me with peace of mind. In the future you will benefit a lot. The wet nurse bowed gratefully and said, This servant will remember this. Eunuch Yu, the young princess has a bad temper. When she makes a fuss, there will be no end to it. I am afraid that she will offend His Majesty. Why don't you let her rest at my place for the next 2 days? Chief Steward Yu said, That's good. His Majesty has been busy with official business recently and has no time to take care of the young princess. However, I will say the ugly words first. I will leave the young princess to you. You have to serve her carefully and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, you know my methods. The wet nurse said in fear and trepidation, I will not let you down. Chief Steward Yu nodded and left with satisfaction. The wet nurse returned to the house and looked lovingly at the young princess who was safe and sound. She sighed in relief. The Imperial Preceptor Hall was blocked by the Imperial Guards. Not a single disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall could leave. Yuhi brought several junior brothers to the entrance of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. He looked at the Imperial Guards and said, Who gave you the right to block the Imperial Preceptor Hall? This kind of thing should have been handled by the eldest disciple Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was seriously injured and was recuperating in the purple bamboo forest. The leader of the Imperial Guard spread out the Imperial Edict in his hand and said arrogantly, Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Yuhi opened his eyes in disbelief. How could it be? The Imperial Guard raised his eyebrows and said, Your Imperial Preceptor Hall colluded with the third princess to plot against us. We are also under the Imperial Edict to investigate. If you have any dissatisfaction, go and report it to the Imperial Court. A young disciple said angrily, "Then you should give us a chance to report it. Why are you guarding the door and not letting us out?" The imperial guard said, "This is an imperial edict." You. The young disciple was angry. He stopped his junior brother and looked coldly at the imperial guard. He said, "Forget it, let's go." The young disciple asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Yuhi, did master really collude with the third princess?" Yuhi stopped and looked at his junior brothers with a frown. He said seriously, "You have to believe in master. Master will never do anything bad to the imperial court." In the purple bamboo forest. In a bright and spacious central room, the imperial preceptor and an old man with a white beard were sitting opposite each other and playing chess. The old man was none other than the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng put down a white chess piece. I came at a bad time. Even I can't get out." The imperial preceptor smiled faintly and put down a black chess piece. "Isn't that good? Accompany me to play chess for 3 days and 3 nights. Mr. Meng snorted. "That's too easy for you." The imperial preceptor smiled and continued to play chess. Mr. Meng asked calmly, "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" the imperial preceptor asked. Mr. Meng said, "I'm worried that the imperial preceptor hall built by that person will be destroyed in your hands." The imperial preceptor's hand that was holding the chess piece paused. After a long time he put down a chess piece. "No, even if the Great Yen is destroyed, the imperial preceptor hall will not be destroyed." At dusk, little Jing Kong, who had been playing outside with Long Yi for a whole day, finally came back sweating. Gu Jiao was collecting medicinal herbs in the courtyard. He plunged into the bosom of Gu Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'm so tired." Gu Jiao took a towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Then, do you want to go out with Long Yi next time?" Little Jing Kong, "Yes." Gu Jiao found it funny. Little Jing Kong raised his little chin and proudly exposed his little neck. "And here." Gu Jiao wiped his little neck. Thinking of something, little Jing Kong asked, "But Jiao Jiao, why is Long Yi in a daze?" Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "Eh?" Little Jing Kong raised his hand and pointed at the roof. Gu Jiao looked over and saw Long Yi sitting cross-legged on the eaves against the twilight. His black hair was gently blown by the evening breeze, and his tall figure was illuminated by the setting sun, making him look lonely. He was holding that black jade thumb ring in his hand. Gu Jiao understood that he was thinking about who she was. In the dead of night. 1, 2, 3 heads popped out from the alley diagonally opposite the Crown Prince mansion. The head at the bottom belonged to Gu Qingfeng. The head at the top belonged to Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and looked at the imperial guard surrounding the Crown Prince mansion. She blinked and said, "Oh, so many people." Gu Qingfeng had a headache. "Are you sure we can catch the Crown Prince under the eyes of so many imperial guards?" No matter how good the 3 of them were at fighting, they couldn't defeat an entire army. Gu Jiao said, "Who wants to enter the Crown Prince mansion to catch him?" Little Jiao. Little Jiao hovered in the air and flew into the Crown Prince mansion. Chapter 8:11. At this time, the people in the Crown Prince's mansion went to bed one after another. Crown Prince Shengguanqi was too excited to sleep and went to the study room. He didn't expect that good luck would come so quickly. He said he would turn over. He thought that with Shengguan Yan's interference, he would have to be silent for at least several years before he could make a comeback. Sure enough, the heavens are helping me. The Crown Prince couldn't hide his smile and looked at the people at the door with a bit more pleasure. "It's getting late, you should go and rest." The guards cupped their fists. "We are not tired. There are so many imperial guards outside, no one will break in." "Your Highness is right, but it's better to be safe than sorry." The Crown Prince was so happy that he almost forgot himself. At this time, after listening to the guard's words, his mood calmed down. That's right. At this critical juncture, he had to be even more careful. "Your Highness, you should go and rest. Don't you have to go to the morning court tomorrow?" Speaking of this, the Crown Prince's smile once again appeared on his lips. That's right, he can go to the morning court again. Those who wanted to see him and the Han family make a fool of themselves were finally shocked. However, he really couldn't sleep at this time. He took out a few books and decided to review the way of governing a country. Suddenly, a big bird landed on his windowsill. The Crown Prince was about to call the guards, but found that the bird was unusually obedient and didn't have any aggressive attitude. Moreover, the bird stretched out a bird's claw with an arrogant expression as if to say, "Welcome." Why do I think a bird has an expression? Am I crazy? The Crown Prince's gaze fell on the bird's claw and unexpectedly saw a note tied to it. Is this a note from the Han family? The Crown Prince muttered and glanced at little Jiao. The Han family no longer uses carrier pigeons, but instead uses eagles? The Crown Prince was full of doubts as he tore down the note and saw that it was written in black and white. Come to the cold palace quickly and disguise yourself. Don't let people find out. There was no signature. But the Crown Prince recognized the handwriting. It was clearly his mother's. It's so late, why did his mother let him disguise himself and go to the cold palace? Did something happen? That's not right. This morning, Lady Mother had sent someone to tell him not to go to the cold palace if there was nothing important. She also didn't need to gather the courtiers to plead on her behalf. The Crown Prince looked at the note. Something is fishy. In the alley. Gu Qingfeng's neck was about to break. Can the weight of both of you not be on my head alone? Gu Jiao, no. Long Yao. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. His slender little neck bore a weight that shouldn't be borne at his age. Oh, why aren't they out yet? Gu Jiao asked. Could it be that he saw through it? Gu Qingfeng said, we don't know if Han Shi told him anything. If Han Shi said she wouldn't contact him, he wouldn't be so easily fooled. Before Gu Qingfeng could finish speaking, Long Yi straightened his body and stared at a certain direction in the dim light of night. Gu Jiao also straightened up. The two big mountains pressing down on his head disappeared. Gu Qingfeng's neck lightened and his breathing became smooth. Long Yi, what's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Long Yi picked up Gu Jiao and flew towards the dim light of night. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to keep up. The three people arrived at the back door of the Crown Prince's mansion. At this moment, an inconspicuous carriage slowly drove out. The coachman was dressed as a eunuch. He was a death soldier with high martial arts. Gu Jiao's lips curled. It seemed the Crown Prince had taken the bait. The Crown Prince was not so careless in the past. He was so happy to regain his position as the Crown Prince that he easily fell into the trap. In order to not let people find out, he naturally couldn't bring a mighty army with him. He brought 10 embroidered uniform guards to protect him in the dark. This lineup was enough to deal with ordinary experts, but if they wanted to take advantage of Long Yi, they were still underestimating the enemy. Or perhaps Han Shi and Hun basically didn't have time to mention Long Yi to the Crown Prince. The carriage drove on the quiet street. In order to not attract attention, the Crown Prince specially chose a remote street as the route. This actually made it convenient for them. The 10 embroidered uniform guards jumped on both sides of the eaves. Shio. One was missing. Shio. Another one was missing. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards on the left side turned around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turning around again 1, 2, 3. Turning around again 1, 2. He felt a chill in his heart and turned around for the fourth time. Long Yiha. The hair of the embroidered uniform guards stood erect. They pulled out their swords and shouted, Protect! Protect your uncle! Gu Jiao jumped out from behind Long Yi. Holding a small stick, she knocked him unconscious. These embroidered uniform guards were not too difficult to deal with. In less than half an hour, all 10 of them were knocked unconscious. Gu Qingfeng went straight to the Crown Prince's carriage. The coachman's complexion changed and he hurriedly pulled out the sword at his waist. Who would have thought that before he could pull it out, Gu Qingfeng blocked his throat with a dart. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Wow, the hidden weapon given by Master's wife Nan is really useful. The coachman fell from the carriage and hit the ground with a bang. The horse was frightened. It raised its front hooves and scurried around. The Crown Prince was jolted and his whole body hit the wall of the carriage. He held onto the wall of the car to stabilize his body. He covered his aching forehead and coldly asked, What happened? Gu Qingfeng sat on the coachman's seat and grabbed the reins to calm the horse down. He faintly smiled and said, Nothing, Crown Prince, sit tight. This voice was not right. The Crown Prince suddenly opened the curtain. Coincidentally, at this time Long Yi and Gu Jiao landed on the outer seat of the carriage. Gu Jiao hit the Crown Prince in the face. The Crown Prince's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Gu Qingfeng drove the carriage while looking at the Crown Prince who had a nosebleed. He asked, No, why did you hit him? Gu Jiao paused, Oh, I forgot. There was no need to hit him. Gu Qingfeng helplessly sighed, AI, forget it. If he fainted, then he fainted. Let's bring him back first. Gu Jiao seriously nodded her head. Long Yi sat on the roof of the carriage. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng sat on the outer seat. The Crown Prince was lying on the floor of the carriage. No one cared about him. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Passing by a quiet street, Long Yi heard the sound of fierce fighting. Long Yi didn't move. He was not interested in other people's fighting. Soon Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng also heard it. Gu Qingfeng was born to enjoy the lively scene. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? Why is there such a strong murderous aura in the middle of the night?" Gu Jiao carefully listened and said, "It seems to be the voice of Qingfeng Taoist and Liaochen." Liaochen? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Is it that master of Jing Kong who doesn't show his face for 10,000 years? That monk of Xinyuan family? Oh, more or less. Gu Jiao nodded her head. That guy couldn't be counted as a real monk. Gu Qingfeng wanted to ask whether they should go and take a look. As a result, he saw Long Yi, who never meddled in other people's business, disappear. He went to the street where the two people were fighting. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. What's he doing? Gu Jiao blinked. Oh no, he heard the master of Jing Kong. He's going to help Liaochen. Taoist Qingfeng and Liaochen were in the middle of a fierce battle. Suddenly, a tall and powerful figure came from the sky. It was a Taoist priest with hair. It was a monk without hair. Long Yi found his target and threw a punch at Taoist Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng's eyes trembled. He hurriedly withdrew his killing move against Liaochen and jumped up, dodging Long Yi's attack. Long Yi's fist smashed into the stone pillar behind him, and several cracks appeared on it. Taoist Qingfeng stood on the roof and looked at the unexpected helper with a serious expression. He glanced at Liaochen and said, "I'll kill you next time." Then he turned and disappeared into the night. Liaochen turned around and his eyes fell on Long Yi. Long Yi was tall and wore a mask with fangs. He carried a long sword on his back and looked fierce. But just now, this man, or rather, this man of sacrifice, had helped him. Liaochen said calmly, "I didn't need your help, but thank you anyway." "Oh really? If it wasn't for Long Yi, you would have been beaten up again." Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage. Liaochen snorted, "I didn't kill him." This was the truth. Taoist Qingfeng really wanted to kill Liaochen. Liaochen only used a few killing moves when he was annoyed. Generally speaking, he didn't go hard on him. Long Yi, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Jiao introduced them. Gu Qingfeng stepped down and greeted Liaochen. "I heard you're the master of Jing Kong. I've heard so much about you." Liaochen smiled, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. "You're welcome." Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Was it good for a monk to look so seductive? Liaochen was more interested in Long Yi. Where did this man of sacrifice come from? He seems to be quite skilled. Gu Jiao said, "Why don't you guess?" Liaochen spread out his hands and sighed. "I can't guess." Gu Jiao crossed her arms. "Then guess slowly. I won't tell you." Liaochen clicked his tongue and said with a faint smile, "Girl, you're not honest." Bah. Long Yi's jade thumb ring fell to the ground. He didn't know what kind of craftsmanship this jade thumb ring was made of, but it didn't break so easily. Long Yi bent down and picked up the jade thumb ring. Liaochen's expression changed when he saw the jade thumb ring. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab the jade thumb ring in Long Yi's hand. Long Yi was a person with clear boundaries. Only Princess Xinyang, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao could touch his personal things. Now he could barely count them as little Jing Kong. Liaochen was obviously not in this range. Long Yi slapped at Liaochen. Liaochen was struck by a palm strike. The instant he was sent flying, he flicked his sleeve and removed Long Yi's mask. Soon after, Liaochen saw a face that he would recognize even if it turned into ashes. However, the first thing he saw was the face of a youth. The youth held a long sword in his hand. He looked like a young hero of Jianghu, but he was colder and more ruthless than a chivalrous hero. "I will take your life today. If you have any last words, you can say them now. If I can do it, I will do it for you." The youth's voice was clear and cold without a trace of emotion. "It seems I don't have a choice. I only have one request. Let my son go. He is only 8 years old. Please don't hurt him." "Okay, I promise you." The youth agreed. "Father, don't, go forward. Don't look back." "Father? Father? Father?" Chapter 8:12. This sudden unforeseen event made Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng both stunned. Gu Qingfeng understood Long Yi's temperament. This guy didn't want strangers to get close to him. If it wasn't Xiaoheng and this little girl, it was best not to provoke him. Was Liaochen crazy? He actually dared to steal from Long Yi? No, why did he want to steal from Long Yi? He also took off Long Yi's mask. Long Yi, Gu Qingfeng's gaze involuntarily fell on Long Yi's handsome face. Ah, he was stunned all of a sudden. Did Long Yi look like this? He had always thought that Shadow Guard Long wore a mask because he was ugly, but it turned out that he was handsome. This handsome was too tragic. Long Yi's handsomeness had a trace of Jianghu's chivalrous aura, but it also lacked the worldly aura and had a trace of an expert's natural airhead. Gu Qingfeng looked at Long Yi and then looked at Liao Chen. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What's going on? Do all the experts nowadays rely on their faces? You're making me seem very ordinary." Gu Qingfeng's main point was completely off topic, mainly because he didn't think that the two of them could really fight. Okay, Master of Jing Kong, if you want to see Long Yi's things you have to tell this little girl to go find Long Yi, understand? He used his hand to cover the other side of his mouth and whispered to Liao Chen, "I'm telling you, Long Yi is a little stingy." However, Liao Chen's mind had long since stopped hearing anything. His eyes were full of killing intent that even Gu Jiao had never seen before. Even when he was in the brocade guard of the Crown Prince's mansion, he had never been so murderous. Gu Jiao looked at Liao Chen strangely. Liao Chen stood up from the ground and stared straight at Long Yi. At this time Long Yi had already put on his mask again. But what was the use of this? That face, he had already remembered it. "I'm going to kill you." He fiercely stomped his feet and flew up, attacking Long Yi's life gate. Gu Qingfeng's expression, "Hey, are you serious? Are you serious? Didn't Long Yi just push you? Was it necessary? You were the one who snatched his stuff first." One was his master from Jing Kong and the other was Long Yi. It was really difficult to mediate between them. He would never admit that it was because his martial arts skills were too low that he could not persuade him. Liao Chen's all-out attack actually forced Long Yi to retreat several steps. Liao Chen really wanted to kill Long Yi, so he used all of his power. Under this obsession to kill Long Yi, he displayed an unimaginable strength. Long Yi didn't receive the order to kill Liu Chen, so for the time being, he didn't have such a big killing intent. Liao Chen closed in step by step. If this continued, both of them would be injured. "Stop." Gu Jiao rushed over. "Get out of the way." Liao Chen glared angrily. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent out a wave of internal force, shaking Gu Jiao to the side. This attack didn't hurt Gu Jiao, but in Long Yi's eyes, it was Gu Jiao who was attacked. Long Yi's aura suddenly changed. When Liao Chen attacked him again, he didn't dodge. Instead, he met it with a punch. Fist and palm met, and a terrifying wave of internal force exploded on the street. Gu Qingfeng's feet moved, and the sand and stones that had been shattered by their internal force fell to the ground where he had been standing. Liao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and Long Yi was slightly injured. If this was a normal fight, Liao Chen wouldn't have been able to hurt Long Yi, but the huge hatred had stimulated all of his potential. He wanted to die with Long Yi. "You two leave." He didn't want to hurt the innocent. "Long Yi, let's go back," Gu Jiao said to Long Yi. "Don't fight with him." Long Yi's murderous aura came and went quickly. If Gu Jiao said not to fight, then they wouldn't fight. Liao Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at Long Yi's back. "He's not allowed to leave." Liao Chen jumped up, and used all of his internal force to form the momentum of a fierce tiger. High in the air, he fiercely slapped at Long Yi's back. Gu Jiao said not to fight. Just like when Xiaoheng played with him when he was a child, he really could stay still for 2 hours if he didn't move. Liao Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy wasn't going to fight back? Was he going to take this hit? No matter how powerful an expert was, if they took this hit, their heart and lungs would be damaged. Long Yi didn't make a move. Liao Chen's palm was about to land on his back and injure his heart. Suddenly, a cute, evil voice came from the end of the street. "Master." Liao Chen's aura stagnated and he fell from the air. He fell flat on his face. Little Jing Kong let go of Xiaoheng's hand and ran over. "Jiao Jiao, Long Yi." After greeting the two, he turned around, squatted down, and grew a little mushroom beside his master. "Master, why did you fall again?" Liao Chen was facing down, and his hands were firmly grasping the ground. He gritted his teeth and his whole body was trembling. "Oh, did I fall? Don't. No. Oh, I fell? Little monk. Can't you live if you don't trick your master? You're an adult. Anyway, I don't have the strength to help you up. Master, you can get up by yourself." After saying that, the little guy decisively left his master and happily went to find Gu Jiao. Liao Chen. A grown disciple can't be kept at home. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and looking at Xiaoheng who was walking over, she asked, "Why are you here?" Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the little guy. The little guy shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to eat Tonghulu." Now, whenever Long Yi saw Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong in the same frame, he wouldn't easily crash. However, whether he still treated little Jing Kong as Xiaoheng or not, only he knew in his heart. "Long Yi, you and Jing Kong get on the carriage first," Xiaoheng said to Long Yi. Long Yi picked up the little guy and without saying anything he got on Xiao Heng's carriage. The carriage of Xiao Heng stopped beside the carriage of Crown Prince, and when Long Yi was walking in front of the carriage of Crown Prince just happened to wake up, and just after he yelled, "Someone!" Long Yi didn't even raise his eyelids and hit him with internal force, knocking him out again. Long Yi carried little Jing Kong and got on the carriage. Only Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao, Gu Qingfeng and Liao Chen were left in the alley. Liao Chen stood up with his body that had almost fallen apart. He didn't fight with Long Yi, but he was beaten black and blue by his disciple. Where could he go to reason? He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly looked at the three people in front of him. "What is the relationship between you and that guy called Long Yi?" Gu Jiao said seriously to Liao Chen. "He's our friend." "Friend?" Liao Chen looked at little Jing Kong who was sitting in the carriage and chattering away. Then he looked at the Dragon 1 brand humanoid receiver beside little Jing Kong. He clenched his fist and said, "A person like him doesn't deserve to have friends." Xiao Heng frowned. Gu Jiao said, "You seem to know Long Yi and you know his past." Liao Chen said coldly, "Of course I know him. Even if he turned into ashes I would still know him." Xiao Heng stared at him and said, "In fact I have always wanted to know your identity. You can't be unrelated to the Xinyuan family, but I couldn't find you in the Xinyuan family's portrait and genealogy. Third Princess and Duke Angwa have also never heard of a person called Xinyuan Zheng. So who are you?" Liao Chen coldly snorted and said, "Who I am is not important. If you still want Jing Kong to live you better let me kill him." He didn't say that he would let Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao kill him because Gu Jiao said that Long Yi was their friend, so he wouldn't let Gu Jiao make things difficult for him. He would do it himself. Xiao Heng glanced at Liao Chen and said, "You can't kill him." He had watched Long Yi grow up, and his relationship with Long Yi surpassed all other relationships in the world. He absolutely could not stand on Long Yi's side. He would never allow anyone to hurt Long Yi. Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. "I can't kill him tonight, but one day I will kill him with my own hands." Gu Jiao said, "He doesn't remember the past." Liao Chen sneered and said, "Is that so? Then I'm not surprised. No wonder a cold-blooded killer would become like this. But even if he doesn't remember he can't erase the sins he once committed. Tell him to be careful. I will take his life." After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at the empty street corner, Gu Qingfeng patted his chest and said in confusion, "What's going on? Jing Kong's master and Long Yi are mortal enemies?" Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng both looked in the direction Liao Chen left. Gu Jiao said, "It seems he doesn't want to talk about the past." Xiao Heng said with a serious expression, "Because that is his most painful memory." Gu Jiao was puzzled. She looked at him and asked, "Do you know something?" Xiao Heng also looked at her with a gentle gaze. "I just confirmed it. It was just a guess." "Then tell me, I want to hear it." Gu Jiao pulled his hand and said. Xiao Heng gently looked at her and held her hand. "Okay. Gu Qingfeng, hello? Is there someone else here? Can you two not treat me like I'm air? Don't make eyes in front of me." The two carriages moved slowly. The two of them followed beside the first carriage at a leisurely pace. Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and sat in the second carriage. Xiao Heng said softly, "It all started with the Xinyuan family more than 30 years ago. At that time, the Xinyuan family was also a military family, but it was not as powerful as it was later." Gu Jiao nodded. "I've heard that the Xinyuan family gradually became powerful under Xinyuan Li's leadership. The Black Wind Camp was also founded by Xinyuan Li." Xiao Heng shook his head. "But that's not the case." "Ha!" Gu Jiao looked at him blankly. Xiao Heng smiled and rubbed the little strand of hair on her head. He said, "The founder of the Black Wind Camp was someone else. The most powerful person in the Xinyuan family was not Xinyuan Li, but the first leader of the Black Wind Camp. He was also the master of shadows of the Xinyuan family. He was the real military soul of the Xinyuan family." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "Master of shadows? The name sounds very cool. What kind of person was he?" Xiao Heng said, "I don't know what kind of person he was, but I know that he was also the founder of the State Preceptor Hall." Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the faceless portrait. Could it be that person? If it was him, then he must be the third clay figurine that sat with Xinyuan Li and the State Preceptor. She remembered that the State Preceptor said that the person was both a teacher and a friend. Xiao Heng saw that she was listening seriously and continued, "The Master of Shadows never appeared in the open, but he wrote the 6 books of the Yen Kingdom. He founded the State Preceptor Hall and the Black Wind Camp. He also left behind countless riches. He and Shenyuan Li fought everywhere, but he was always in the dark. He didn't leave his name on the battlefield, so everyone only thought of him as a powerful soldier and didn't think much of the rest. But in the end, this secret was still discovered. The royal families of Jin and Liang began to think of ways to win him over. If they couldn't win him over, they decided to get rid of him. Who would have thought that one day he would suddenly disappear? Everyone guessed that he was either dead or found a place to hide. Gu Jiao asked, "What does this have to do with Liaochen?" Although she saw some things in the dream, it wasn't everything. At least, the part about Liaochen was only the ending and not the past. Xiaoheng paused and said, "Liaochen's father is the second master of shadows." Gu Jiao asked, "That person's son?" Xiaoheng shook his head again. "No, that person is not a member of the Shenyuan family. Liaochen's father is. But the master of shadows acts in the dark and can't come out in the open. This is the rule he set." Shenyuan Li's younger brother, Shenyuan Qi, faked his death and became the second master of shadows of the Shenyuan family. Only the patriarchs of the Shenyuan family know about the existence of this dark force. Therefore, Audiobook, my mother, and even Shenyuan Li's eldest son, Shenyuan Cheng, don't know about it. 20 years ago, Shenyuan Qi took Shenyuan Zheng, who was only 8 years old, to Zhao country to find a kind of medicinal herb. On the way, Shenyuan Qi encountered an assassin and died. From Liaochen's reaction, that assassin was Long Yi. Although Long Yi killed Shenyuan Qi, he also paid a great price. He lost all his memories and became half stupid and half stupid. Chapter 8:13. Long Yi, Long Yi. Little Jing Kong was carried on Long Yi's back as he leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls. The feeling of whistling through the night wind made him feel extremely cool. Not only was he not afraid, but he was so excited that he shouted loudly. Long Yi was wearing a mask, so people couldn't see the expression on his face, but Gu Jiao could feel that his heart was relaxed. He was also very happy. In the days of being an assassin, there was only endless killing. Although he had forgotten the past, this kind of life was also pure and beautiful. Gu Jiao looked at one big and one small jumping up and down in the night and said with emotion, "They are really carefree." After listening for so long, Gu Qingfeng's ears were almost pricked up like a donkey's ears. He finally couldn't help but say, "They are very carefree now, but have you thought about it? Liaochen's father is dead, and Liaochen is very likely to be the third Lord of Shadows. He became a monk, but he didn't get married or leave any descendants. Jing Kong might be the fourth. If Long Yi's mission is to kill the Lord of Shadows, then once Long Yi recovers his memory, it is very likely that he will attack the two of them." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and looked at Xiaoheng with a gaze that carried a trace of sympathy. "Don't think that you're lucky. The blood of the Shenyuan family flows in your veins as well. Perhaps he'll kill you as well when the time comes. In my opinion, you should not help Long Yi recover his memory. He is very good like this." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi, who was carrying little Jing Kong in the night at the same time. They didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but there was a huge sense of loneliness in his body. A person who didn't know who he was, where he came from, where he was going, and what kind of mission and purpose he had, seemed to be excluded from the whole world. When he thought that he was a dragon shadow guard, he didn't have such confusion. But now he knew that he was not a dragon shadow guard. Looking at the tall and lonely back view of Long Yi, Xiaoheng said, "He has the right to know who he is." Gu Qingfeng shook his head in disbelief. "You're crazy, you're really crazy. Don't you know that he's the Sky Splitter? The #1 assassin of the 6 nations who could defeat and Hun. He became famous at the age of 13, and was already a killing god that struck fear in people's hearts. Once he recovers his memories, all of you will die." He looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Why don't you persuade him? You've seen Long Yi take action. When that guy is ruthless, no one can survive." Gu Jiao held Xiaoheng's warm big palm with one hand, and stroking her delicate little chin with the other hand, she said, "How about teaching Long Yi how to speak first?" Gu Qingfeng, the crown prince, was brought back to the public house. Gu Jiao wasn't polite at all and directly splashed him with a basin of cold water. The crown prince quivered and was about to sit up and shout angrily when he saw that Gu Jiao had already lifted her leg. He silently swallowed the words that had slipped out of his mouth. There were only Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng in the room. The crown prince had never seen Gu Qingfeng's face, but he had seen Gu Jiao's face. His expression became cold and he said sternly, "Xiao Luleng, how dare you? You actually kidnapped the crown prince of Great Yan." Gu Jiao ignored him and only gave Gu Qingfeng a small glance. "Quickly take him away, annoying." Gu Qingfeng took the crown prince to the next room. It was already late at night and everyone in the courtyard was asleep. Little Jing Kong also fell asleep on Long Yi's back on the way back. But the monarch was still awake. Gu Chengfeng pushed him into the room and turned around to leave. "You father and son have a good talk, I'm leaving first." He turned around and went into his room. Together with Gu Jiao, he stuck his ear to the wall. The oil lamp in the room was dim and emitted a faint fragrance of wine and medicine. The monarch was wearing a bamboo hat and sitting on an armchair in front of the window. His face was covered by the light and shadow, but his pair of sharp eyes were emitting sharp waves of light. The crown prince didn't see clearly at first glance. He straightened his body and arrogantly asked, "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" The monarch slapped the table and released his emperor's aura, "Bold, unfilial son." The crown prince was so scared by this familiar shout that his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. "Father Emperor?" Now that the angle had changed, he could finally see the face under the bamboo hat. Yes, it was his father Emperor. The crown prince asked cautiously, "Father Emperor, did you ask Xiao Lulang to capture me? Where is this? Why did Father Emperor capture me?" The monarch saw the crown prince's confusion and knew that he didn't know about the real and fake monarch. This meant that he didn't participate in this matter. This knowledge made the monarch feel a little better. The monarch said calmly, "You don't need to know where this is. You just need to remember what I'm going to say to you." The crown prince said respectfully, "Father Emperor, please speak." The monarch said seriously, "Your mother Han conspired to rebel. I was persecuted by her and was no longer in the palace last night." Each of the 3 short sentences was like a bolt from the blue, striking the crown prince until he was dazed. The crown prince raised his head in disbelief and looked at the monarch. "Father Emperor, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Mother conspired to harm you? Are you talking about the Yenxing technique? Imperial Father, please be clear about this. Mother was wrongly accused. She was framed by a traitor. She never thought of being disloyal to you." The monarch looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "Then how do you think I left the palace?" The crown prince was stunned and didn't understand the monarch's meaning. "Yes. Father Emperor just said that he was no longer in the palace last night." "That's not right. Father Emperor went to the court this morning and issued an imperial edict to restore him to the position of crown prince." The monarch looked at the crown prince deeply and said, "The monarch in the palace is fake." The crown prince's heart once again suffered a heavy blow. The one in the palace is fake. Then, the imperial edict to restore him to the position of crown prince is fake? He was wondering how he could turn things around so quickly. Father Emperor didn't want to restore him, nor did he want to investigate the state preceptor hall and Shangguanyan. It was all his mother's plan. No, it's not like this. I don't believe it." He muttered and stood up, looking at the monarch in the light with a very strange look. "My mother will not do anything to betray Father Emperor." The monarch looked straight at him. "Then how do you explain the fact that there is an additional monarch in the palace? You don't think that at this time, I secretly left the palace and played a show of 2 monarchs to deceive you, right?" The monarch didn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with the crown prince and Han. The crown prince was instantly speechless. But he still couldn't accept the fact that he was conferred the title of crown prince by a fake imperial edict. He flew back to the clouds with great difficulty. He didn't want to fall again. The crown prince clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. No, my father emperor is not fake. If there are really 2 monarchs, then the fake one must be you. My father emperor hates Xiao Lulang the most. Xiao Lulang is arrogant and has no regard for the imperial power. He never kneels when he sees my father emperor. He also colludes with Nguo Gong. This is also the object of my father emperor's disgust. In addition, he is from a lower country. How can he defeat so many outstanding children of the upper country and win the position of commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? All of these are things that my father emperor can't tolerate. If it is as you said, you are my father emperor, you will never go to Xiao Lulang even if you were forced out of the palace. My father emperor trusts the Wang family the most. The first person he should go to is Wang Su. You exposed yourself, didn't you? Although I don't know what method Xiao Lulang used to find someone with such a similar appearance and voice to pretend to be my father emperor, a fake is a fake. I advise you not to help the evildoer. Otherwise, with my father emperor's methods, you will suffer a fate worse than death. After hearing the crown prince's eloquent words, the monarch didn't immediately refute. Instead, he fell into silence. The room suddenly quieted down. The crown prince didn't know if it was because his ears were buzzing. He could only hear his heavy breathing and his thumping heart. So, in your heart I am this kind of person. In the darkness, the monarch's disappointed voice sounded. The crown prince's heart skipped a beat. He almost wanted to shout something, but he held it back. The last glimmer of light in the monarch's eyes also dimmed. Even if the crown prince could call him Father Emperor, he wouldn't be completely disappointed. This was the crown prince that he chose against all opposition. This was the son that he had carefully cultivated for many years. This was the future monarch that he chose for the Yen kingdom. No need to eavesdrop. Come over, he said tiredly. The crown prince was stunned. What eavesdrop? What do you mean come over? What does father want to do? No, he wasn't his father emperor. His real father emperor was in the palace. Gu Chengfeng stepped into the room and grabbed the crown prince's collar. Go you. The conversation with the crown prince made the monarch's heart full of regret. He finally tasted the feeling of being betrayed by his loved ones. It was even worse than he had imagined. Shenyuanli, if I hadn't betrayed you back then, but there was no if in this world. There were only consequences and results. The crown prince was brought to the woodshed. Gu Qingfeng found a rope and tied him up. The crown prince sat on the chair, unable to move his hands and feet. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng held the stick and smiled evilly. Chapter 8:14. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. Cold Palace. Han Shi was already resting in the east courtyard. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flew across the roof and crashed into her window frame. It dropped a small bamboo tube in its mouth and flapped its wings to fly away. Han Shi was woken up and called Su Gao, who was standing guard outside, to have him see what had happened to the window. Su Gao pushed open the window and saw a small bamboo tube on the ground. He went around to the yard and picked up the small bamboo tube. Nyang nyang, it's a bamboo tube. What's inside? Han Shi asked. Su Gao stretched out his arm and tried his best to hold the bamboo tube as far away as possible, ensuring that the tube's mouth and bottom were not facing him. He raised his orchid fingers and braced himself as he pulled off the cover of the bamboo tube. No hidden weapons flew out. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It's a note, Nyang Nyang. Su Gao presented the note in the bamboo tube to Han Shi with both hands. After Han Shi saw it, she slammed her fist on the table. Damn it! They actually captured the crown prince. Su Gao took the note and looked at it. On it was written, "Tonight at 1 a.m. meet at Baifeng Pavilion. Otherwise the crown prince will lose his life." These chaotic words caused Su Gao's eyelids to bulge a few times. Nyang Nyang, this might not be true. Su Gao said. Han Shi calmly said, "This one knows, so you should quickly go to the crown prince's palace and investigate the situation." Yes. Su Gao complied. Although Han Shi had been imprisoned in the cold palace, the current ruler was under her control. The guards guarding the palace gates had already been replaced with members of the Han family. It would not be difficult for her and her people to leave. What shocked Su Gao was that the crown prince really was not in the palace. Furthermore, the 10 brocade guards that the crown prince had brought out had all returned. They said that the crown prince had been kidnapped. After hearing Su Gao's report, Han Shi was so angry that the veins on her forehead popped. Prepare the carriage. At 1 a.m. Han Shi's carriage arrived at the agreed-upon location. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were already waiting in the pavilion. Seeing the imperial grandson and Xiao Lulang, Han Shi's eyes turned cold. It's you? Gu Jiao shrugged. Didn't En Hun tell you? I was the one who snatched the throne away from you. Of course En Hun told her, but Han Shi did not expect that the two of them would kidnap the crown prince in the middle of the night. She had knocked the monarch unconscious and Xiao Lulang had come to snatch him away. The next day she crowned the crown prince. That night Xiao Lulang kidnapped the crown prince. Han Shi led Su Gao up the stairs. She gracefully and generously sat across from the two. She then looked at Xiao Heng and sneered, Ben Gong has not met such a fierce opponent in a long time. Sheng Guanqing, you have made Ben Gong see you in a new light. Imperial consort, you flatter me. Xiao Heng calmly said, it's getting late. Ben Gong will save the small talk. Tonight, I invited Imperial consort here to make a deal with Imperial consort. Han Shi's eyes looked around. Xiao Heng faintly smiled, Imperial consort, you don't need to look. The crown prince is not here. Imperial consort, you don't need to think about stalling for time. Hope that the expert under you can find the crown prince. Han Shi narrowed her eyes. What deal do you want to make with Ben Gong? Xiao Heng said, hand over the fake monarch and Ben Gong will return the crown prince to you. Han Shi said without hesitation, ha, dream on. Xiao Heng faintly said, Imperial consort, are you not afraid that I will kill the crown prince? Han Shi threatened, if you kill the crown prince, Ben Gong will also kill the little princess in the palace. This should not be the result you want. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with anger. Han Shi, you even dare to kill an innocent 4-year-old child. Aren't you being too cruel? Did you just find out that Ben Gong is cruel? Han Shi fearlessly looked at the two brats in front of her and sneered, to fight with Ben Gong, you guys are still too inexperienced. If you don't want anything to happen to the little princess, you better obediently send the crown prince back to Ben Gong. Originally, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's purpose was not to replace the fake monarch, but if they wanted to open a skylight in a room that did not allow light to pass through, they must first propose to tear down the roof. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, it's not hard for me to catch people. Send the crown prince back you wish. It's you again, this brat from a lower country. Han Shi coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Her gaze suddenly became meaningful. In fact, what's so good about following the imperial grandson? What Shengguan Yan and the imperial grandson can give you, Ben Gong and the crown prince can give you even more. There is no harm in considering working under Ben Gong. Ben Gong will definitely not treat you unfairly. Is she trying to poach someone right in front of her? Han Shi was very optimistic about her own situation and was very confident. Gu Jiao curled her lips, raised her hand and gently grabbed Xiao Heng's hand that was placed on the stone table. Then, under Han Shi's gaze that was as if she had seen a ghost, she slowly said, what I want is him. Can you give it to me? Han Shi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Two grown men, actually, offending public morals. She simply could not watch. Han Shi turned her face and coldly said, I'll give you the little princess. This is the biggest concession that Ben Gong can make. Otherwise, Ben Gong does not mind fighting to the death with you. She was very clear that Shengguan Qing would not really kill the crown prince. Because if he did, she would definitely kill the little princess. But Shengguan Qing should also be clear that she would definitely not hand over the monarch. The perfect balance between the two sides was to exchange the little princess for the crown prince. There could not be any more. Xiao Heng said, all right, you have people bring the little princess over. I will also have my people bring the crown prince over. Don't play any tricks. If more than 5 people come, I will kill the crown prince. This was to prevent Han Shi from bringing soldiers over to suppress them. Xiao Heng calmly and coldly said, either way, if we die, the little princess will probably not be able to survive in your hands. At worst, we will give the little princess a quick death before we die. It had to be said that Xiao Heng had considered everything. His words were also very convincing. If it really came to that point, whether or not he would kill the little princess was not important. It was good that Han Shi believed that he would do it. Han Shi had indeed planned to have people lead soldiers to surround and suppress them. Who would have thought that the other side would see through it once again? He was the same age as Royal Prince Ming, but he was able to calculate people to such a degree. The younger generation really would surpass the older. Han Shi quietly gave Su Gao a few instructions. Su Gao nodded and complied, yes, this servant will go and bring the little princess over. What about the crown prince? Han Shi asked Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said, when we see the little princess, we will naturally bring the crown prince over. 5 o'clock. Su Gao led 3 people to 100 Maple Pavilion. One of them was an Hun, and the other 2 were wet nurse and sleeping little princess. Gu Jiao held an Hun in her bosom and sized him up. He was injured like that by Long Yi, but after 1 day and 1 night he had almost recovered. Was this the effect of purple grass poison? His physique was truly very valiant. Gu Jiao whistled. Little Jiao went to report. After a quarter of an hour, Long Yi carrying the crown prince arrived at 100 Maple Pavilion. And Han looked at Long Yi, who had suddenly appeared, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Han Shi wholeheartedly wanted to save the crown prince. She didn't want side issues to arise here. Most importantly, she didn't want to accidentally injure herself and the crown prince. Can we exchange now? She indifferently said. First, let the little princess come over. Xiao Heng said. Han Shi hesitated for a bit, then nodded her head towards Wet Nurse. Wet Nurse carried the little princess and walked over. From the beginning, and Han stared at the back of Wet Nurse. If the other party refused to hand over the crown prince, he would kill both of them with a single palm. Fortunately, Xiao Heng didn't act shamelessly. Long Yi, give the crown prince to them. Long Yi threw the crown prince in disgust. And Han caught the crown prince. Let's go, Xiao Heng said. Both sides didn't fight. First, both sides were evenly matched. Second, Both sides didn't want to accidentally injure each other's people. After Xiao Heng's group left, the crown prince sat on the stool and covered his swollen face. With tears streaming down his face he complained, "Imperial Mother, they bullied me intolerably." Han Shi looked at her son who was beaten black and blue. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She raised her hand and carefully held her son's face. "Disgraceful. They actually injured my son like this. My son, you can rest assured. Imperial Mother will definitely seek justice for you." But, thinking of something, Han Shi asked again, "How did you leave the mansion?" The crown prince took out the note from his bosom. "When I received this note, I thought it was you, Imperial Mother, looking for me." Han Shi took the note and looked. It was her handwriting. She remembered the matter of Yenshing technique. That letter she found had exactly the same handwriting. Han Shi thoughtfully said, "It seems that the other side has an expert who can mix up handwriting. But didn't I ask Su Gao to remind you not to come to the cold palace to find me if there is nothing? Why would I take the initiative to find you? How did you fall for it?" The crown prince said with shame, This son was careless for a moment." Han Shi coldly snorted, "I think you became the crown prince again and lost your sense of measure." The crown prince lowered his head and didn't say anything. Han Shi said again, "After they caught you, what did they say to you?" The crown prince hesitantly said, "They said, Imperial Mother is plotting a rebellion. The imperial father in the palace is a fake imperial father." Han Shi slapped the table, "Nonsense. Don't fall for their evil scheme." The crown prince quickly said, "This son was also thinking this." Han Shi opened her mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. She sighed and said, "All right, with your injuries like this, quickly go back to the manor and find an imperial physician to take a look. Also, with your injuries like this, you most likely won't be able to attend court. Just rest in the manor for the next few days." The crown prince looked at her and asked, "Then can this son go visit Imperial Mother?" Han Shi thought a bit then said, "It's best if you don't. In the next few days, the palace is not peaceful. Don't come to the cold palace to find me for now." The crown prince said, "Then can this son go visit Imperial Father?" This son has just been conferred the title of crown prince and hasn't had a chance to enter the palace to thank Imperial Father. Han Shi pondered for a moment then said, "Wait until your Imperial Father has left court before you go and thank him. But your injuries?" The crown prince smiled and said, "This small injury is not a problem. Moreover, the more injured I am, the more I will not forget to thank him. Wouldn't that move Imperial Father even more?" Han Shi thought to herself that was a fake Imperial Father. What would he be moved for? But the art of saving face was for the entire world to see. It was true that he could not slack off. After Han Shi sent the crown prince back to his manor, she sat in a carriage and returned to the imperial palace. The crown prince called for a guard and impatiently said, "Where is the lantern? Don't you know how to light it?" "Yes." The guard quickly lit the lantern in front to light the way. The crown prince returned to his own courtyard and pushed open a door that was left ajar. The guard asked, "Your Highness, are you going to the study?" The crown prince paused, "It's almost dawn. I should not go to the study to work. Return to the room. Be careful." The guard held the lantern and walked in front. After arriving at the upper room, he gently pushed open the door and respectfully bowed, "Your Highness, should I call a doctor for you?" The crown prince placed his hands behind his back and turned around to look at him, saying, "No need. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small injury. Go rest. Don't wake me up in the morning." The guard was stunned. Yes. Strange, did the crown prince suddenly want to sleep in the morning? That's right. He was old and had come back injured. His body would not be able to handle it. The guard held the lantern and retreated. The crown prince closed the door and locked it. He walked back and forth in the exquisite and luxurious room. He grabbed a juicy big peach on the table and took a bite. Is this where the crown prince lives? The crown prince. To be exact, it was Gu Qingfeng. After Gu Qingfeng finished muttering, he immediately exclaimed in surprise and looked at the peach in his hand. Even the peach is so sweet. To be able to eat iced fresh and sweet fruits in the middle of the night, the crown prince of Great Yan Kingdom really knew how to enjoy life. Gu Qingfeng fell onto the bed. That soft and bouncy feeling almost made him scream out in pleasure. He kicked off his shoes and held the peach in one hand. The other hand was behind his head. He crossed his legs again. As he shook his feet and chewed on the peach, he proudly snorted, "That stupid woman Han Shi. She must still be smug that she is an expert negotiator. She only used a small imperial daughter to exchange for her crown prince. She didn't expect that the one she exchanged for was actually you, Master Feng. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Thinking of his performance in the pavilion, he sat up and said with incomparable infatuation, "My acting is so good that I even fooled my own mother, Madame Han. As expected of me." Chapter 8:15. Dawn broke in the east, and the first rays of the morning sun appeared. The young commandery princess woke up. Unlike adults, children wanted to stay in bed for a while. The young commandery princess sat up in a daze and climbed down from the bed. Where is this? What nurse? She walked out of the room barefooted. Looking at the unfamiliar corridor and courtyard, she was stunned. Before she could cry out of fear, little Jing Kong finished his morning practice and came over. Light Shua. The young commandery princess turned around in a daze. Jing Kong? Jing Kong ran over. Seeing her familiar friends, the young commandery princess forgot her fear. The two little kids stood face to face, their little arms flapping behind their backs like two excited little chicks. Light Shua. Jing Kong. Light Shua. Jing Kong. The courtyard was filled with their little chattering voices, and her aunt lay on the bed, hopelessly. When you go back to Zhao country, don't bring that little loudspeaker with you. Otherwise she will die. Gu Qingfeng slept until the afternoon. He had ordered in advance that no one would disturb him. His behavior was a bit out of character. After all, the crown prince always looked very diligent. He often ate and slept late, which was something that had never happened before. But no matter how strange it was, no one would guess that the crown prince had changed. After Gu Qingfeng woke up, he went to the crown prince's study for a while. He wanted to find some evidence of the crown prince and the Han family, or the Han family and the Han family conspiring to rebel, but he didn't find much. The Han family didn't even tell the crown prince that the crown prince had changed the monarch. She probably hoped that her son's hands were clean. But her son wasn't clean for a long time. From the moment he ordered to assassinate Xiao Heng, he was already a vicious person. Only the Han family deceived herself and others, thinking that her son was still so innocent when he killed people. She was a pitiful woman. She obviously had a high IQ, but she always stumbled in front of her husband and son. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue and said, "If I say you're stupid, then you've come up with so many tricks. If I say you're smart, then you're blind to the monarch and the crown prince." At this time, Gu Qingfeng did not realize that it was his great-aunt Gu Jiao who had unknowingly raised his expectations of the women of this dynasty. From birth, they had been instilled with the idea that men were superior. Once married, they would obey the husband. If the husband died, they would obey the son. For Han sure to be able to make a move against the monarch was already going against the teachings she had held for many years. Cluck cluck cluck. On the windowsill, little Nine fiercely used its wings to beat the window, indicating that it was time for Gu Qingfeng to take action. What a fierce little commander. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips, changed into a set of dry clothes, and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The reason why he didn't expose himself after saying so much was because Gu Jiao didn't put a mask on him, but a full head cover. His face was bruised and swollen to prevent his expression from being distorted. The disadvantage was that it was too stuffy. Forget it, for the sake of the great cause, endure it. Gu Qingfeng picked 2 brocade guards to follow him into the palace, and also picked 2 eunuchs. The brocade guards could only enter the imperial court, but the eunuchs could be brought into the imperial harem. He rode a carriage to the imperial palace. When he passed by a dessert shop, he took the 2 eunuchs to personally pick out desserts for his imperial father. When the 3 of them came out of the dessert shop, the 2 eunuchs had been replaced. Regarding the plan to set things right, it didn't have to be complicated or grand to show that they had the means. Sometimes, using the smallest price to obtain the greatest victory was true wisdom. Although the crown prince had a bruised and swollen face, it could be seen from the outline that it was the crown prince. Along with the voice, token, and the eunuchs and brocade guards of the crown prince's residence, no one doubted his authenticity. The fake monarch was in the imperial court. "We're going to the imperial harem?" Gu Qingfeng asked. One of the eunuchs, the monarch, said lightly, "After the imperial court, he will go to the Hall of Harmony." Gu Qingfeng, "Oh. Then he couldn't go to the imperial harem. What a pity." He wanted to properly appreciate the beautiful scenery of the imperial harem of the Yan kingdom. A pair of palace maids passed by not far away. Gu Jiao pressed the monarch's head down. "Can't you act a little more like a eunuch?" She was quite valiant herself. The monarch, whose neck was almost broken, was speechless. I suspect that you did it on purpose and I already have evidence. The three of them entered the Hall of Harmony. The steward of the Hall of Harmony was still Li Sandy. They didn't know if Li Sandy had been bribed by Madame Han, so they were very careful. You can leave, Gu Qingfeng said. Yes. Li Sandy bowed and looked strangely at the two eunuchs behind the crown prince. He felt that something was wrong. Do you have something else to say? Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice. In reply to your highness, this servant has nothing else. This servant will leave first. Li Sandy retreated embarrassedly. He was already far away but he couldn't help but mutter. Those two eunuchs looked unfamiliar. Were they the crown prince's new subordinates? Gu Jiao and the monarch were in disguise, but they didn't wear human skin masks so their faces were unfamiliar with makeup. Gu Qingfeng sat comfortably in a chair, drinking tea and eating snacks. The monarch stood behind him respectfully, the corners of his mouth twitching. He looked at the back of Gu Qingfeng's head and wished that he could give him a big slap. After being the monarch for so many years, who would have thought that he would one day become a little eunuch? Gu Jiao signaled him with her eyes. Correct me, it's an old eunuch. The monarch's heart was filled with 10,000 arrows. The monarch finally realized how difficult it was to be a eunuch. After standing like this for half an hour, his old waist was about to break. Fortunately, the heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. The fake monarch left court. Li Sandy went to pay his respects to the fake monarch and reported that the crown prince had come to thank him. He was waiting in the side hall. The fake monarch nodded with a dignified face. I know. Go and tell the imperial kitchen that the crown prince will have lunch in Jianghu Palace at noon. Listening to this familiar business ability, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng almost thought that the one next to them was the fake one. The monarch gritted his teeth. I'm real. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng seconded, oh. What does it matter if you're real or not? Anyway, it's enough to beat the Han family's monarch. The monarch again. The fake monarch entered the side hall. He was followed by the newly promoted eunuch. When eunuch saw the crown prince with a bruised nose and swollen face, he was slightly stunned. Your Royal Highness, you are, Gu Qingfeng sighed, don't mention it. Last night I encountered a wave of assassins. Fortunately, I came to the palace today to pay my respects to Imperial Father. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the fake monarch. This son greets Imperial Father. This was the etiquette of the great Yan kingdom which Shangguan Yan taught him for a long time. The fake monarch nodded with dignity. Yu Changhua, go and call Imperial Dr. Liang, let him take a look at the crown prince. Yes. Eunuch Yu turned around and left, leaving Li Sandy and several eunuchs in the Jianghu palace to carefully serve him. Imperial Father. Gu Qingfeng said to the fake monarch, this son came here today because I have an important matter to report. Imperial Father, please dismiss your attendants. The fake monarch nodded and said to Li Sandy and the others, you can withdraw. Gu Jiao also made an appearance of withdrawing with the monarch. Gu Qingfeng stopped the monarch. Eunuch Li, you stay. You are an important witness. There are some things that you must personally report to Imperial Father. The monarch was openly left in the side hall. Gu Jiao guarded outside and didn't forget to close the door. Li Sandy smiled. What's your name? I haven't seen you before but I feel that you are a bit familiar. Gu Jiao curved the corners of her lips. Eunuch Li has good eyesight. Li Sandy was stunned. In the side hall, the fake monarch looked at Gu Qingfeng and said, what do you want to report to me? Hearing the word Qi, Gu Qingfeng's goosebumps fell to the ground. The monarch coldly looked at the fake in front of him, his anger sinking as he said, bold traitor, quickly kneel before me. The prestige of the Son of Heaven shook all directions, the roar of dragons and tigers, nothing more. The fake monarch suddenly froze. Outside the door, Li Sandy looked at Gu Jiao with a dumbfounded expression. You are Xiao Darren? Gu Jiao only has two voices, her original female voice and a juvenile voice. When Li Sandy heard this juvenile voice, he recognized that it was the former Xiao Lulang. He looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the closed door. Xiao Lulang was a person of the Duke Anghua Fu, the confidant of third Princess Shangguan Yan. How could he be together with the crown prince? Before he could figure it out, there was the sound of fighting coming from inside. Li Sandy hurried to enter the room to protect the emperor. Gu Jiao grabbed him. Eunuch Li, I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's talk, don't be anxious. You, presumptuous. Li Sandy's voice hasn't faded yet. Not far away, Han Shi's stern voice came. Han Shi actually came out of the cold palace, she really couldn't wait. Han Shi was followed by a group of Imperial Guards. After Han Yi was removed from the position of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, Han Fu took the position. He was a collateral descendant of the Han family, but because he was valued by Old Master Han, his status was almost the same as the direct descendants. Han Shi said to the Deputy Commander on the side, "Quickly go in and protect the Emperor." Yes. Deputy Commander Han received the order and led a large wave of Imperial Guards to rush into the side hall, surrounding Gu Qingfeng and the real and fake Emperor. Han Shi walked over with a smile, looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at Gu Qingfeng inside the room. "Do you really think that Ben Gong can't even recognize her own son?" As she spoke, her eyes fell on the face of the Emperor, who was dressed as a eunuch, and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Ben Gong was worried about not being able to find him. This is really wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but finding it without any effort. "Xiao Lulang, you've been tricked." Gu Qingfeng's heart sank. It can't be, right? His peerless acting skills actually couldn't deceive this old witch? Then didn't they walk right into the trap today? If he said that the one in their hands was the real emperor, no one would believe it. After all, he was a fake crown prince. If he said that he brought the real emperor, how could it be persuasive? It's over, it's completely over. They don't have any chance to turn the tables. Han Shi took in Gu Qingfeng's panic, looked up to the sky and laughed. "Xiao Lulang, fighting against Ben Gong, you're still too inexperienced. Today none of you can think of leaving alive." Gu Jiao faintly tilted her head, crossed her arms and looked at her. "Are you sure? Do you want to turn back and look?" Chapter 8:16. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Madame Han did not think that Xiao Lulang had any means to turn the situation around under the current circumstances. However, Xiao Lulang was too calm, so calm that she wondered if there was a flaw in her plan. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that Wang Su had rushed over at some point. Behind him was a large wave of guards from the commandery. Not only that, but outside the palace, there was the sound of uniform footsteps and the sound of cold armor rubbing against each other. In the next second, countless archers in armor rushed in under the scorching sun with large bows in their hands. Every one of them drew their bows and nocked an arrow. They knelt, walked and waited. Even the commanding heights at the corners of the walls were occupied by the archers. Back then, the Wang family had also divided the military power of the Shenyuan family. Among them, the most eye-catching one was this archery unit. The archery unit had gone through 15 years of changes and had changed a lot of blood. However, the legacy of the Shenyuan family had always been there. It still had the most well-trained archers in Great Yen. As soon as the murderous aura of the archers appeared, the atmosphere at the scene immediately changed. The arrogance of the Imperial Guards weakened at a visible speed. Of course, this did not mean that the Imperial Guards could not defeat the archery unit. In terms of numbers, the Imperial Guards still had the advantage. However, the morale of the archery unit was so strong that no one was willing to easily meet them head-on. Moreover, Wang Su had not only brought the archery unit, but also the Imperial Guards of the four commanderies. In this way, the advantage of the Imperial Guards was not obvious. Madame Han did not expect that the person who came would be Wang Su. Yes, His Majesty's most loyal minister. How could she forget him? Not only did Madame Han forget, even the monarch himself had forgotten. After so many things had happened, the monarch's mind was muddled. If the crown prince had not mentioned it, he would not have remembered that he still had Wang Su in his hands. Xiaoheng did not appear today, but the task of contacting Wang Su was completed by him. Before this, Wang Su had not met the monarch. "Official Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met." Han Shi calmly greeted him. Wang Su politely clasped his hands. It was not the greeting of an official to the imperial concubine. It was merely the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. After all, Han Shi had already been demoted to a commoner. Wang Su really did not need to respect a commoner as a monarch. However, leaving the cold palace without permission was a crime punishable by death if His Majesty held him accountable. "Everyone inside, come out." Wang Su looked at the side chamber and said with dignity. According to the plan that Gu Qingfeng knew, he was supposed to kill the fake monarch in the side hall and let the real monarch take his place. Then he would destroy the corpse's appearance and transport it out of the palace as an old eunuch of the crown prince's mansion. But now that things had gotten out of hand, this move naturally wouldn't work. Otherwise, if things went wrong, they would be accused of murdering the real emperor and finding a fake emperor to replace him. Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to let go of the fake monarch that he was rubbing against on the ground and open the palace door. The fake monarch used his anger to hide the shock in his heart and walked out angrily. Standing in the corridor, he looked coldly at Wang Su and said sternly, "Wang Su, you secretly brought soldiers into the palace. Do you want to rebel?" The monarch also said to Wang Su, "Wang Su, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take them down." Wang Su looked at the fake monarch and then looked at the real monarch. He cursed in his heart. These two people were too similar. Except for one wearing the clothes of a eunuch and the other wearing a dragon robe. On the way here he was especially confident. Someone was pretending to be the monarch? What was there to be afraid of? He had sharp eyes and could definitely distinguish between the real and the fake. But now his face was slapped. His face was swollen. Han Shi saw Wang Su's confused face and her hanging heart fell to the ground. She thought that Wang Su believed Sheng Guanqing's slanderous words and came to capture the fake monarch, but it turned out that he couldn't tell the difference at all. That's right. Wang Su was only loyal to the monarch and would not be easily swayed by Sheng Guanqing. He had his own judgment. Now it all depended on who could take Wang Su down. The monarch took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling emotions. He said seriously, "Wang Su, I once ordered you to go to the imperial mausoleum to teach the imperial grandson martial arts. 3 months later, you returned to the palace and reported to me that the imperial grandson's body was weak and could not practice martial arts. However, the imperial grandson is very smart. Why not invite a few teachers to sit at the banquet for him?" I agreed. In the end, he angered 8 teachers and sent them away. Wang Su's body shook. That's right. It was true. Moreover, because the monarch couldn't bring himself to lose face, he didn't want people to know that he cared so much about Sheng Guanqing, so he didn't publicize this matter. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, angered 8 teachers and sent them away? Sheng Guanqing suddenly had this kind of dark history. The fake monarch said calmly, "Wang Su, I once sent you to investigate the case of the Yudong flood. You handed me a list of names. Because it involved a lot of people, I suppressed this matter. You were not happy and even spoke out against me. I said to you, I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But Wang Su, remember, I can tolerate it once or twice, but there won't be a third time. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't stop the whole Wang family from being buried with you." Wang Su's body shook again. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone. Gu Jiao thought Han Shi had an Hun in her hands. It was not impossible for her to monitor the movements in the imperial study. However, Wang Su didn't know the existence of an Hun. Therefore, in his opinion, this kind of private conversation was not known by a third person. The monarch gritted his teeth and directly made a big move. 10 years ago, you traveled incognito with me and accidentally lost your travel expenses. You went to the village to steal a chicken. Everyone was stunned. The monarch actually stole a chicken. The fake monarch didn't want to be outdone. Every year when I hunt, I can't catch any prey. It was you who hunted it and hung it on my horse. Everyone's jaws dropped. The monarch not only stole the chicken, he also cheated. No wonder you always come first, second, third. The monarch was exposed. He was so angry that his soul was trembling. He couldn't expose himself anymore. He decisively started to expose Wang Su. You stutter. The fake monarch, you pick your feet. The monarch, you don't behave well when you're drunk. The fake monarch, you don't behave well when you gamble. Wang Su. How did it become exposing my shortcomings? Also, I haven't stuttered for many years. I only stuttered when I first met the emperor. Wait. In a flash, Wang Su had a flash of inspiration and gestured for the two to stop. I remember something. When I was teaching His Highness Jiangsun martial arts in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Jiangsun told me a secret of His Majesty in order to please me by doing less of the horse stance. The real and fake monarchs all looked at Wang Su. Wang Su coughed a little embarrassedly and braced himself to say, "His Majesty has a mole on his right butt." In the crowd, someone couldn't help but laugh. Everyone turned to look at him. It was an archer from the Wang family. The archer switched to a serious expression in a second. He pulled the bow fully as if the person who laughed just now wasn't him. The monarch clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Sheng Guanqing, I'm going to kill you." A trace of panic flashed through the fake monarch's eyes. He didn't say that he had to pretend to be like this. What, he had to plant a mole on his butt? Han frowned. Although she had been married to His Majesty for many years, the lights were off when she served him in bed. She really didn't pay attention to this. Speaking of which, what kind of naughty child was Sheng Guanqing? How could he say such things casually? She had miscalculated. Han certainly understood that with Wang Su's straightforward and honest personality, it was impossible for him to fabricate such a thing out of thin air. So it was true. His Majesty's but really had that kind of thing. Han closed her eyes. Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way to resolve it. Han opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Wang Su's embarrassed face. She laughed sarcastically and said, Lord Wang, when you taught His Highness Jiangsun in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Jiangsun was just a child. How could you take a child's nonsense seriously? Han originally wanted to say that she had been married to His Majesty for many years. How could she not know if His Majesty had a mole on his body? But if she said this, Wang Su would definitely invite the other concubines. She didn't pay attention, but it didn't mean that the other concubines didn't pay attention. If someone happened to confirm Wang Su's words, the fake monarch would be completely exposed. So she could only insist that Sheng Guanqing was young and was talking nonsense. Han Shi said with a smile that was not a smile. Official Wang, could it be that you are in cahoots with him? Are you deliberately using this to prove that His Majesty is a fake monarch? Wang Su solemnly said, I'm not in cahoots with anyone. I'm only loyal to His Majesty. Han sneered, but His Majesty clearly doesn't have what you said. And I don't mind telling you. This crown prince is a fake. They pretended to be the crown prince in front and then found someone who looked similar to him to pretend to be the monarch. You must not fall into their trap. Gu Qingfeng exploded, Hey! I pretended to be the crown prince so that I could enter the palace and overthrow you. You old hag substituted the plum tree for the peach tree. You're the guilty one who accuses the victim first. Han said, Lord Wang, he admitted it. The words of His Highness Jiangsuan's child are not to be trusted. You should quickly arrest this group of rebels and bring them to justice. Wang Su's expression became complicated. Gu Qingfeng heard the footsteps of death. It's over. Wang Su is also going to fall into that old hag's trap. If the words of His Highness Jiangsuan's child are not to be trusted, then what about this monarch's words? Accompanied by a noble and low voice, a handsome and elegant man in a silver robe walked over with his head held high. Han Shi's expression changed. How could it be him? The person who came was none other than the monarch's younger brother, the young princess's father, Lord Yan Shan. Chapter 8:17. This invisible battle was too much for both sides to take in. If it could be said that the monarch had forgotten about Wang Su in a moment of hot-headedness, then Han Shi had neglected Yan Shanjun in a moment of carelessness. She only cared about guarding against Sheng Guanyen, Sheng Guanqing, and the state preceptor's hall. Why did this happen? First, it was her own negligence. The other reason was that Yan Shanjun was not in Xingdu. Even if he was, his presence was very low. Although he was favored by the king, he built his mansion in the outer city. Was there such a carefree prince? Han Shi's heart flashed with panic. The development of the situation was somewhat out of her control. If she could successfully slander Sheng Guanyen and the state preceptor's hall because she had prepared a witness in advance, what would Yan Shanjun say? He was innocent. Even if she accused Yan Shanjun and Sheng Guanyen of being in cahoots, Yan Shanjun could turn around and accuse her of having bad intentions with the crown prince. Yan Shanjun was indifferent to fame and fortune. He never participated in the struggle of the imperial court, but he had a very good relationship with the king. Because of this, his words were often more persuasive. Don't panic, Yan Shanjun had no evidence. The worst situation was that both sides would stick to their words. There was still a chance to win. She winked at the fake king. The fake king understood and showed a look of joy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chen-er, you came back at the right time. Chen-er is not for you to call me that. The king coldly glared at the fake king, and then he looked at Yan Shanjun lightly. You brat, don't tell me you can't even recognize who your brother is? This. Yan Shanjun scratched his head. Although he was over 30 years old, in the eyes of everyone, Yan Shanjun's temperament was not very mature. Otherwise he would not always leave his daughter and go out for a stroll. He smiled. You two look exactly the same. Your voices and aura are also similar. It's really difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But the mole that Wang Su mentioned. The fake monarch said unhurriedly, Chen-er, you don't know. I was injured a few years ago and it happened to be there. That mole is gone. These words were very serious. Wang Su had taught Sheng Guanqing martial arts several years ago. Since it was said at that time, it had been a long time since then. He had been injured a few years ago. With the help of the top-notch recovery medicine from the Imperial Preceptor Hall, It was not difficult for him to treat his wounds until they were invisible. As for when Yan Shanjun saw this mole, it was before Yan Shanjun left the palace to build his mansion. After that, Yan Shanjun didn't return to the palace for more than 10 years. The fake monarch sighed. Because the injury was not in the right place, I ordered the imperial physician to keep his mouth shut. If Chen does not believe me, you can call imperial physician Liang over. This imperial physician Liang was one of Madame Han's people, so he would definitely make a false witness for him. Anshir was very satisfied. This puppet still had some skills of its own. The fake monarch's mocking gaze fell on the real monarch's face and he said with a strong aura, "You didn't expect it, did you? My mole is long gone. Even if you use some unknown method to get an identical mole on your buttocks, it only proves that you are a fake who came to impersonate me. Well, I'll interrupt you." Yan Shanjun raised his hand and said to the fake monarch, "My imperial brother originally didn't have a mole on his buttocks." The fake monarch was stunned. What? No mole? This time, not only was he surprised, even Wang Su was confused, but His Highness Zhang Sun personally told me that your majesty had a mole on his right buttocks. Yan Shanjun looked at him strangely. You believe the nonsense of a child. Wang Su, who was choked into a mute in a second. To be honest, the monarch really didn't have a mole on his buttocks, so the monarch was angry. How did that brat Sheng Wanqing make up stories about him? Just to avoid a horse stance, a mole grew on his buttocks. Then what if he encountered other training? Would he grow sores on the soles of his feet? This indecent little thing, how many stories did he make up about him behind his back? When he came back, if he didn't beat him to death, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Now that things had developed to this point, as long as the people present weren't blind or deaf, the fake monarch had already exposed himself in front of everyone. Yan Shanjun had been raised by the monarch, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken about whether or not the monarch had a mole. He wasn't taking sides. The fake monarch was feeling guilty and anxious, so he confessed without being pressed. He clearly didn't have a mole, but he thought the monarch had one, so he swore that he had gotten the mole removed due to an accident. He even laughed that the real monarch's mole had been made with some method. He really was full of nonsense. Even a novel wouldn't dare write this. Yan Shanjun said to the monarch seriously, "I want to see if you have a mole on your buttocks." The monarch said expressionlessly, "We think you want to die. All right, you're my royal brother." Yan Shanjun looked at the fake monarch, pointed to the real monarch and said, "You see, my royal brother is very fierce to me. He's not as benevolent as you think." With the fake monarch full of flaws and with Yan Shanjun's testimony, Wang Su made a prompt decision and ordered people to arrest the fake monarch and Lady Han. Gu Qingfeng was quite surprised. Wang Su didn't look that smart, but when it was time to be decisive, he was never careless. Perhaps this was the reason why the monarch put him in an important position. Wang Su said sternly, "Imperial guards, you'd better not obstruct, or you'll be punished for the crime of rebellion." Some people in the Imperial Guards hesitated. The deputy commander, Han Fu, couldn't be arrested without putting up a fight. Especially at this stage, the soldiers below might be exempted, but the soldiers above them would definitely be put to death. He pulled out the long sword at his waist. "Protect the Empress and His Majesty. Kill our way out." With his order, the Imperial Guards in the front row immediately pulled out their long swords and surrounded Lady Han and the fake monarch. When the others saw this, they were influenced and also pulled out their swords to follow. The monarch's face darkened. These were all soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, but they were going to fight on the battlefield. Wang Su and his deputy blocked the monarch and Yan Shanjun respectively. Then he raised his hand and said with a determined look, "Archers, get ready." The bowstrings were pulled to the fullest, making a tight creaking sound. The scene was suddenly filled with a strong murderous aura. Han Fu said loudly, "Kill them." Wang Su waved his hand. "Release the arrows." The Imperial Guards fell one by one, and screams intertwined. On Wang Su's side, it wasn't a one-sided victory. There were some brave soldiers in the Imperial Guards, and they successfully protected the fake monarch and Lady Han and rushed out of the Jianghu palace. Gu Jiao climbed up the rockery in 3 steps and used the momentum to jump onto the roof. She said to an archer beside her, "Give me the bow." "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" The archer obediently gave the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the bow with her right hand and pulled the arrow with her left hand. She aimed at the direction the fake monarch escaped and shot an arrow through his heart. The archer was stunned. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, how did a little eunuch like him hit the target? Even if it was half an inch off, it would have hit the neck of the Imperial Guard from the rearguard commandery. The fake monarch fell to the ground and a drop of blood splashed out. Lady Han immediately cried out in alarm. "Your Majesty!" She couldn't lose her biggest chess piece. She turned back to help him, but Han Fu grabbed her arm. Han Fu gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness." "It's too late. Leave quickly." Lady Han said unwillingly, "But His Majesty Han Fu said loudly, "He is not His Majesty. He can't be saved." Lady Han looked at the fake monarch lying in a pool of blood with red eyes. This was the chess piece she had spent more than 10 years carefully cultivating. How could he be so easily destroyed? She didn't even have time to use him properly. She didn't want to. She didn't want to. Han Fu cut down an Imperial Guard from the rearguard commandery. "Your Highness. If you don't leave now, you really will die here." Gu Jiao knocked an arrow again. The bowstring was pulled to its limit, making people feel like it would break at any moment. The archer to the side even held his breath. Most archers used a 1-pickle bow. Divine archers used 2 pickles, but this bow was nearly 3 pickles. How could someone pull it to this degree? How much strength did this require? Gu Jiao aimed at Lady Han. There were too many people on her side, so she would always inadvertently block Lady Han. Gu Jiao closed one eye and suddenly shot an arrow up. Where was this little eunuch going to shoot? The archer quickly looked over and saw that the arrow had snapped a tree branch. The tree branch snapped with a snap and landed squarely on Han Shi's body. "Ah!" Lady Han gave a pitiful cry and was smashed to the ground by the branch. "Your Highness." Han Fu dealt with the surrounding Imperial Guards while moving closer to Lady Han. The archer had already stopped wondering why a little eunuch knew how to shoot arrows. He obediently handed over an arrow. Gu Jiao shot an arrow at Lady Han's head. A sword light slashed out, forcefully cutting off the arrow that Gu Jiao shot out. It was an Han. And Han pushed aside the tree trunk that was pressing down on Madame Han and pulled out 2 arrows that were stuck in the corpses of the Imperial Guards. He suddenly turned around and threw them at Gu Jiao. Chapter 8:18. And Han's strength was fast and fierce. Although he did not have a bow, it was still much faster than a normal hidden weapon. The archer noticed this expert's actions. The arrow seemed to be aimed at the eunuch beside him, but it would also hurt him. But the arrow was too fast. He could not dodge it. The archer's body froze on the spot. Gu Jiao grabbed him and dodged to the side. The 2 arrows flew past the roof where the 2 of them were originally hiding. With a terrifying force, the arrows nailed into the eaves behind, cutting off a piece of the eaves. When the archer saw this scene, he swallowed hard. He could not imagine that if this eunuch did not react quickly, his head would have been cut off. And Han's main goal was to save Miss Han. The 2 arrows just now were a warning to Gu Jiao and also to buy time for his rescue. He did not continue to tangle with Gu Jiao. He brought Miss Han, and under the protection of Han Fu and the others, he killed his way out of the encirclement. Gu Jiao would not let him leave so easily. In the 3 years of internal strife in her dream, although the instigator was Miss Han, and Han also contributed a lot. Many aristocratic families came to assassinate Miss Han, but because of An Hun's interference, they all failed. To kill Miss Han, she must first kill An Hun. Gu Jiao grabbed the bow. "Give me the quiver." "Yes." The archer immediately handed the quiver on his back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the quiver and quickly ran in the direction where Miss Han and An Hun left. The archer suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did I mean when I said, yes? He is just a eunuch, how can I bow down and listen to his orders?" He even handed over his bow and arrow obediently? "Hey, be careful." Damn it. What he wanted to say was, "Give it back to me." Why did it suddenly change when it was at the tip of his tongue? On the ground, there was an endless stream of soldiers from the rearguard commandery and the Wang family. It was not easy for An Hun to bring Han Shi along. Once he used his qinggong to soar into the air, he was like a live target exposed to Gu Jiao. At first, An Hun didn't realize how accurate Gu Jiao's archery skills were. Who would have thought that when he used his qinggong for the first time, Gu Jiao's arrow pierced through his sleeve? An Hun frowned. Before Gu Jiao could shoot the second arrow, he struck out a palm towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had already anticipated that he would retaliate, so she immediately dodged after shooting the first arrow. There was no second arrow at all. This is what I call predicting your prediction. On the other hand, Gu Jiao rolled around on the roof. It looked like she was dodging, but in fact she was secretly pulling the bowstring. The moment she stabilized herself on one knee, the arrow in her hand left the bowstring and shot one of the Han family's trusted aides. He screamed and fell to the ground. The rearguard commandery soldiers in front of him heard the scream and turned around. Only then did they realize that this person was holding a sword in his hand. It was obvious that he was trying to sneak an attack on them. He looked at the eunuch on the roof who saved his life and nodded gratefully. Then he put more effort into killing the enemy. Gu Jiao continued to chase after In Hun. In terms of martial arts, Gu Jiao, who had not recovered her full strength, was not In Hun's match. However, Gu Jiao's archery skills were superb. Even someone as strong as In Hun was suppressed by Gu Jiao's archery skills. This was something that In Hun did not expect. He originally thought that he was just a soldier who made a name for himself in the Black Wind camp. He didn't expect him to be an archer with godly strength. This kid seemed to be born for the battlefield. In Hun no longer jumped up to be Gu Jiao's living target. He led Han Shi and killed their way out from the ground. Gu Jiao couldn't kill In Hun, so she killed the Han family's trusted aides. As Han Fu fought, he faintly felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned around, the Han family's trusted aides around him had all been shot. Han Fu's first reaction was that the Wang family's archers were so powerful. If he had known, he would have taken the archery unit into his hands. However, in the next second, he realized that the person who killed so many of his trusted aides wasn't the Wang family's archers. It was the eunuch who escorted the monarch into the palace. Sweat dripped down and washed away the disguise on Gu Jiao's face. Han Fu saw the red birthmark on the left side of her face. His eyes trembled. Xiao Lu Lang. As a trusted aide of the Han family, he gritted his teeth at the new commander of the Black Wind camp. Not only did he see the real person during the selection, he also saw Gu Jiao's portrait in private. This kid was the nightmare of the Han family. After Han Fu injured an imperial guard with his sword, he planned to chase after Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao ignored him. She was no match for him. Wang Su flew up and blocked Han Fu with his sword. Surnamed Han, don't even think about escaping. Han Fu was tightly entangled by Wang Su and couldn't escape. The two of them crossed swords and soon, they were engaged in a bloody battle. The Imperial Guards of the Rearguard Commandery and the Wang family's archery unit were almost one-sided against the Imperial Guards led by Han Fu. Gu Jiao wasn't worried about the situation in the palace. She directly chased after In Hun and Han Shi. She chased out of the palace. The Black Wind King was already waiting outside. She grabbed the reins and nimbly jumped onto the horse. The Black Wind King chased after In Hun's aura. In Hun didn't choose to enter the bustling streets. Instead, he turned into an old street with few people. It didn't look good for hiding, but it was easier to escape because the roads were clear. When Gu Jiao chased In Hun to an abandoned winery, she and the Black Wind King clearly felt an unusual murderous aura. Gu Jiao tightened the reins and the person and horse came to a stop. The surroundings were very quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Gu Jiao could clearly hear her and the Black Wind King's breathing. Suddenly there was a sudden movement from the east. Gu Jiao quickly drew her bow and aimed at the east. However, she suddenly shot towards a thatched roof in the southeast. A figure suddenly flew out from behind the roof. It was In Hun. In Hun's eyes flashed with surprise. Kid, you didn't fall for it. I have a whole new level of respect for your archery skills. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me master? I don't want your life. Gu Jiao took out an arrow from the quiver on her back and put it on the bowstring. I think you should be the one kowtowing. How arrogant. Take this. In Hun opened his arms and flew up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a bloodthirsty bat, attacking Gu Jiao mercilessly. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and didn't dodge. In Hun's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't stop. Seeing that he was about to hit Gu Jiao, a fist suddenly appeared from behind Gu Jiao and collided with In Hun's palm. In Hun's arm went numb. He frowned and somersaulted in the air and landed outside the winery. When he saw the other person's appearance, he snorted coldly. It's you again. Long Yi stood in front of Gu Jiao and looked at him expressionlessly. In Hun sneered. You really don't remember anything. You don't even recognize me. He looked at Gu Jiao and said to Long Yi again. Don't be fooled by this group of people. You and I are in the same camp. I am your senior brother. You failed your mission that year. If I were you, I would obediently go back and ask for forgiveness. Get out of the way and don't interfere. I can pretend that you didn't collude with the people of Zhao all these years. When I go back, I won't expose you. Long Yi didn't get out of the way. And Hun's eyes darkened. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that I can't beat you? You look down on me too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly activated his whole body's internal force. Gu Jiao was very sensitive to the aura of death soldiers. She clearly felt that Hun's aura was much stronger than before. How could he improve so quickly in just a few days? Although it was true that the death warrior had become stronger through repeated breakthroughs, the extent to which he had become stronger was simply too shocking. Was it related to the purple grass poison that he had been infected with? If it was true, then Long Yi was at a disadvantage. In these years, in order to improve his strength, Hun had many life and death duels with people. Long Yi didn't have such an opportunity in Zhao country. Sure enough, in this round of confrontation, Hun obviously had the upper hand. In order to end the battle quickly, Hun pulled out his sword from his waist. Long Yi also pulled out his sword. This was the first time that Gu Jiao saw Long Yi use his sword. These two were worthy of being senior brothers. Their swordsmanship was exactly the same. Both of them focused on speed. Often, before one move was finished, the other had already followed. Gu Jiao's eyes turned very quickly. She simply couldn't keep up with them. Such fast swordsmanship. Just from the confrontation, Hun had the upper hand no matter if it was in terms of moves or internal force. Hun's sword slashed at Long Yi's left arm. Long Yi swung his sword to block. Hun coldly said, "I have been practicing martial arts diligently all these years. I thought that if you didn't die, I would beat you fair and square." After he finished speaking, he kicked Long Yi's stomach. Who would have thought that he didn't kick Long Yi? Instead, his arm was cut by Long Yi's sword. Hun frowned. Looking at the blood flowing out from his left arm, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was really careless." Gu Jiao deliberately provoked him. "What, careless? You can't beat Long Yi? What's the use of training so hard for so many years? You still can't beat Shirtian, who lost his memory." Hun was poked in his sore spot. His heart stagnated and he almost got hit by Long Yi's sword again. He angrily said, "Stinking brat. You shut up." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "You can't say that you can't beat him? Then you might as well not fight. Just tuck your tail between your legs and obediently leave. Wait until you go back and train for another 8 to 10 years. Let's see whether you can barely tie with Long Yi or not. I reckon that it will be a little difficult." Hun was a proud and arrogant death soldier. He had lived under the shadow of Shirtian all his life. Shirtian was his devil. He couldn't tolerate other people saying that he was inferior to Shirtian. That was 20 years ago. "I will no longer be Shirtian's defeated general." Hun gritted his teeth and said the last sentence. He circulated his internal force and stabbed his sword towards Long Yi's heart. However, he was disturbed too much. His breath was unstable. Long Yi had already seen through his move. Long Yi swung his sword backhandedly and sent his long sword flying. This sword was the beginning of all nightmares. Hun was thoroughly enraged. His malicious eyes were filled with blood chi. His breath began to change. Gu Jiao was too familiar with this breath. He was about to lose control. The state preceptor said that people who were poisoned by purple grass poison would more or less lose control. Usually it was in a life and death situation. However, there were exceptions. Gu Jiao frowned. This guy, is he planning to perish together with Long Yi? The Black Wind King also instinctively sensed danger, and his muscles tensed up without batting an eyelid. Hun suddenly pounced on Long Yi. He snatched his sword and sent him flying to the ground. He quickly flashed to Long Yi's side. He grabbed Long Yi's lapel and punched Long Yi's body again and again. Each of his punches carried a terrifying amount of internal force. Gu Jiao heard the sound of bones breaking. Long Yi was completely suppressed by Hun, who had lost control. What was even more frightening was that Gu Jiao also felt the change in Long Yi's breath. She didn't know whether it was because of Hun's breath or because of her instinctive protection. Long Yi was also about to lose control. Long Yi looked at Hun with bloodshot eyes. Every punch that landed on his body seemed to be prying open the shackles that were suppressing his killing intent. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She took out an arrow from her back, pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow through Hun's thigh. Hun was in such a state. This kind of small injury was nothing. He didn't even feel any pain. However, he didn't allow himself to be provoked. He threw away Long Yi in his hand and sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Black Wind King wanted to leave with Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao was hit by the wind from his palm. She was sent flying and heavily hit the wall of the winery. She fell to the ground and the stone wall collapsed with a loud bang, pressing down on her. However, Gu Jiao wasn't buried by the collapsed wall. Long Yi used his tall body to protect her. Gu Jiao looked at his eyes, which were filled with blood mist. She also looked at the blood mist that was slowly dissipating. Long Yi panted. He didn't lose control. He didn't change back to the beast that only knew how to kill. Long Yi carried Gu Jiao and walked out. He used his qinggong to jump up and gently placed Gu Jiao back on the back of Black Wind King. Then he charged towards Hun like a bolt of lightning and punched Hun's chest with lightning speed. Hun didn't have time to dodge and was smashed to the ground. Long Yi sent another punch. This time, his ribs were broken and his lungs were pierced. His breathing became rapid. The huge pain and the loss of internal force made him gradually regain consciousness. He looked at Long Yi in disbelief. Indeed, there was killing intent in Long Yi's eyes. However, it wasn't the killing intent after losing control. Why was it like this? Why was he able to defeat him when he was sober? You can't win me? But before he could finish speaking, Long Yi twisted his neck with a backhand, and with a kacha sound his neck was broken. Hun fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. It was as if he didn't understand how he lost. He didn't lose to the death warrior Shirtian. He lost to a person called Long Yi. Chapter 8:19. In this duel, Long Yi consumed a lot of energy. Not only was it caused by fighting back and forth, but when suppressing the uncontrollable killing intent, the pain Long Yi endured and the temptation he had to resist was unimaginable to ordinary people. This was the most damaging to his vitality. Long Yi gasped for breath and looked up at the endless blue dome of heaven. Gu Jiao got off the horse and came to his side. Turning her head, she looked at him and said, "Long Yi, what are you looking at? Did you remember something? You are injured, ride Black Wind King and go back." In the next second, Gu Jiao was picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao's face instantly darkened. She looked like a little doll with her feet facing down. "So just now you were just gasping for breath?" Sure enough, she shouldn't have worried about Long Yi. Hun's strength was abnormal, but Long Yi's was even more abnormal. Long Yi brought Gu Jiao back to Dukangwa Mansion. On the other side, the struggle in the palace was also over. Han Fu was captured by Wang Su. When the Imperial Guard saw Han Fu was captured, their morale fell and they quickly surrendered. The only one left was Han Shi. After Hun brought Han Shi out of the palace, he let Han Shi sit in the carriage prepared in advance. He stayed behind to kill Gu Jiao. But he didn't expect that not only would he fail, he would be killed by Long Yi instead. Hun was the biggest card in Han Shi's hand. He was even more important than the fake emperor. If Hun didn't work for Han Shi, how could Han Shi easily eavesdrop on the news in the imperial study? How could he allow the fake monarch to observe the real monarch in the dark? Even when Shang Guanyin was sold as a slave, Hun had a part to play. Han Shi could lose the fake emperor, but Han Shi couldn't lose Hun. Of course, Han Shi had absolute confidence in Hun. Even if Hun lost to that junior brother of the same sect last time, Hun had become even more powerful because of this. After Hun kills Xiao Lulang, he will be able to meet me. Han Shi thought this and let out a long sigh. She leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. But after a while her eyelids suddenly twitched. Immediately after, she felt uneasy as if something bad was about to happen. She frowned and said, "Did Xiao Lulang catch up?" "No, with Hun blocking him he wouldn't even know how he died." "I think you're the one who's dead." Gu Qingfeng descended from the sky and landed on Han Shi's carriage. He kicked off the carriage driver and mercilessly dragged Han Shi down from the carriage. Although he respected the elderly and loved the young, he could forget about this kind of vicious old witch. Gu Qingfeng did not control his strength and Han Shi was pulled down from the carriage. She fell and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Her pearl hairpin fell off and her hair bun came loose. Her face was covered in dust and she was even worse off than the old beggar woman. Han Shi was in so much pain that she cried out. Gu Qingfeng disdainfully patted the hand that touched her and walked over to her. "After doing so many bad things, you still want to escape. Do you think you can escape?" Gu Qingfeng had already taken off the crown prince's mask and revealed his true face. But Han Shi still recognized him from his voice. Han Shi raised her eyes and looked at him coldly. "You're the one who pretended to be the crown prince last night? If you let me go I can your uncle?" Gu Qingfeng admitted that he was a chatterbox, but he was too lazy to waste his breath on an old witch like Han Shi. He directly grabbed Han Shi and threw her into the prison carriage that was already prepared. Han Shi sat in the prison carriage and her hands tightly gripped the wooden planks. "You will regret it." Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and hit her mute acupoint with 2 fingers. You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. I can't deal with you. Han Shi was taken back to the rearguard commandery and the change in the palace came to an end. Zhang Dequan was summoned back to the palace and cleaned up the mess of the war between Jianghu Palace and the foreign court with the 12 supervisors. With such a big thing happening, the foreign court and aristocratic families were all alarmed. They all rushed to see the king, but the king did not receive any of them. The king ordered the court to be adjourned for 3 days and let the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice investigate together. Investigate what? Naturally, it was to investigate Han Shi, the crown prince's residence and the Han family. How many shameful things did they do behind the scenes? Lock up the Han family and the crown prince's residence. Not even a fly is allowed to leave. What was the original commander of the Imperial Guards doing? He actually let a deputy commander take away half of the troops, punish him severely, and take back the Han family's command seal. The king issued earth-shattering orders in the imperial study. The various offices did not dare to be negligent and carried out their duties without stopping to complete the tasks given by the king. The moment they walked out of the imperial study, everyone understood that the Han family, which had been standing for many years, was about to fall. After 15 years, Chengdu once again welcomed a change in power. The top 10 aristocratic families were about to be reshuffled again. As the saying goes, seeing him rise, seeing him entertain guests, and seeing him collapse. Once the Han family fell, the military power was bound to be divided. However, whether the aristocratic families were complacent or grieving for the loss of their own kind was unknown. In the duke's residence, Gu Jiao was very happy. And Han was dead and Han Shi was captured. This meant that the 3 years of internal strife would not happen again. The wheel of fate quietly turned from this moment on. Next would be the external battles with the Jin nation and the state of Liang. It would be best if they could also avoid it. Young master. Prince Zhangsun. Gu Jiao was treating Long Yi's injuries when manager Zheng hurriedly entered the courtyard. He found Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng in Long Yi's room and saluted. His Majesty's order came from the palace, asking young master and Prince Zhangsun to go to the palace immediately. Gu Jiao wrapped the last bandage on Long Yi's body and told him not to move. Then she entered the palace with Xiao Heng. In the imperial study, Shangguan Yan and Yan Shanjun were also there. Just now in the Jianghu palace, Gu Jiao was fully vigilant against an Hun who could appear at any time, so she did not pay much attention to the little princess's father, Yan Shanjun. Now that she was in the mood to look at him, Gu Jiao found that he was a real beauty. Yan Shanjun was the son that the Empress Dowager had given birth to for the late emperor. He was younger than the monarch by almost 60 years. He was in his 30s this year, but perhaps because he had nothing on his mind, his eyes had the innocence and clarity of a young man. This made him look younger than his actual age. He had 2 big walnuts in his right hand, looking handsome and elegant. In addition, Gu Jiao also noticed a detail. His eyes were amber, lighter than ordinary people's eyes. You are the first person who dares to stare at me like this. Yan Shanjun smiled and put his face in front of Gu Jiao. How is it? Am I good looking? Oh, not as good looking as him. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiao Heng. Yan Shanjun? He was shocked. The king faintly glanced at the two and said, "Okay, I called you here for a serious matter." Yan Shanjun quickly adjusted his expression and became serious and solemn. It seemed that this younger brother was still in awe of the king. Shangguan Yan did not sit in a wheelchair today. Did they not need to disguise themselves? The first thing. The king looked at Shangguan Yan and said, "Where is Shangguan Qin?" Shangguan Yan's expression stiffened. She blinked guiltily and pointed at Xiao Heng. "Isn't he, right here?" The king slapped the table with a cold face. "Do you really think that I can't recognize my grandson? Shangguan Qin doesn't eat fennel." Fennel. There was such a thing. The cook of the House of Duke would put fennel in the dishes. So it was the filling that was exposed in the past 2 days. The king stared at Shangguan Yan with disappointment. "You, as a mother, don't even know such a small thing." Shangguan Yan felt wronged and whispered, "I also didn't make fennel for him. How can I afford to eat such expensive spices? It was very hard to live in the imperial mausoleum, okay?" Yan Shanjun looked at Xiao Heng. "Isn't that Qing'er? They really look alike." The king looked at Xiao Heng with heavy eyes. "Who are you?" Yan Shanjun was also very curious about Xiao Heng's identity. He didn't avoid his eyes and waited for Xiao Heng's answer. Xiao Heng said calmly, "Who I am is not important. Your Majesty only needs to understand that everything is a temporary measure. The third princess and the crown prince's eldest grandson are deeply persecuted by the crown prince's residents, the Han family and the Nangong family. They had no choice but to do this. The real imperial grandson is very safe. When everything calms down, the third princess will take him back to Chengdu. The king took a deep look at Xiaoheng. His hand on the armrest clenched a little. It doesn't matter who you are? Yes. You don't want glory and wealth? I don't want. You don't want power and fame? I don't want. Xiaoheng looked straight into the monarch's eyes. There was not a trace of evasion in his gaze. He was magnanimous and spoke from the bottom of his heart. The king swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The king angrily picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Jiao glared at the king fiercely. You're fierce to my husband again. Try being fierce again. I'll beat you. Chapter 820. The king received a threatening look from Gu Jiao. No, I'm scolding this kid. What does it have to do with you? So fierce are you a wolf? One by one the monarch was so angry that his head hurt. Every time the monarch felt that this was the most infuriating thing in the world, these troublemakers would always do something even more infuriating. Sheng Guanyin didn't need to be mentioned. She was a petty person. Sheng Guanqing used to be well-behaved, docile and lovable. However, when the mole on his butt incident came out, the king knew how indecent this little thing was behind his back. Who did he take after? Obviously, the Shengguan family and the Shenyuan family didn't have this kind of indecent tradition. However, Sheng Guanqing and Sheng Guanyin knew how to smooth things over. This kid, on the other hand, was stubborn. His attitude was simply arrogant. In the past, he used to call him imperial grandfather affectionately. But now that the Han family and the crown prince had fallen, he didn't even bother to pretend. The king gritted his teeth, turned his face and coldly said, all of you withdraw. I don't want to see you. Gu Jiao, oh. Sheng Guanyin, oh. Xiaoheng was expressionless. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law as well as Xiaoheng, turned around and left without looking back. The king's pair of dragon eyes widened. That's it? That's it. Are you sure you don't want to fight? Yan Shanjun watched a big show. He bitterly touched the bridge of his nose and said, if there's nothing else, this younger brother will also take his leave. You come back. The king shouted. One by one they all left. He didn't want to lose face. Yan Shanjun helplessly spread out his hands. Your Majesty, this younger brother hasn't seen Light Shui for many days. I miss her very much. Your Majesty won't prevent us father and daughter from meeting. If you have the ability, then don't go out all day long. Now you know how to be a father? What did you do before? This was the king's most infuriated day. Everyone in the house, big and small, rushed to piss him off. But in the end he didn't force Yan Shanjun to stay. He waved his hand and had him scram. After Yan Shanjun left, Zhang Dequan mustered up his courage and walked into the room. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Your Majesty, didn't you say that we will be rewarded based on merit? Oh. What happened to him? The monarch gripped the armrest tightly and snorted coldly. I don't care at all. Fame and fortune, a bright future, the country, all of it was nothing in his eyes. Even I. The monarch took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. If you don't want it, then don't want it. I don't want it either. Zhang Dequan was confused by what he heard. Why does His Majesty sound like he's angry with someone? What did Third Princess do to His Majesty again? This time it was not Third Princess Sheng Guanyin but Xiaoheng. The monarch was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Zhang Dequan, at this point, there was no point in hiding Xiaoheng's identity. No matter whether the monarch guessed it or not in the imperial study today, Sheng Guanqi would confess in a few days in the prison. Sheng Guanqi instigated the Nangong family to pursue Xiaoheng again and again. Once this crime was established, another aristocratic family would fall. The 10 great aristocratic families were not innocent. The accounts that should be settled would be settled. However, there were priorities for everything. If the enemy was in front of them, the aristocratic families must preserve their strength first. Sheng Guanyin and Xiaoheng had no objection to this point. A person couldn't be swayed by the hatred in his heart. It was never too late to take revenge, but it couldn't be late to protect. Sheng Guanyin, Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao got on the carriage to Duke Dinghua's mansion. Yan Shanjun had his own carriage and followed behind them unhurriedly. Thinking of Yan Shanjun's appearance, Gu Jiao expressed the doubts in her heart. His eyes are different from ours. People from the Central Plains rarely had that kind of eye color. Sheng Guanyin paused and said, Yan Shanjun is not the flesh and blood of the late emperor. His biological father is a Turkic. In order to save the face of the imperial family and to prevent the Empress Dowager from being criticized and punished, the monarch lied to the public that he was the posthumous son of the late emperor. Such a shocking secret was said by her lightly. Even Xiaoheng didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao said, "No wonder the monarch of Great Yan trusts Yan Shanjun so unreservedly. It turns out that Yan Shanjun can't threaten his throne at all." Shangguan Yan said, "You can say that. Her imperial father was suspicious by nature. He only loved Yan Shanjun and Shangguan Qing unreservedly. It was just that one of them was a fake imperial family, and the other one would not live past 20 years. They would not pose the slightest threat to the imperial power." Gu Jiao asked, "Does Yan Shanjun know?" Shangguan Yan said, "He knows but he doesn't care. The Empress Dowager had a son in her old age. Not long after giving birth to him she passed away. He was brought up by the monarch. His elder brother is like a father. The monarch really loves him and he also really respects the monarch. This is rare in the imperial family." Gu Jiao was deeply proud. After all, there is no interest involved. Shangguan Yan sighed, "Yan Shanjun is a bit playful. He has been unwilling to get married. Little Junju is his daughter from a one-night stand outside. He was not mature enough to be a responsible father." As a result, after the monarch raised him, he also had to raise his daughter for him. It was really hard on him. "What are you saying about me?" Yan Shanjun's carriage suddenly drove to their carriage. Yan Shanjun used his fan to open their curtains. "Little niece, are you itching for a beating?" Shangguan Yan chuckled and said, "I've fought with seventh uncle so many times, but seventh uncle seems to have never won against me. In the end, whose skin is itching?" Although Yan Shanjun's seniority was high, he and Shangguan Yan were similar in age and grew up together. When they were young they often fought with each other. Shangguan Yan relied on the excellent bloodline and teachings of the Shenyuan family to crush Uncle Little Qi. The corner of Yan Shanjun's mouth twitched. The fear of being dominated by Shangguan Yan welled up in his heart. He clenched his teeth. This face can't be recovered in this lifetime. His eyes fell on Xiaoheng's face. He smiled and said, "Your son doesn't seem to know martial arts. Was he bullied when he was young?" "This son of yours," there was a lot of information in this sentence. Shangguan Yan and the other two's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if they didn't hear this sentence. Xiaoheng said, "No, I have Long Yi." Whoever dared to bully him was beaten into a sandbag by Long Yi. Yan Shanjun, who was trying to regain his confidence from Xiaoheng, was speechless. "Stop the car," Yan Shanjun said. He got out of his carriage and sat in Duke Mansion's carriage. Shangguan Yan looked at this seventh uncle who she had beaten since childhood and asked in an incomparably cold voice, "Why do you want to squeeze into our carriage?" Yan Shanjun opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Little Qi, uncle is afraid that you will feel awkward. They are a loving couple but you are standing here. Don't you think that you are redundant?" Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and seriously nodded her head. Shangguan Yan was dumbfounded. How did you know?" Yan Shanjun pointed his folding fan at Gu Jiao's throat and said with a smile like a spring breeze. When she spoke, her Adam's apple didn't move. In the imperial study, not only Gu Jiao observed Yan Shanjun also always paid attention to Gu Jiao. From a certain point of view, he and Gu Jiao were bold and careful people. Ordinary people would be embarrassed to always stare at others, but these two were magnanimous. "Hey, are you my grandnephew's wife?" This sentence was also a trap. Once Shangguan Yan said yes, it would be tantamount to admitting that Xiaoheng was his nephew. If Shangguan Yan said no, it would only be denying that Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were husband and wife, not denying that Xiaoheng and Shangguan Yan were mother and son. Shangguan Yan glared at him. "Why do you always like to dig a hole for people?" Yan Shanjun laughed and fanned himself with his folding fan, saying, "Then, seventh uncle will use a secret to exchange with you?" Shangguan Yan disdainfully snorted, "What valuable secret can you have?" Yan Shanjun mysteriously smiled. "For example, the truth of the Shenyuan family's destruction?" The three people pricked up their ears at the same time. "Although I shouldn't laugh when talking about such a serious matter, can the three of you not be so synchronized?" Yan Shanjun said with a smile, "Since you are so curious, I suddenly changed my mind. It's not worthwhile to tell you, but who asked you to take care of Light Shui for so long? For this, I should tell you everything I know." And Shangguan Yan and Gu Jiao put down the stick in their hands with satisfaction. The two looked at him seriously as if they would beat him down if he didn't say anything. Yan Shanjuan's face was full of black lines. Shangguan Yan, it's fine if you are fierce, but how can you find such a fierce daughter-in-law? Yan Shanjun finally sighed and told the truth. You should have heard of the state preceptor's prophecy. Purple star appears, emperor comes out of Shenyuan. But do you know that there are 2 sentences before it? Gu Jiao and Shangguan Yan said in unison, what 2 sentences? Chapter 821. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Yan Shanjun was silent for a long time, and then said with a dignified expression, the fate of the great Yan is coming to an end. At this moment the 3 people seemed to understand something. If it was just, the emperor will come out of Shenyuan, then half of Xuanyuan's blood flowed in Shangguan Yan's body. She could completely fulfill this prophecy. But if it was added, the fate of the great Yan is coming to an end, as the crown princess of the great Yan, Shangguan Yan could not be the emperor in the prophecy. The Shenyuan family will replace the Shangguan royal family and become the new imperial family. This was the real reason why the emperor wanted to kill the Shenyuan family. Shangguan Yan turned her head and looked at Yan Shanjun sitting on the stool beside her. You knew it long ago? Yan Shanjun waved his fan. Not long ago, I accidentally heard it outside His Majesty's imperial study a few years ago. Shangguan Yan asked, then what else did you hear? Yan Shanjun sighed. I heard that this prophecy was not told to His Majesty by the imperial preceptor. It was leaked by someone. Do you think that His Majesty destroyed the Shenyuan family because of this prophecy? In fact, the prophecy is only one of the factors. In fact, there are many inside stories. Hearing this, the first doubt in the hearts of the 3 people was solved. Although the 3 people didn't say it because of the particularity of the matter, the 3 people once doubted whether this prophecy was fabricated out of thin air. Now it seems that the imperial preceptor indeed divined this prophecy and may have paid a great price for it. The imperial preceptor understood what this prophecy would bring to the Shenyuan family. He didn't intend to tell the Shenyuan family so as to avoid the Shenyuan family rebelling. He also didn't intend to tell the emperor so as to prevent the emperor from killing the Shenyuan family. But he never expected that there was a spy from the Jin state in the imperial preceptor hall. The spy was selected to enter the imperial preceptor hall at the age of 8. He lurked there for 10 years. During these 10 years he didn't show the slightest flaw. Finally, he gained the trust of the imperial preceptor and became the imperial preceptor's first disciple. He was also present when the imperial preceptor divined. When the news spread, the state preceptor realized that he had been betrayed. The imperial advisor punished him, but unfortunately it was too late. The monarch and the Shenyuan family had already heard the prophecy. The Shenyuan family originally had no mortal intentions, but the Shenyuan family also knew that with the king's suspicious personality, it was hard for him not to be wary of them. The Shenyuan family was already prepared to hand over their military power and return to their fields. However, at this moment the Jin and Liang kingdoms made their move. The Jin state was the first of the 6 states, and it was the Jin state that divided the status of the 6 states. During the heyday of the Jin state, none of the other states could compete with it, and it had the absolute hegemony. Later on, the Liang nation rose and was recognized by the Jin nation. The Liang nation became the second upper nation. And, if Great Yan wanted to be ranked as one of the great kingdoms, it would have to be recognized by both the Great Jin and the Great Liang. These 2 countries were naturally unhappy. In those years, in order to stop the rise of the Great Yan kingdom, the Jin and Liang kingdoms started many wars at the border. Not only that, they also secretly supported the civil forces of the Great Yan kingdom to rebel. However, they did not expect that the Great Yan kingdom, which was in such a precarious state, would be held back by the Shenyuan family. Shenyuan Li's red-tasseled spear caused everyone to tremble in fear. Countless brave generals of the Jin and Liang kingdoms fell under Shenyuan Li's red-tasseled spear. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were defeated and did not dare to invade for many years. However, the good times did not last long. The Jin and Liang kingdoms had always refused to accept the Great Yan kingdom as an upper nation, because they knew that the Great Yan kingdom with the Shenyuan family was too powerful. Once it was allowed to develop, one day the Shenyuan army would trample the mountains and rivers of the Jin and Liang kingdoms. Everything was so coincidental. When they were racking their brains to think of a way to deal with the Great Yan kingdom and the Shenyuan family, the prophecy of the state preceptor appeared. Their envoys took the initiative to come to the Great Yan kingdom and proposed a very tempting condition to the Great Yan kingdom's monarch: destroy the Shenyuan family, and they would accept the Great Yan kingdom as one of the 3 upper nations. Not only would they share the right to use the sea and many islands with the Great Yan Kingdom, they would also allow the Great Yan Kingdom to seize the remaining 3 lower nations with them. Becoming an upper nation was not only an honor, but also a lot of practical benefits. It would be a lie to say that the Great Yan Kingdom was not tempted. At that time the monarch had 2 choices. 1. Let Shenyuan Li lead the army to attack the Jin and Liang kingdoms until they were convinced. 2. Accept the conditions proposed by the Jin and Liang kingdoms. The monarch chose the second option. Gu Jiao said, "That's right." Yan Shanjun sighed regretfully. At that time, the Shenyuan family had the strength to fight against the armies of the 2 upper nations. However, if they really won, it would increase the Shenyuan family's reputation among the people. They already had enough merit to overshadow the monarch. Did they still have to give the merit of becoming an upper nation to the Shenyuan family? Thinking about the prophecy, how could the monarch dare to let the Shenyuan family become stronger? Yan Shanjun continued, there is also a small reason. The Great Yan Kingdom has been in chaos for many years, and the treasury is in deficit. It is true that we can't afford to fight anymore. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said indifferently, if we seize a few more mansions of corrupt officials, won't we be able to fill up the treasury? Yan Shanjun coughed lightly and said, that's why I said it was a small reason, not the main reason. Gu Jiao thought of what Nan Gongli said to her before he died. Therefore he did not say Jing Yang, but Jin and Liang. He knew that it was the Jin spies who spread the prophecy. He also knew that the Jin and Liang kingdoms had tempted the monarch of the Great Yan Kingdom. Gu Jiao touched her chin and murmured thoughtfully, indeed, how could a subject directly call the monarch by his name? However, although she felt that it was strange for Nan Gongli to call the monarch by his name, no one thought of this at that time. If it was really the Jin and Liang kingdoms who had stabbed the Yan kingdom in the back so many times, no wonder she saw in her dream that the Jin and Liang kingdoms would attack the Great Yan Kingdom during the Civil War. From the beginning, the Jin and Liang kingdoms did not sincerely accept the Great Yan Kingdom as a superior kingdom. All of this was just a delaying tactic. When the Shenyuan family was destroyed, the Shenyuan army would be torn apart, and all the aristocratic families would replace the Shenyuan army. Then the Great Yan Kingdom would lose its sturdiest shield and sharpest sword. The Great Yan Kingdom would no longer have the strength to fight against the Jin and Liang kingdoms. At that time, the Jin and Liang kingdoms would be able to swallow the Great Yan Kingdom. Over the years, the Jin and Liang kingdoms had allowed the Great Yan Kingdom to develop. On one hand, they were waiting for the Shenyuan family's military power to fall. On the other hand, they were feeding the Great Yan Kingdom a little fat rabbit. It was fat and strong and had no attack power. It was the best prey. How could the monarch of the Great Yan Kingdom not know the intentions of the Jin and Liang kingdoms? He was crazy, but he was not stupid. There were 2 reasons why he still decided to destroy the Shenyuan family. First, he wanted to prevent the prophecy of the Shenyuan family becoming the emperor from coming true. Second, the monarch had enough confidence in himself. He believed that even without Shenyuan clan and Shenyuan Li, he would still be able to cultivate a mighty army of Great Yan that would be more invincible and invincible in the coming years. Gu Jiao felt that he was overconfident. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were ambitious, and they had been waiting for the right time to annex the Great Yan. Originally, they would take action after the Great Yan Kingdom's 3 years of internal strife. But now the internal strife had been stopped in advance. They had waited patiently for 3 years during the internal strife, waiting until the Great Yan Kingdom's military power was reduced to a thin layer. But now the Great Yan Kingdom had a strong and powerful army. So, the Jin and Liang kingdoms would not be so stupid to send their troops now. While they were talking, the carriage arrived at Duke An's mansion. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng brought Shengguan Yen and Yan Shanjun straight to Feng's courtyard. Today's weather was hot again. All the adults were staying indoors to enjoy the cool air and avoid the heat. Only the 2 little kids were shoveling sand in the courtyard while staring at the scorching sun. It was the sand pile that Gu Xiaoshen went to get. The 2 squatted next to the sand pile, using the mini shovels that Gu Xiaoshen made for them to dig the sand. After they finished digging, they put the sand into a mini wooden bucket nearby. The 2 were sweating profusely and enjoying themselves. From time to time, they would exchange a few words in childish language. The 2 of them looked so innocent that it made people happy to see them. Except for the old father, Yan Shanjun. You little brat, don't get so close to my daughter. Both of your heads have bumped together. And don't hold her hand casually. I'll help you. Little Jing Kong said to the young princess. Okay. The young princess happily handed over her small spatula to him. The 2 grabbed the small shovel and shoveled the sand together. Forget it, one more person to take care of my daughter. No. From today onwards he would raise his daughter by himself. Yan Shanjun strode over and squeezed himself between the two little kids with his huge body. Little Jing Kong looked at the strange uncle who suddenly broke in with a confused look. The young princess was still in a daze as she exclaimed, "Daddy, you're back." Yan Shanjun smiled, "Yes. Teacher, you're back too." The young princess decisively put down the small shovel and rushed to Gu Jiao like a little chick. Yan Shanjun stretched out his arms and hugged her. Chapter 822. Little Jing Kong was a polite child, especially to his classmate's father. He felt his old father's embarrassment and thought, should I give him a hug? Hello, Light Shui's father. In the end he chose to shake his little hand very seriously. He could only give Jiao Jiao a hug. Yan Shanjun, who was not comforted, the little princess introduced her father to Gu Jiao, and then introduced her friends and teacher to her father. Yan Shanjun then knew that this little girl was his daughter's teacher. What does she teach you? Killing people? In the palace he saw this little girl like a killing god, shooting down the Han family's henchmen with 1 arrow, 2 arrows and 2 arrows. This little girl was simply a born archer. Riding. The little princess said in a cute voice, "Young Master Xiao is my equestrian teacher." Yan Shanjun secretly sighed in relief. Equestrian skills, fortunately. Gu Jiao touched her little head. "Next time I'll teach you archery." Yan Shanjun's body shook. His mind inexplicably flashed with the bloody scene of his dear daughter drawing her bow and shooting an arrow through the enemy's head. His little lady, don't become like that. The two little people went to play happily again. A certain little lady had no intention of sticking to her father. Yan Shanjun felt a deep sense of helplessness. He just went out for a trip, how come his daughter is not his anymore? Gu Jiao glanced at Yan Shanjun and stepped back to her room. When she walked past Yan Shanjun she stuck out her little chest. She signaled with her eyes that the seniority was equal. Shangguan Yan also straightened her back and walked in front of him. The seniority is higher. This is what it means to raise the seniority of the whole family by one's own strength. The speechless Yan Shanjun, Gu Jiao first went to the side of Long Yi wanting to see the injury of Long Yi. She remembered that before leaving she had repeatedly warned Long Yi not to move randomly. She also didn't know whether he was obedient or not. If by any chance he moved the bandage and gauze, then the wound would easily get infected. But the moment she stepped into the room, the corner of her mouth fiercely twitched. She saw that Long Yi was still maintaining the posture she had seen before she had left. Half-twisted his body, one hand in front of his body, and the other hand was raised high above his head. He was motionless as if he wanted to spike the ball. "Long Yi, what are you doing?" She walked over and asked. Long Yi still didn't move but his eyeballs moved a bit. As if to say, "Hey, I didn't move." Gu Jiao covered her eyes. Was that what she meant? "You were so disobedient in the past, why did you only listen to this sentence?" Gu Jiao faintly felt that Long Yi was waiting for her to praise him. So strange, why did I read this feeling from his eyes? Gu Jiao looked at the gauze wrapped around his arm and waist and decided to praise him. Long Yi is really great, really obedient. Okay, you can move now. Always standing like this, isn't he afraid of muscle stiffness and cramping? Before she finished sighing, Long Yi stopped his posture and took out a box of charcoal. Obedient Long Yi should be rewarded, and now it was time for Long Yi to use the charcoal. Gu Jiao, falling into a pit is still okay? The Crown Prince and Madame Han were handed over to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's Chancellor personally tried the case of the fake monarch. Mother and son were imprisoned in different torture rooms. At first, both of them were very stubborn, but if the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't even have this little bit of means, then he would have sat on the throne in vain. The Crown Prince was a tough nut to crack, but he also had a weak spot, and his weak spot was his mansion's little daughter who was only 2 years old. In order to extort a confession, the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't hesitate to bring his little daughter, and let him look at her through the door, then took her to the next room. Next door, his little daughter's frightened cry came, and the Crown Prince suddenly panicked. "Stop. Stop for this emperor. She is the Princess of Great Yan. You can't treat her like this." The Supreme Court's Chancellor coldly said, "Committing such a monstrous crime, do you think you can still be a prince? Your crime is more serious than Shangguan Yan's that year, you are not as favored as her, and your whole family will be demoted to commoners." "Father, I'm scared, Father, I'm scared." Next door, his little daughter's cry was heart-wrenching. and the crown prince's willpower was completely defeated. His hands firmly pulled his sleeves and with red eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't hurt her. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything." Next door, Gu Qingfeng rubbed his throat that was almost smoking. Imitating a child's voice was really too difficult. In fact, it was not that similar. But separated by a wall, the crown prince's mind was in a mess, and his head was hot, so the crown prince didn't quite hear it. The crown prince confessed his crime. This time, the palace coup had little to do with him. He didn't know the Han family's plan in advance. His biggest mistake was refusing to believe that the emperor in the palace was fake, but he didn't have time to cause substantial harm. He also didn't know that the Han family led troops to encircle and suppress the emperor. His main crime was to frame the real imperial grandson, Xiaoheng. The Supreme Court's chancellor recorded while setting off stormy waves in his heart. Who would have thought that the imperial grandson would have such an inside story? Where is the real imperial grandson? Who is Shang Guanqing's real identity? The Supreme Court's chancellor asked. The crown prince lightly said, "You have to ask Shang Guanyin about this emperor doesn't know. How could he waste his energy on a fake imperial grandson? As for Xiaoheng, that kid suddenly disappeared from Xingdu, and he couldn't be found even with a lantern." The Supreme Court's chancellor continued to interrogate. "Who did you instruct? The Han family?" The crown prince clenched his fist. "Nangong family. Duke Ongwa's mansion." Gu Jiao, who was holding the brush until her hands were soft, leaned on the table and breathed heavily. Long Yi was resting. He went to look for a new charcoal pencil. Xiaoheng walked into the room with a plate of freshly cut melons and fruits. Seeing Gu Jiao leaning on the table, he walked over and pinched her face. "Tired?" "Gu Jiao, oh no." Her hands were sore. "Eat something." Xiaoheng said, "It's not too cold, the sweetness is just right." Gu Jiao sat up straight and used a skewer to pick up a small piece of honeydew melon, but she didn't hurry to eat, rather paused. Xiaoheng asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao said, "I was thinking about a dream I had a few days ago." Xiaoheng curiously asked, "Oh? What did you dream about?" Gu Jiao thought for a bit and decided not to hide it from him. "I dreamed that Han family used the fake emperor's hand to start civil strife. The 10 great clans killed each other, and Han family and Nangong family who originally belonged to the crown prince's camp also fought each other." Xiaoheng deeply looked at her, and understood that she saw the future in her dream again. No wonder she knew that the emperor was replaced. Xiaoheng muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "The crown prince needs Han family and Nangong family. He wants to balance the relationship between the two clans, but Han family and Han family desire to be the strongest. From this point of view, Han family and Nangong family are on opposite sides." Gu Jiao nodded her head, "So it's not strange for them to fight." "Then who won in the end?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. "No one won. In that civil war there was no true winner. Han family thought that they could control the situation, but they did not know that the counterattack of the great clans was much more unreasonable than she had imagined. All of the clans suffered heavy losses, and the Han family and Nangong family, the two most powerful military clans, fought fiercely. Jin and Liang took advantage of the situation. Gu Jiao looked at the 2 largest pieces of honeydew on the plate, but now the situation may change. Han family and Nangong family were both going to be punished. They had a common enemy and did not have the energy to fight among themselves, so it was very likely that they would temporarily work together to fight against the outside world. Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed in the middle of the night. Steward Jing heard the news that night from outside. The Han family refused to hand over the commander's seal, and took a group of elite soldiers to kill their way out of the west gate. An hour later, the people of Nangong family also led their soldiers out of Xingdu. Over the years, the great clans had infiltrated many of their trusted subordinates into the military camp. Thus, a considerable portion of the soldiers listened to the orders of the clans themselves. After the 2 great clans killed their way out of Xingdu, they gathered the soldiers of the various military camps outside Xingdu and advanced through the night to the border. They also stationed a lot of soldiers at the border. It was no longer important whether the crown prince and the Han family fell into the hands of the monarch. If the Han family wanted to survive, they could just rebel. What the Xinyuan family did not accomplish in the past, the Han family would complete it now. Coincidentally, the Nangong family also thought the same. Gu Jiao looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. Is civil war still inevitable? The invasion of Jin and Liang? In the dream it was the 11 great clans that were fighting each other. But now, it was the 9 great clans that were ordered to suppress the Han and Nangong families. Gu Jiao muttered to herself, "What will the Nangong and Han families do when they have nowhere to go?" Xiao Heng looked up at the endless night sky. "They will open the gate to the border and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf." Chapter 823. Xiao Heng's guess was confirmed in the following days. In the middle of August, news came from Tianshan Pass that the Jin army was heading east. 2 days later, news came from Yanmen Pass that the Liang army was heading east. The Han family and the Nangong family were still on the way and wouldn't reach the border so soon. They should have contacted the border guards through their trusted subordinates. Tianshan Pass was defended by the Han clan's forces, while Yanmen Pass was defended by the Nangong clan's forces. Although there were other generals, the main generals were the trusted aides of these 2 clans. As soon as the secret report arrived, the 2 clans' forces quickly swept away the obstacles and took control of the situation at the border. When the news reached Chengdu, the monarch was so angry that he smashed the ink stone in the imperial study. The eunuchs and maids in the room were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Zhang Dequan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that after capturing Madame Han and imprisoning the crown prince, the 2 families would join hands to rebel? They were much more arrogant than the Shenyuan family in the past. The Shenyuan family didn't rebel because they were afraid of being arrested. They knew about the secret agreement between the monarch and the Jin and Liang countries, so they decided to rebel. At that time, only the monarch, Shenyuan Li, and Zhang Dequan were in the imperial study. Zhang Dequan still felt enlightened when he recalled Shenyuan Li's words of righteous indignation. Shenyuan Li said, "Shengguan Jingyang, do you really think that the Shenyuan family is your biggest threat? In order to get rid of the Shenyuan family, you don't hesitate to ask a tiger for its skin. One day you will regret it." After 16 years, Shenyuan Li's words finally came true. The ambitions of the Jin and Liang countries could no longer be hidden. However, the Yan kingdom didn't have the million soldiers of the Shenyuan family. What could they use to fight against the 2 great countries? Not to mention that the Han family and the Nangong family had taken away almost half of their troops. How could they fight this war? What chance did they have of winning? If Shenyuan Li was still alive, and all the men of the Shenyuan family were still alive, they might have been able to win the war with fewer troops. However, they had all died in battle. Ever since Han Shi revealed her true face, the monarch had not spent a single day without regret. Regardless of whether it was internal or external troubles, as long as the Shenyuan family was present, there would not be so many demons and monsters. He was afraid that the Shenyuan family was so powerful that he wanted to exterminate the entire Shenyuan family for a prophecy. But in the end, Great Yan's empire still fell into a precarious situation. The king took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "I still have the army, the Wang clan and the Mu clan and the Black Wind cavalry. I might not lose." Report. Outside the imperial study, the anxious voice of a spy suddenly came in with a report. "Announce it," the monarch said seriously. Zhang Dequan summoned the spy into the imperial study. However, there was more than one spy. "Reporting to your majesty, there's an urgent report from Blue Snow Pass. The Qin nation's army is advancing toward the east. Your majesty, the spies have discovered the Zhao army. Reporting to your majesty, the Qishui Pass has discovered the Zhao country's army. Out of the 6 countries in the world, 5 of them were marching towards the Yan kingdom. This was no longer just the invasion of Jin and Liang. Even the other 3 countries were taking advantage of the situation to take a bite of the Yan kingdom's fat meat. If it was in the past, Zhao, Qin and Zhao naturally would not have the courage. But now, the news of Jin and Liang sending troops to the Yan kingdom had already shaken the world. The good news of the Han clan and Nangong clan's defection did not escape the eyes of the spies of the other countries. If they did not take a share of the soup now, when would they? The monarch's blood and qi surged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. Zhang Dequan hurriedly invited the imperial physician and asked someone to invite Gu Jiao, Shengguan Yan, and Xiao Heng into the imperial palace. To be honest, the development of the matter was indeed somewhat unexpected. Originally, they thought that by stopping the Han clan they could stop a civil war. Without the consumption of the civil war, Jin and Liang would not easily confront the Yan kingdom head-on. Who would have thought that the Han clan and Nangong clan would join hands to rebel? Not only did they bring about civil strife, but they also directly knocked open all the border checkpoints of the Yan kingdom, turning the invasion of the 2 countries into a plundering of the 5 countries. In the dream, Zhao, Qin, and Zhao did not participate in the carving up of the Yan kingdom. Because at that time the Yan kingdom was only a shell, and Jin and Liang could easily take it. Now the Yan kingdom had strong soldiers and strong horses. Losing was inevitable, but it was bound to be a fierce battle. They had no time to care about the Yan kingdom's eastern region. The situation is even more serious than in the dream. Gu Jiao had so many prophetic dreams, but this was the one that was the most out of her control. Would everyone still go to the ending in the dream? The carriage arrived at the imperial palace. The monarch had just experienced a small stroke and was rescued by the imperial physician in time. He looked very haggard, as if he had aged more than 10 years in a day. He was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed, and his breath was drifting. He tasted the taste of regret and also the bitter fruit of retribution. Gu Jiao checked his body. There was no danger to his life, but his body could not be as agile as before in a short period of time. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng could see that he had something to say to Shang Guanyin. The two turned and walked out. Zhang Dequan also left with the palace people. Only the father and daughter were left in the huge bedchamber. Shang Guanyin stood in front of the dragon bed, looked at the old and weak monarch lightly and asked, "Do you regret it?" The monarch's lips twitched twice, and a trace of regret flashed in his turbid eyes. But he was stubborn on the surface, unwilling to admit that he was frivolous. But in fact he had long regretted it. It was just that he did not expect that he would regret it so thoroughly. It was not the Shenyuan clan who took away the destiny of the Yan kingdom, but himself. He destroyed the Shenyuan clan and destroyed the strongest barrier of the Yan kingdom. The Yan kingdom became a fish on the chopping board, and even the Xia kingdom raised the butcher knife in their hand. He recalled countless times in his heart, if the Shenyuan clan was still there, who would dare to invade? Save? He opened his mouth trying to say something. He just had a stroke, so his voice was small and unclear. "Do you want me to save the Yan kingdom?" Shang Guanyin said lightly, "I won't promise you." Sek's life? What he said was to save his life and quickly escape. The Yan kingdom was going to die. The Yan kingdom's princess would not end up like this. Leave with the two children and never come back. The Yan kingdom's monarch looked at the direction of the door, which was half open. From his angle he could not see Xiao Heng, only Xiao Heng's shadow on the ground. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but in the end he did not call out that name. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng squatted on the ground. Xiao Heng broke a branch and drew a map of the 6 countries. Xiao Heng pointed at the map with the branch and said, "The Yan kingdom is in the middle. To the north is the ice field and to the south is the Red River. The west borders the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom, and these 3 countries form a triangle." Gu Jiao understood. That's why the Jin kingdom tried to rope in the Liang kingdom to prevent the Liang kingdom and the Yan kingdom from becoming allies. Xiao Heng nodded. "That's right. What about the east?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng pointed at 2 small circles on the map with the branch and said, "To the east are the Qin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom. The Qin kingdom is in the northeast, the Zhao kingdom is in the southeast, and the Zhao kingdom is the furthest. We have to go around the Qin kingdom to reach it." Gu Jiao asked. "The Tianshan Pass blocking the Jin kingdom is guarded by the Han family, and the Yen Gate Pass blocking the Liang kingdom is guarded by the Nangong family. What about the Qin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom?" Xiao Heng said, "The Tsangshui Pass is guarded by the Mu family to prevent the Qin kingdom's cavalry from invading. The Red River Pass is guarded by the Wang family to prevent the Zhao kingdom's navy from invading. If the Zhao kingdom wants to attack the Yan kingdom, the best way is to go around the Qin kingdom and go through the Chongping Pass in the ice field. The pass is guarded by the local army." Gu Jiao paused. "The Zhao kingdom is the furthest. They can't get here so quickly." Xiao Heng looked at the map and said, "Judging from the distance and marching speed, the fastest is the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom's army, followed by the Zhao kingdom's navy, and then the Qin kingdom's cavalry." Gu Jiao asked again, "Who is leading the army in the Zhao kingdom?" Xiao Heng pondered and said, "To cross the Red River they need the protection of the navy. If there are no accidents it will be my father, Marquis Shenping." Gu Jiao was speechless. Should they fight or not? "What about the Qin kingdom?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng thought for a while and said, "Although there is no definite news from the Qin kingdom, the Qin kingdom suffered a defeat last year. In order to boost the morale of the army, the Yuan Tang will lead the army." As for who would lead the army in the Zhao kingdom, Xiao Heng wasn't sure. He didn't know much about the Zhao kingdom. But he was sure that the Yan kingdom couldn't fight against 5 countries at the same time. Gu Jiao asked curiously, The Yuan Tang and the Emperor of the Zhao Kingdom don't know that we are in the Yan Kingdom. If they know that we are going to fight, will they still fight? Xiaoheng looked at her and asked, You will fight? Gu Jiao squatted and drew circles on the ground. She said casually, I am the commander of the Black Wind Battalion. I will fight, right? The commander of the Black Wind Battalion could quit at any time if she wanted to. Xiaoheng opened his mouth and said, It's not all for you in the Jing Kong. Gu Jiao understood what he wanted to say. She looked up at the endless sky and said, I just feel that I should do this. Chapter 824. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. While the two were talking, Shangguan came out of the bedroom. Shangguan frowned and pursed her thin lips. Xiaoheng threw away the branch in his hand, pulled Gu Jiao to stand up and asked Shangguan, What did the emperor say? Shangguan frowned and said, He told us to run away quickly. If he didn't say that, she would have run away with the children. But if he really told her to run away, she didn't want to run away. Sure enough, the human heart is the strangest thing in the world. We can't escape, Xiaoheng said. With the ambition of Jin and Liang, the great Yan royal family and the descendants of Shenyuan can't escape. As long as the great Yan's mountains and rivers are trampled, there is only one ending waiting for them. Shangguan nodded her head. You go back to the Duke's mansion first, I'll summon the ministers to discuss the affairs of the imperial court. The emperor had a stroke and the border was in chaos. It's really a double whammy. But no matter what, they have no way out. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng took the carriage back to the Duke's mansion. The news from the imperial court had already spread throughout the entire residence. Steward Zheng scolded the Han clan and Nangong clan, and also ridiculed the various countries that harbored evil intentions. Of course, he didn't forget to greet the monarch who acted on his own accord. A room full of people gathered in the lobby. The old chancellor whispered beside Empress Dowager Zhuang, Why did our emperor come to join in the fun? Isn't he a benevolent emperor? With my understanding of him, it's good if others don't attack him. He won't take the initiative to start a war. He's not that courageous. The country he's fighting is not a small country like the Qin country, but the most powerful Yan country among the three countries. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly snorted, At first glance, it's not his idea. It must be someone who urged him. The old chancellor thoughtfully said, Who urged him? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, If it's not Marquis Xianping, then it's Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was more likely. The old chancellor was at his wits' end and said, Aheng is the eldest grandson of the emperor of Deyan, Jiao Jiao is the adopted son of the duke's manor. If they really fought, it would be very awkward. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him. Was this a question of whether it was awkward or not? The old chancellor coughed lightly. Then what do you plan to do? What was she going to do? If it were up to her, she would have brought the children back to Zhao country immediately, far away from the Yan country. But that was impossible. From the moment the children stepped into the Yan kingdom, their fate was already tied to the Yan kingdom. She only hoped that Jiao Jiao would not go to war again. There were so many famous generals in the great Yan clan, so there was no need for a girl to go on an expedition, right? But when Gu Jiao went to find Black Wind King as soon as she entered the courtyard, Empress Dowager Zhuang understood that she was going to the battlefield again. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently returned to her room. Ah, Zhuang, the old chancellor glanced at Duke and Second Master Jing on the wheelchair across from him and smiled. Excuse me for a moment. He chased over to Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in front of the window, looking at the crabapple tree in the courtyard. The old chancellor asked, What are you doing? You left without saying a word. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not speak. The old chancellor sighed. Things have not reached that point yet, right? Don't first. She is only 16. Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke. The old chancellor was startled. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and took out a new pouch from her wide sleeve. There are still 2 months before she turns 17. Last year she was at war for her birthday and this year she is at war again. 15 or 16 years old was the age of innocence. She should be in her boudoir and receive the protection of her parents, but she had already gone to war twice. Jiao Jiao had never had a good day's rest. She thought that she had been tired enough in this life, but seeing Jiao Jiao she felt that she was not tired enough. If she was a bit more tired, would she be able to share a bit more of Jiao Jiao's burden? Great aunt. Gu Jiao's voice came from the door. She knocked on the door. Can I come in? Empress Dowager Zhuang put away the pouch and said in a normal tone, Come in. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered. Looking at the old chancellor, she said, "Oh, great-uncle is also here." The old chancellor calmly glanced at Zhuang Jintz, who no longer had any trace of melancholy. Smiling, he asked Gu Jiao, "Is there something you need?" Gu Jiao said, "It's nothing much, it's just that, the situation in Yen is not too good. Ahang and I discussed it a bit and decided to find someone to escort you back to Zhao first." Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, "Even if you did not say it, we were planning to leave. After staying for so long, we are already tired of it." The Han family and the Nangong family's defection completely disrupted their original plans. The 10 great families and De Yan's ruler were no longer the enemies in front of them. The armies of the 5 countries were. The old chancellor understood Zhuang Jintz. She definitely would not abandon Gu Jiao. The reason that she wanted to leave was because she had a reason that she had to leave. He very quickly thought through the crux of the matter and said to Gu Jiao, "Your great aunt's meaning is that we should quickly set out and do our best to reach Qishui Pass before Zhao launches their attack. Don't let the 2 countries really start fighting." Jin and Liang countries had no way of stopping them, but Zhao, Chen and Zhao countries could still fight for them. Regardless of who the general of Zhao country was, he and Zhuang Jintz could stop them. As for Qin country, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng discussed it and decided that Xiaoheng would go and negotiate with Yuan Tang. Xiaoheng would bring Gu Jiao's handwritten letter and the golden seal of the Yan Emperor's grandson. In fact, it was most appropriate to let Gu Jiao handle this matter. After all, Yuan Tang had a relationship with Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang had told Gu Jiao more than once that the future crown prince of Qin country owed her a favor and would return it to her in the future. However, they might not necessarily meet Yuan Tang this time. Secondly, Gu Jiao had a more important task to do. Yuan Tang knew Xiaoheng and was let out of the capital by Xiaoheng. Therefore, Xiaoheng was the second best choice. Xiaoheng's purpose was not only to stop Qin country from going to war with Yan country, but also to use Qin country's forces to stop Zhao country, which was taking a detour. It was not an easy task, but if they could not stop the 2 countries, once the eastern border of the Yan kingdom was breached, the morale of the western border would plummet, and the war with the Jin state and the Liang state would be even more difficult. After confirming the plans of both sides, Xiaoheng went to the imperial palace and told Shang Guanyin the plan. Shang Guanyin had a fierce discussion with the military ministers of various aristocratic families for the whole night and finally finalized all the plans. Xiaoheng would go to Tsangshui Pass in the northeast as the Yan Emperor's grandson and negotiate with Chen country's army. Wang Su would lead an army to escort him. Dukan would go to Qishui Pass in the southeast as the Yan Emperor's envoy to negotiate with Zhao country's army. The Feng family's patriarch, Feng Wuxia, would lead an army to escort him. The reason why the young Feng Wuxia was chosen was because he had a powerful elder brother, Taoist priest Qing Feng. Grandaunt and son-in-law would be arranged in the accompanying team. Next was the choice of the western border. Tianshan Pass and Yanmen Pass were both in the western border of Yan country. The Black Wind cavalry could reach there in 15 days, while the infantry and supplies needed 1 month. In other words, it was likely to be September when they arrived there. Outside the throne room, Shang Guanyin looked at the west in a daze. It's already very cold in Tianshan Pass in September. Let the soldiers wear warm clothes. Xiaoheng looked at her deeply. What are you going to do? Shang Guanyin whispered, I'm going to ask for another imperial edict. The odds of winning this war were too small. The morale of the soldiers of Yan country was not high. If they wanted to win, they needed the emperor to go to war to boost their morale. However, the emperor was old and had just caught a cold. Obviously, it was not suitable for him to travel far. On the same day, the emperor issued an imperial edict, conferring the third princess Shang Guanyin as the crown princess of Yan country. She would go to war on behalf of the emperor and take command of the western border. Accompanying her were 50,000 Black Wind cavalry and 120,000 imperial troops. This was all the troops that Chengdu could deploy at present. The rest of the troops were either taken away by the Han family and the Nangong family, or they were guarding the borders in different cities. They could not be easily mobilized. In the Guogong mansion, Gu Jiao was trying on the armor for the Black Wind King. He also had his own armor. The previous one was left in the Han family. This one was made by Guogong, and Gu Qingfeng came over and curled his lips. Our military strength is not even half of theirs. How are we going to fight? He didn't realize that he used the word, we. Gu Jiao adjusted the Black Wind King's armor and said, we'll fight as we should. Gu Qingfeng was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Changqing at the door. Big brother. Gu Changqing's body had significantly improved. His spirit looked good. He had a long sword hanging on his waist and a bag on his back. It looked like he was going to go on a long journey. Gu Changqing looked at his sister and said, "Such a dangerous thing, do you plan to go alone?" Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "You have a more important mission." The army in the west was set to leave on the 20th of August. On the night before departure, Gu Jiao decided to go to the Royal Advisor Hall. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiao Heng standing in front of her door. "What's the matter?" she asked in a daze. Xiao Heng opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he stopped. "If there's anything you want to say, just say it," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and handed over the 2 boxes in his hands. "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng was somewhat embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, "The box on top is your birthday present from last year. It was prepared long ago. You went to the frontier in a hurry, so I didn't have time to give it to you. This time, I probably won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you, so I'll give you the present first." Gu Jiao opened the box. Last year's birthday present was a golden charcoal pencil. The outer shell was made of pure gold, and there was a rotating one inside that could change the charcoal core. Wow, it was the ancient version of an automatic pencil. This year's birthday present was a small booklet with gold foil and a pair of hairpins. Speaking of which, her booklet was indeed almost used up. It was not strange to give a pen and booklet, but it was rare to see a hairpin. Sure enough, she had grown up. Her gift-giving was not like stepping on a landmine like before. Gu Jiao's fingertips gently touched the white jade hairpin. "I like it very much." "Thank you." Xiao Heng saw that she cherished it very much, and he knew that he had finally given the right gift this time. He secretly sighed and said, "Were you going to go out just now? You go first." "Okay." Gu Jiao turned around and put away the brocade box, then stepped out of the room. Looking at her departing figure, Xiao Heng calmed himself down. He suppressed the nervousness in his eyes and called out to her, "Gu Jiao Jiao, when you come back, let's get married." Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him with a confused expression. Didn't we already get married?" Xiao Heng smiled gently. "It's not Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's mother, it's Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. I want to marry you in the name of Xiao Heng." Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. "Okay. When I come back, I'll marry you." Chapter 825. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. When Gu Jiao came out of Feng's courtyard, she caught a glimpse of a little figure peeking out from behind a big tree. Gu Jiao walked over. "Jing Kong?" Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head and walked out. "Ah, I was discovered." Gu Jiao touched his little head. "Were you waiting for me?" Yes. Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. He raised his tender little face and looked at Gu Jiao with his big blinking eyes. His thick and curly eyelashes made him look like a little eyelash fairy. "Jiao Jiao, are you going to war again?" he asked reluctantly. "Why do you always have to go to war?" Gu Jiao didn't know how to answer this question. She knelt down on one knee in front of him and suddenly realized that little Jing Kong had grown taller. In the past, she could easily see the top of his head from this position, but now they were really at eye level. "I can watch you grow up." "That's great." Gu Jiao picked up a leaf that had fallen on his shoulder and said softly, "Everyone has their own things to do. It's their duty to save the dying and heal the injured, to protect the country and the people." Little Jing Kong didn't quite understand. He thought for a moment, then clenched his little fists and said, "Then my responsibility must be to protect Jiao Jiao. I want to learn martial arts. I want to grow up. I'll go to war in the future. I don't need to go to Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao touched his little head and said with a smile, "War is not fun." Little Jing Kong frowned and said, "But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao Jiao to suffer." Gu Jiao said, "It's not tiring for me." Little Jing Kong couldn't bear to part with her, so he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Gu Jiao hugged him for a long time before coaxing him back to his room to sleep. After the little fellow fell asleep, Gu Jiao took the carriage to the state preceptor hall. In the purple bamboo forest, the imperial tutor was sitting in the central room playing chess. The crown prince and the house of Han had fallen from power, and the matter of the fake monarch had come to light. Naturally, the imperial advisor hall was cleared of any wrongdoing and the lockdown was lifted. Old Mr. Meng had already left. The imperial preceptor was playing chess with himself. The disciple who was originally on duty went to do something, and Yi Qing sat on the side, respectfully waiting for the master's orders. I'm not playing anymore. The state preceptor suddenly put the chess piece back into the box. Yi Qing hurriedly moved over and sorted the black and white chess pieces, and then packed the chessboard. At this moment, Yu He's voice came from outside the courtyard. Master Lord Xiao is here. Let him in. The imperial tutor said. Gu Jiao entered the bamboo hut. It was already late at night. Feather fans and colored glass lamps were hung in the corridor. The transparency of this colored glass was almost the same as the glass in his previous life. At first glance, he could tell that it was far superior to the craftsmanship of the Liang kingdom. When did you put it up? It's so beautiful. Gu Jiao said. I put it up for the moon festival. Yi Qing invited Gu Jiao into the hut. It's usually hung up until the end of the month. The moon festival, also known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, was a tradition of the Great Yen to admire the moon and hang up lanterns. Gu Jiao sat down across from the imperial tutor. The state preceptor must have gone through a lot to come down to the mortal world, yet you still celebrate this kind of folk festival. The state preceptor speechlessly glanced at her. Play a game of chess with me. He decided not to bicker with her. Sure. Seeing that I've misunderstood you for so long, I'll play with you. Yi Qing took out the chessboard that was finally tidied up, rearranged it, and went to make a pot of fruit tea. The fruit tea had its own fruity fragrance, but it wasn't too sweet. It was very suitable for Gu Jiao's taste. You play black. The state preceptor said. Okay. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. She played black first. She put a piece on the small eye in the upper right corner of the chessboard. The state preceptor looked at this piece and was in a trance for a moment. Why aren't you playing? Gu Jiao blinked and asked. Don't tell me you don't know how to play? Who said I don't know how to play? The state preceptor coldly picked up a white piece and put it on the chessboard. I'm here to get the small medicine box. Gu Jiao said. By the way, I want to say goodbye to you. During this time, Gu Changqing had been hiding in the intensive care unit to secretly practice the pirated Death Warrior's secret manual. Gu Jiao turned a blind eye and kept the small medicine box in the secret room. Now that Gu Changqing had left, she should also take the small medicine box to battle. The state preceptor snorted. You still came to say goodbye to me, how rare. Gu Jiao put down a black piece. Why don't you clarify? The state preceptor's hand that was holding the piece paused. This question came out of nowhere and Yi Qing was confused. However, the state preceptor understood what Gu Jiao was referring to after a short moment of thought. There's no need, he said. The tragedy of the Xinyuan family had already happened. It wasn't something that could be exchanged for the lives of so many members of the Xinyuan family just by saying that it wasn't him who leaked the news. Moreover, it was indeed his oversight that year. He actually allowed a spy from the Jin country to infiltrate the state preceptor hall and become his most trusted disciple. The state preceptor didn't ask how she knew the truth. After putting down a piece, he calmly said, Tianshan Pass and Yanmen Pass aren't far apart. The armies of the Jin and Liang countries might have the opportunity to meet each other. You should be careful of Jin country's Gong Sunyu and Liang country's Chu Feiping. Both of them are divine generals with illustrious military achievements. In the dream, the 7 sons of Shenyuan, Taoist Qingfeng, and Mu Qingshan all fell at the hands of Gong Sunyu. As for Chu Feiping, he was also a tough nut to crack. He was the one who led the army to encircle the Black Wind cavalry that was trapped in Mount Liang. The Black Wind cavalry fought to the last man before finally dying under the rain of arrows from the Chu family army. Even if the state preceptor didn't say anything, she would still pay special attention to them. Since the state preceptor said it, it meant that he was sincerely thinking for her. I will pay attention, Gu Jiao said. The state preceptor was used to seeing her choking people half to death. Now that she was suddenly so obedient, he didn't know what to do. You lost. Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard and said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned and stretched his neck to look at the chessboard. The state preceptor really did lose. Yi Qing was even more shocked. Master's chess skills were very exquisite. He was unrivaled under Elder Meng, yet he actually lost to Xiao Lulang. From the situation on the chessboard, there was no such thing as master giving way. Therefore, Xiao Yulang's chess skills were really exquisite. Yi Qing looked at his master again. Master's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of surprise, as if it was something expected. Master? Could it be that he played chess with Xiao Lulang? Or could it be that Master learned about Xiao Yulang's chess skills from Elder Meng? Yi Qing was more and more unable to understand the relationship between his master and Xiao Lulang. Sometimes, he would have the illusion that they had known each other for a long time. Gu Jiao stood up. Okay, the chess game is over. I should go. The safety of Xingdu? I'll have to trouble the state preceptor hall. The state preceptor calmly said, okay. This was her third purpose for coming to the state preceptor hall. She wanted the state preceptor to promise to protect Xingdu. Everyone had left, and Xingdu had become an empty shell. The state preceptor and Xinyuan Li were good friends, and the state preceptor hall was created by the Lord of Shadows of the Xinyuan family. No one could tell how loyal the state preceptor was to the monarch. Therefore Gu Jiao needed his personal guarantee. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. I will guard Xingdu and wait for your return. Gu Jiao waved her finger coolly and stepped into the boundless night. The autumn wind blew into the purple bamboo forest, and the glazed lanterns under the corridor gently rotated and swayed. In the study, the portrait of the general wearing black armor and holding a red tasseled spear was blown open with a snap. But this time the person in the portrait had a face. After coming out of the state preceptor hall, Gu Jiao went back to the duke's mansion. She had to go to the barracks after packing her things. She would set off with the army tomorrow morning. Duke Yin was waiting for her at the door of Feng's courtyard. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were also peeking at her in the room. Duke Yin came to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was going to the battlefield, so he had to leave. On the surface he was going to negotiate, but in fact he was going to cover for his great-aunt and son-in-law, and also meet Xiao Heng's biological father. He had to see what kind of person his future in-laws were. He had heard from Gu Qingfeng that Xiao Heng married her under another person's identity, so strictly speaking, this marriage was not valid. As for their marriage, the two families had to carefully discuss it. The two did not say too many words of farewell. Gu Jiao told him some things to pay attention to during his rehabilitation, and he also told Gu Jiao to take care of herself. Gu Jiao said, I will. I'm still waiting to see you stand up. Duke Yin's eyes flashed with a smile. He wrote on the armrest, I will. I will definitely stand up and send you off in a glorious way. So you must come back safely. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan did not want to leave. The two little men said that they wanted to stay in Xingdu and return to Zhao country together after Gu Jiao won the war. Gu Jiao did not agree. If I leave, your brother-in-law will leave and great-aunt and son-in-law will also leave. Who will take care of you? Not to mention Madame Nan and Master Lu, it's not easy for them to come. We can't trouble them anymore. Gu Yan said, we can take care of ourselves. Gu Shaoshan did not listen to his sister for the first time. Yes. We are adults. Gu Jiao pinched their faces. Adults? You haven't even grown hair yet. Gu Yan said, I'm only half a day younger than you. Gu Jiao made up her mind. The three little men must go back to Zhao country with her great-aunt and son-in-law. Gu Yan said with a depressed face, it's okay if you don't let us stay, but at least take this. Then he took out a box and put it on the table. And mine. Gu Shaoshan also took out his own. These were the hidden weapons that Master Lu made for them. Last time they secretly put them next to Gu Jiao's pillow and Gu Jiao put them back. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the two. You two even learned how to negotiate. Who taught you the art of speech? If they had asked her to accept this at the beginning, she would not have agreed. But the two of them first made an even more outrageous request. In comparison, this small request was very insignificant. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and snorted. No one taught them. They are self-taught. They are gifted. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. It seemed that these days the two of them eavesdropped on us doing bad things. They learned all these little tricks. In the end, Gu Jiao accepted it. Because this was the only way they could feel a little relieved. After tidying up, Gu Jiao went to her great-aunt's room one last time. Her great-aunt was asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake her up. She walked over and gently put a jar of pickled candied fruit on the table. Then she went to the bed and whispered in her great-aunt's ear, you can only eat 3 candied fruits a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will come back. The night in August was a little cold. Gu Jiao pulled the quilt over her great-aunt and tiptoed out of the room. The armor made a sound of friction. She quickly pressed it down and looked back at her great-aunt. She sighed and closed the door. In the darkness, Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were red. She shed a tear and closed her eyes as if nothing had happened. At 3 in the morning, the Black Wind camp began to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen were about to embark on the journey to the west. The imperial edict to set out had only been issued 3 days ago, but Gu Jiao had given the order 10 days in advance to prepare to break camp. Thus, everything had already been prepared. Among all the troops, the Black Wind camp was the most unhurried and orderly. Gu Jiao came to her tent. Teacher Hu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw her, Teacher Hu walked over with small steps. The weather had turned cold, but he still did not throw away the cattail leaf fan in his hand. He bowed and said, "Your Excellency, the 6 commanders have just come to report that the 3 main camps have been assembled and are waiting for your orders." Gu Jiao said, "Take me to see them." Teacher Hu hurriedly said, "Yes." All the training grounds were occupied by horses and cavalrymen. The vanguard camp had 10,000 soldiers, the assault camp had 25,000, and the reserve camp had 15,000. The reserve camp was mainly responsible for supplies, logistics, medical treatment, and backup Black Wind cavalrymen. Due to the disparity in military strength, even some Black Wind cavalrymen under 3 years old were brought along. The youngest one was only 2.5 years old. When the horse trainer saw Gu Jiao walk over, his face darkened. It was obvious that he disliked this arrangement. Teacher Hu coughed and explained, "We have no choice. There are too many supplies. In order to ensure the combat strength of the adult horses, the provisions have to be pulled by these young horses." 2.5 years old horses were already able to work. However, this was not ordinary work. It was a journey of thousands of miles, full of unknown dangers. They might not be able to come back after going. The baby horses were very excited and jumped behind the horse king. They were young and did not know what was waiting for them. Gu Jiao took a deep look at the ponies jumping around and said, "Leave the ponies under the age of 3. The horse king was speechless. The horse trainer looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. Gu Jiao did not seem to notice his gaze. She patted the horse king's neck and turned to patrol the other camps. She could feel that everyone was looking at her with unfamiliar eyes. Even though she had taken the position of commander, she was still not truly accepted by them. They listened to her orders not because they respected her, but because it was their duty to follow orders. When Gu Jiao finished her patrol, it was already 5 in the morning. After entering autumn, the night was not so bad, but the sky was still dark. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King stood in the wind. She patted the armor on the Black Wind King's horse and asked softly, "Are you ready, boss?" The 16-year-old Black Wind King's aura was fully unleashed. The war horses on the training ground felt the Black Wind King's fighting spirit. It was as if they were summoned with endless fighting spirit. Their eyes and breathing were different. The cavalrymen looked at their mounts in astonishment. Such a situation had never happened before. However, this was not the most shocking thing. They saw the newly appointed commander Xiao take something from the Black Wind King's saddle and reach out to Teacher Hu. "Give me the flagpole." Gu Jiao said. Hey. Yes. Teacher Hu hurriedly brought the empty flagpole over with both hands. "Madam here. You mentioned it to me last time. I have already prepared it." He did not understand why Madam wanted the flagpole. Wasn't the Great Yen Kingdom's flag already carried by the vanguard camp? In the next second, Gu Jiao unfolded the cloth in her hand with a snap. No, that was not a cloth. It was a flag. It was white with black edges, and in the middle was an eagle soaring in the sky. "Eagle, it's the eagle flag." Someone in the cavalry camp could not help but exclaim. The eagle flag was originally the insignia of the Black Wind camp. Later, it gradually became the insignia of the entire Shenyuan family. The eagle flag also became the commander's flag of the Shenyuan family. Ever since the Shenyuan family was destroyed, the eagle flag was also destroyed. Gu Jiao put the flag on the flagpole and held it with both hands. She nimbly mounted the horse. She did not say anything unnecessary. She only carried the Shenyuan family's commander's flag with a determined gaze. The old subordinates of the Shenyuan family all had tears in their eyes. A 60-year-old general sitting on the back of a horse suddenly burst into tears. "Wenren, it's time to leave. What are you looking at?" Outside the reserve camp, a soldier reminded Wenren, who was staring blankly. Wenren did not reply. He stared blankly at the youth on the back of a horse. The youth's shoulders were still very young, but he was resolutely carrying the Shenyuan family's commander's flag. He was carrying a heavy burden that should not be carried at his age. He was going to protect the country that the Shenyuan family had protected with their blood. What was he doing? "Wenren, what are you doing?" "Wenren, stand up. Don't lose to me. I am only 16. If you lose to me, you will lose face." Wenren Chong, I Shenyuan Cheng do not like anyone. You better not fail to live up to my trust. Wenren Chong, do you have eyes or not? The arrow is already at your head. Don't you know how to dodge? Wenren Chong, kill your way out, don't die here? Wenren Chong's memories swept through his mind. He could not differentiate between Shenyuan Cheng and the youth on the horse. The Shenyuan family's commander's flag fluttered in the wind under the sunlight. Gu Jiao sternly said, All Black Wind Cavalry, listen to my orders. We will follow the Crown Princess to attack the enemy. We do not know the dangers of this trip. We do not know if you will live or die. If you do not want to go, you can stay. I will not punish you. No one would stay. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and raised the commander's flag. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Let's go. Chapter 826. The sky was still dark and the east was gray. It seemed that today was going to be a cloudy day. Chengdu had suddenly cooled down after entering autumn. Although it wasn't a bad thing for the people of Chengdu who were used to the hot summer, there was an indescribable strangeness. The army was setting out today and the weather was like this. It didn't seem like a good sign. Many people thought pessimistically. In a shabby alley outside Chengdu, Li Shun didn't sleep for the entire night. He sat in a daze for an entire night, holding an iron plate that was almost worn flat in his hand. It was not until he heard the sound of someone turning over in the next room that he put away the iron plate, lifted the curtain, and went to the kitchen. He cooked a pot of millet porridge for Li Shun's mother, steamed a few steamed buns and boiled 2 eggs. Since the last time the people in the barracks sent him his retirement pay and related compensation, he had repaid his family's debt. He still had some money left, so he didn't need to be as tight as before. He couldn't bear to eat the eggs, so he brought them all to Li Shun's mother. When he arrived at Li Shun's mother's room, she was already up. She was dressed neatly, her hair was combed and shiny, and she even put on her wedding hairpin. Mother, he wasn't used to Li Shun's mother suddenly being dressed so formally. Li Shun's mother smiled and said, Sit down and eat. Okay. Li Shun sat down beside Li Shun's mother and handed her a spoon. He took her other hand and let her touch the porridge bowl. Li Shun's mother laughed and said, Okay, it's not like I can't eat. Li Shun peeled 2 boiled eggs for his mother. Li Shun's mother skillfully took one and put it in his bowl. You eat too. Don't just eat me. I've already eaten, Li Shun said. Mother's eyes are blind, not her heart, Li Shun's mother said. Li Shun opened his mouth. Mother. Li Shun's mother smiled sadly. I've already packed your things. After breakfast you can leave. Li Shun was stunned. He turned his head and looked around his mother's room. Sure enough, he saw a bundle on the bed. He was astonished. Mother, Li Du's mother smiled and said, When you were cooking, I went to your room to clean up. Did you see if I left anything behind? Don't wait until we leave the city. We won't be able to get it even if we want to. Li Shun took a steamed bun and said, I didn't say I was going out of the city. Mrs. Li said, You can fool your mother, but can you fool yourself? Ever since your friend from the barracks came, you've been taking out that iron plate every day to look at it. Mother can't see it, but mother can touch it. The edges and corners of the iron plate are almost flattened by your touch. The last sentence was obviously an exaggeration, but every time Mother Li went to his room, she could feel the lingering warmth of the metal pendant. Once or twice was a coincidence, but after a while, it meant that he was constantly taking out the metal pendant to reminisce about it. Mother Li sighed. Mother isn't someone who doesn't know what's going on outside. Mother has heard that the Han family has fallen, and the Black Wind Cavalry has changed owners. To be able to return your retirement money, it should be a wise master. Son, you should go. We can't let the bastards of Jin and Liang bully us. Li Shun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his mother and said, Mother? Mrs. Li blamed herself and said, Mother has been holding you back all these years. Mother didn't go to school and can't read many words, but Mother remembers what you said before you joined the army. You said you wanted to serve the imperial court and be the bravest general of Great Yen. If it wasn't for Mother, you would have done it long ago. Li Shun hurriedly shook his head and said, No, Mother, Mrs. Li patted the back of his hand and said, Okay, don't say any more. If you continue, we won't be able to make it in time. Hurry up and eat. Don't worry about Mother, Mother can take care of herself. Mother, go son, do what you should do. Li Shun took a bite of the steamed bun. His throat was swollen and his eyes were dry. He tried his best to hold back his tears. No one could understand the struggle in his heart. This was his mother who gave birth to him and raised him. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who painstakingly raised him. But in the end he couldn't fulfill his filial duties in front of his mother. Mother. He knelt on the ground with a plop, his forehead touching the ground as he heavily kowtowed 3 times. His tears dripped onto the ground with a resounding sound. Your son is unfilial. Your son can't repay mother's kindness in raising me. He didn't know if he could come back alive from the border. Just pretend that you didn't give birth to this unfilial son. In the next life I will be your son again. Crane Restaurant. Zhao Dengfeng was called to the kitchen to cook before the sun rose. Ever since Gu Jiao forcefully bought his restaurant, he was forced to be a cook. Every day he was either cutting or cooking, and today was no exception. But today he was particularly absent-minded. The Han family and the Nangong family openly rebelled and fled to the border. They colluded with the Jin and Liang kingdoms and opened the border gate. Even the crown princess, a woman, had to go to war on behalf of the emperor. The crown princess's martial arts had been crippled long ago, and she was no different from an ordinary person. No, there was still something different. An ordinary person's back would not be pierced with a few iron nails. All the troops that could be mobilized in Chengdu were gathering at the West City Gate. Mound Hill Town also sent a troop over. The deputy general of that troop was a frequent customer of Crane Restaurant. He was a guy who was full of nonsense and liked to brag and flatter. He had a lot of debts at Crane Restaurant and never had the intention to pay them back. Letting this kind of person go to war, wouldn't it be sending the rebels to their deaths? The more Zhao Dengfeng thought about it, the angrier he got. His kitchen knife swished. Beside him, Chef Xing noticed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "Hey, Chef Zhao, why are you so angry? Who offended you? Don't break your knife." Zhao Dengfeng said angrily, "It's none of your business." Chef Xing was shocked by his raised kitchen knife. Thinking that this guy had killed people before, he didn't dare to argue with him. He rolled his eyes and walked away. The messy sound of horse hooves came from the street. Why was it messy? Actually, to an ordinary person it sounded quite orderly. But Zhao Dengfeng was a cavalryman from the Black Wind camp. He would despise even a horse's hooves. How did you lead your soldiers? How did you train your horses? With this kind of riding skill, the formation will be messed up before the battle. Chop chop chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop 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 chop. Chop your grandpa. I won't chop anymore. Zhao Dengfeng smashed the kitchen knife on the chopping board and turned to leave. At the West City Gate, the monarch led the civil and military officials to send the soldiers off. Earlier, there was a rumor among the people that the monarch was scared out of his wits and suffered a stroke on the spot because of the invasion of Jin and Liang. This news was a fatal blow to the morale and the people's hearts. It was originally a war with a slim chance of victory. If even the monarch of a country was scared out of his wits, then the great Yan kingdom would really be destroyed. But today all the people saw the emperor in high spirits. The emperor showed up and used his actions to tell the whole world that the monarch of the great Yan kingdom was not scared out of his wits. Instead, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. The old monarch reappeared the great Yan kingdom's eagle flag and reignited the almost extinguished confidence of the people. Maybe this war could really be won? Must win. After watching the crown princess and Gu Jiao lead the army out of the West City Gate, Xiao Heng, who was behind the crowd, said to Long Yi beside him, "We should also set off." Long Yi held a box of charcoal pencil and stared blankly for a long time until he could no longer see the back view of Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng and his Grey Tance group all went east. After leaving Liaozhou, both sides separated into 2 groups. Xiao Heng, Long Yi and Wang Su's army often went to the northeast Blue Snow Pass. As for Angua Duke, his Grey Tance group as well as Feng Wuxia's army, they went to the southeast Red Water Pass. Taoist priest Qing Feng also followed. After Shangguan Yin and Gu Jiao's group left Chengdu, the first news they received from the border was from Yuzhou, which was 100 miles away. At that time they had just set up camp outside a village. The kind-hearted villagers invited them to live in the village, but Shangguan Yin refused. Shangguan Yin sat in her tent. On her left side was the general of infantry Wang Man. He was Wang Su's uncle and was a veteran. Wang family was not a military aristocratic family. In Wang Man's generation he was the only one who learned martial arts. And in Wang Su's generation, only Wang Su inherited his martial arts. But in those years Wang Man had followed Shen Yuanli to battle and had the experience of fighting against the armies of Jin and Liang. Therefore, the monarch suggested to bring this person and conferred him the title of General Jianwei. He was the highest-ranking general in the camp. He had many military merits and was rather conceited. He almost didn't look at anyone other than the crown princess, especially the youngest Gu Jiao. On his other side sat General Wei Junting of the archery camp. He was 38 years old this year. On the right side of Shang Guanyan were Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen was the personal bodyguard of the crown princess. He was mainly responsible for the safety of the crown princess and had no official position in the camp. Gu Qingfeng didn't come for the time being. Before the monarch recovered, he had to play the role of the monarch and stay in Xingdu to stabilize the morale of the army and the people. Shang Guanyan said, "Just now I sent an urgent secret letter. Everyone has read it. I don't know what everyone thinks about it." Wang Man said angrily, "Humph. The Nangong family has gone too far. They actually used the name of justice to fool the people at the border. It's really shameless." There were not many wars in Xingdu. Most of the things about the Shenyuan family were heard. But the border had experienced countless wars. Everyone saw how the Shenyuan family fought to the death to protect the people at the border. After the Shenyuan family was exterminated, the border was filled with whales. The Nangong family took advantage of this. After coming to the border, they first announced that the monarch had exterminated the Shenyuan family because of a prophecy, and then lied that they had just received the news. It turned out that they had been deceived by the monarch all these years. They wanted to avenge the Shenyuan family. What's more, they claimed that there were still people alive in the Shenyuan family and that they were protecting them in the dark. They were willing to fight for the descendants of the Shenyuan family. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they wanted to choose a real monarch for the great Yan kingdom. The people were persuaded. They opened the city gate and directly welcomed the Nangong family's army into the city. Many of the guards in the city were former subordinates of the Shenyuan family. Since they were here to avenge the Shenyuan family, everyone was on the same side. The Nangong family took over Ziyang City in the Yanmen Pass almost effortlessly. Chapter 827. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. Nangong family used the state preceptor hall's prophecy to clear the obstacles for themselves. She had to say this trick seemed to be nothing new, but it was very useful. In ancient times, to revolt, the safest operation was to borrow the name of heaven. The husband is the boat and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. Never underestimate the power of the people's hearts. Sheng Guanyan's eyes passed the old General Wang Man and fell on Wei Junting's face. "What does General Wei think?" Wei Junting said with a dignified look, "Nangong family has seized a wave of opportunity. If this continues, we will lose more cities. It's easy for them to take it, but it will be difficult for us to take it back." The border cities were carefully designed to prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. They were easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, Nangong family's army was waiting for the exhausted, so their combat power would be better. Sheng Guanyan looked at Gu Jiao again. "Commander Xiao, what do you think?" Gu Jiao looked at the map on the table and pointed to the west of Yanmen Pass. "The Liang country's garrison has advanced 100 feet to the border. They have already crossed the border. The reason why they haven't broken through Yanmen Pass is because their military strength is not strong enough. They are the same as us. The Imperial Army is on the way. We must seize the opportunity and recapture Chuyang before the Liang country's Imperial Army arrives at the border." Sheng Guanyan nodded in agreement. Wang Man disdainfully snorted, "A child is a child. Who can't think of such a simple method? Why do you think I didn't say it?" Gu Jiao seriously thought for a moment. "Are you afraid? Ignorant brat." Wang Man slammed his palm on the table and leaped up. Wei Junting hurriedly got up and stopped him. "General Wang. General Wang. Calm down. Calm down." Sheng Guanyan looked at Wang Man and said, "General Wang, do you want to use force in front of this one? You dare to scare my daughter-in-law? You're tired of living." Wei Junting continued to be the peacemaker. "Commander Xiao and Great General Wang are just joking. Great General Wang is a magnanimous person. Please don't bicker with the younger generation." Humph. Because the crown princess was present, Wang Man was given a way out, but he still reluctantly came down. The two of them sat back on their cushions. Sheng Guanyan knew Gu Jiao very well. She knew that Gu Jiao would not talk nonsense. Since she proposed it, it meant that she already had a plan in mind. However, what Wang Man said was not wrong. This plan did not work. Sheng Guanyin pointed to the map and said, "We are now in this place. If we rush to Jianghu city it will take us a month. If we force our way it will take us more than 20 days. The Liang Kingdom's army is not that far from the border. They will arrive in less than 20 days. Gu Jiao said, "According to the speed of the whole army we can't catch up, but the Black Wind Cavalry can. The Black Wind Cavalry will only need half a month to reach Jianghu." Sheng Guanyin was slightly surprised. "You want to force the army?" The cavalry's speed was faster than the infantry, but in order to ensure the horses' combat power, they can't ride too fast. If they rush it will take at least 20 days, half a month. It will overdraft the horses' physical strength. No, we still have to force the army. Gu Jiao pointed to the map and said, "If we pass through the mountain range in Liuzhou, it will be a straight line. We can reach Jianghu's Feng County." Wang Man was dissatisfied. "That mountain range is very dangerous. So far no army has ever passed through it." "I passed through it," Gu Jiao said in her heart. In her dream the Xinyuan army paid a great price to pass through that mountain range. This time she knew how to avoid those dangers. Wang Man cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness the Crown Princess, this is not a trivial matter. I don't care what means he used to become the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, but war is not a child's play. He can't just take it for granted and let the entire Black Wind Battalion be buried in his hands. After all, the Black Wind Battalion was their most powerful force. If this kid doesn't know how to command, then let someone else take command. Don't waste such a good military resource." Sheng Guanyin turned her head and looked at Gu Jiao. "Are you sure?" Mu Qingqian's eyes slightly moved. He heard the Crown Princess's trust in Gu Jiao. This made him puzzled. "I'm sure," Gu Jiao said with certainty. Sheng Guanyin nodded. "That's good." Wang Man's face changed. "Your Highness the Crown Princess." Sheng Guanyin said, "This one has made up her mind. General Wang, you don't need to persuade me. This one will bear all the consequences." At this point, even if Wang Man wanted to stop her, he couldn't pull out his sword and force the Crown Princess to change her mind. Humph. He stood up, with one hand behind his back, and the other hand patted his thigh back and forth twice to vent his dissatisfaction. Then with a cold face he left. Gu Jiao stared at him. "You're simply treating the battlefield as a child's play. Xiao Lulang is like this and the Crown Princess is also like this. I really don't know why His Majesty sent a woman to fight on his behalf. Is there no prince in the royal family? Li Wang, Su Wang, and Wang, which one of them is not better than a crippled Crown Princess?" Wang Man said this after he left the tent. But the people in the tent had good hearing. Wei Junting smiled awkwardly. Sheng Guanyan's expression didn't change much. She said to Wei Junting, "You can leave. This one has something to say to Commander Xiao." "Yes, this one will take his leave." Wei Junting got up and saluted, then turned and left the tent. Mu Qingqian also got up. Sheng Guanyin said, "Mu Qingqian, you stay. This one also has something to tell you." Half an hour later, Mu Qingqian and Gu Jiao came out of Sheng Guanyan's tent. At this time the sky was completely dark. The soldiers made a fire and made dinner. After eating they rested and patrolled. The two walked on the path in the middle of the tent. Teacher who greeted them, "Darren, have you had dinner? This one left some steamed buns for you." "I've eaten." Gu Jiao said, "Leave it here. I'll eat it tomorrow morning." Teacher who was stunned, "Ah yes. How can I let you eat it? Can I eat it myself?" Mu Qingqian frowned and looked at Gu Jiao. "I really don't understand you." Gu Jiao glanced at him strangely. "You don't need to understand me." Mu Qingqian was choked by her words. Fortunately he was used to it. While walking side by side with her he said, "I apologize to you about Nangong Li. Although the fact that Nangong family colluded with the Crown Prince and framed the real imperial grandson was not announced to the world, as the legitimate son of one of the 10 great families, he had heard a little about it. However, he didn't know that the real imperial grandson was Xiao Heng and Sheng Guanqing." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Mu Qingqian said with shame, "Did you kill Nangong Li because you found out his conspiracy? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Because of this matter, I misunderstood you as a person with ulterior motives. It's my fault." In fact, Gu Jiao didn't care about his misunderstanding, but he apologized so sincerely that if she didn't say anything he would keep apologizing. Gu Jiao scratched her head. "I forgive you." Mu Qingqian smiled and stopped to look at her. "Then, are we still friends?" Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, rolled her eyes and reluctantly said, "Yes." "What do you mean by yes?" Mu Qingqian was startled. Gu Jiao spread her hands and said, "I'm your boss now. You can't overstep your superiors and subordinates. You have to stick to your duty. Mu Qingqian, Sheng Guanyin was worried about her dear daughter-in-law, so she sent Mu Qingqian, who was supposed to protect her, to Gu Jiao's side. She asked him to go with Gu Jiao to attack Jianghu city. Gu Jiao was the commander. He was her follower. Gu Jiao imitated Wang Man's official gait and strode forward. With one hand behind her back, the other hand impatiently patted her thigh back and forth twice. Humph. She didn't even let out a humph. Mu Qingqian. Before dawn the next day, Gu Jiao ordered all the Black Wind cavalry to break camp. Sheng Guanyin originally insisted on going with Gu Jiao, but was rejected by Gu Jiao. Sheng Guanyin's back was pierced with 8 vertebral screws, so she had to wear armor when going out. The rapid march of the cavalry would drag her down. In addition, as the crown princess, she could collect more local troops along the way. Even if she didn't have enough troops, she could at least buy more provisions. This was going to be a tough battle, so the provisions must be provided. 3 days before the Black Wind cavalry set out, the weather was fine. On the 4th day, the army encountered a sudden autumn rain. Fortunately, Gu Jiao knew how to observe the weather and arranged for everyone to take shelter from the rain in advance. On the 11th day, the Black Wind cavalry arrived at the foot of the Looting Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in Liuzhou. The map was useless here. Because no one had entered this mountain range, naturally there was no detailed map. Everyone was on standby. Along the way, their impression of Gu Jiao had changed, but they still had a lot of reservations. In the past, the Han family's commanders were more beautiful than Gu Jiao, but in the end, what happened? The Han family rebelled. They admitted that the redisplay of the Xinyuan family's commander flag was really exciting. But they had been disappointed too many times, so they had already calmed down from the initial excitement. Perhaps this was just a way to boost morale. Who would really fight for the Xinyuan family? Even the Nangong family was using the Xinyuan family's name for their own benefit. Everyone looked at this new commander, waiting for him to continue his nonsense. They wanted to see if this little commander would be so anxious that he would cry if he was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Mu Qingqian looked around and whispered, "That, they don't seem to trust you." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Gu Jiao said to Mu Qingqian, "We have 3 days to pass through the mountain range. After that, the army will rest for a day. We won't stop in Feng County and will directly attack the city." 3 days, is it enough? Mu Qingqian looked at the endless mountain range and thought that they might not be able to walk out in 13 days. No wonder the cavalry didn't trust him. Even he felt that it was difficult enough. Gu Jiao said, "Whether it's enough or not, we'll know when we get there. Boss, let's go." The forest was filled with the howls of wild beasts. The horses could instinctively sense the danger in the forest. However, just like how Gu Jiao trusted the Black Wind King wholeheartedly, the Black Wind King also trusted his companions without reservation. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and jumped over the 6 feet wide ditch easily. He stepped into the dense forest without looking back. Chapter 828. The cavalrymen didn't want to go, but their mounts all wanted to follow the Black Wind King. Horses were very sensitive animals. Otherwise, they wouldn't sleep standing up all year round. Changes in the environment had a great impact on horses. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary horses. They were the strongest and bravest Black Wind cavalrymen of the 6 nations. They had received the most rigorous obstacle training in the military camp. This width wasn't difficult for them. They could basically cross it with a run-up. However, some of the 3-year-old ponies hadn't been trained enough and couldn't adapt to this complicated environment. The ponies at the end of the line were hesitant to move forward. Under the repeated instructions of the horse trainer, a pony finally jumped. However, it wasn't confident enough and didn't use its full strength. Only its front hooves landed on the opposite side. Panicked, the Black Wind King turned back and jumped into the ditch. It used its head to push the pony down. The little Black Wind cavalrymen at the back seemed to have found something to rely on. They also gathered their courage and jumped. The Black Wind King guarded the ditch and sent them over one by one. When all the little Black Wind cavalrymen had crossed the ditch, the Black Wind King came out of the ditch full of mud and brambles. Its legs were scratched a few times by the brambles. Gu Jiao treated its wounds and continued on the road. The 3 camps marched in the order of the vanguard, assault and reserve camps. Wenren Chong was from the reserve camp. He rode his horse and walked at the back of the line. As he walked, he used a charcoal pencil to record the terrain and route in the forest. "Hey, give me some water." Zhao Dengfeng rode his horse to his side and stretched out his hand. No. Wenren Chong didn't even raise his head. Zhao Dengfeng glared at him and turned to the cavalryman on the other side. Li Shen ignored him and urged his horse to go to the front. Zhao Dengfeng gritted his teeth. Aren't you all small soldiers? You're ignoring me? When Gu Jiao wanted to put the three of them in important positions, they were either not in the barracks or did not return to the barracks. Now they had returned to the barracks, but they were starting from small soldiers. Gu Jiao took the lead and led the way. Teacher Hu and Mu Qingchen followed behind her under the scorching sun. Gu Jiao suddenly stopped and looked around. Mu Qingchen asked, "What are you looking for?" "Little stream." Gu Jiao said, "There should be a stream nearby. If we follow the stream upstream, we'll be able to cross the mountain range." After a pause she said, "Go and catch a deer. I want it alive. Don't hurt it." It was not difficult to catch a deer, but it was not easy to not injure it at all. Mu Qingchen fell to the ground and was covered in dirt before he finally managed to bring a deer back. Gu Jiao licked the salt for the deer for a while and then let it go. Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and said, "Boss, follow it." He had to follow the deer stealthily and not scare it away. The Black Wind King lightened his steps and followed the deer's aura from afar. Not long after he arrived at a small stream. The deer was drinking with its head lowered. Gu Jiao brought the large group over and walked along the stream. From time to time she would pick 2 wild fruits or 2 stalks of medicinal herbs. The whole army was waiting for the little commander to get lost and cry. They imagined the little commander's appearance. "What should we do? What should we do? I can't find the way. We're doomed. It's dark. The wolves are coming. I'm so scared. Snakes. There are poisonous snakes on the trees." In reality they saw the appearance of a certain commander. She knocked out a tiger with 1 punch, grabbed a poisonous snake and used it as a rope. She rode Black Wind King and drove away the wolves with a torch. She led them safely through the swamp and successfully avoided the miasma forest. Even the most experienced soldier did not have her ability to survive in the forest. Gu Jiao found a suitable open space near the stream. "All right, we'll camp here tonight. Cheng Fugue, Zhao Lei, you two take turns to keep watch tonight." Cheng Fugue and Zhao Lei were the left and right commanders of the vanguard. The two of them cupped their hands and replied, "Yes." Gu Jiao said again, "Also tell the others not to light a fire." The two of them replied again, "Yes." Since they could not light a fire, they could only eat the cold pancakes. The temperature difference in the western part of Great Yen was huge. In order to prevent the food from going bad, the cooks baked the pancakes until they were dry and hard. After a few bites, their cheeks were sore. When they swallowed, they could feel something hard scraping their throats. Everyone drank the cold water from the stream and scraped the hard biscuits from their throats. No one complained and no one wasted any of their food. Gu Jiao sat by the stream. She ate the same food as the soldiers. However, the soldiers huddled together and did not get close to her. She looked a little lonely. Everyone looked at the skinny and immature figure. For some reason, they suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The Black Wind Cavalry finally reached the upstream after 2 days. There was a wide river here. At the end of the river was a waterfall that was hundreds of feet high. The closer to the waterfall, the narrower and shallower the river was, making it easier to cross. However, the river was a little turbulent today. If they were not careful, they could be washed down by the current. "Boss." Gu Jiao pulled the reins. "Can we cross?" The Black Wind King took a few steps back. Its muscles suddenly tightened and it jumped into the water. The water was not deep at this time. It only reached its knees. It calmly walked across. The rest of the Black Wind Cavalry also jumped into the river one after another. Under the comfort of the cavalry, they passed through the turbulent river safely. However, no one expected that when it was the last few Black Wind Cavalry's turn, the current suddenly became more turbulent. A huge wave came and washed a Black Wind Cavalry that was dragging the rations down. The Black Wind King dashed out and bit on the reins. The Black Wind King tried its best to withstand the turbulent river. It used all its strength to pull the Black Wind Cavalry up bit by bit. Both horses came ashore. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although the Black Wind Cavalry's life was saved, the rations on its back fell down. It lowered its head in disappointment. The Black Wind King rubbed its wet head against the Black Wind Cavalry's, as if it was comforting it silently. The army continued to move forward. This small episode did not affect the army too much, except for the Black Wind Cavalry. After losing its rations, It listlessly followed at the back of the army. It was not until Gu Jiao put the herbs she picked along the way on its back that it cheered up again. It took them 2 days to go up the mountain. It was much faster to go down the mountain. They only took 1 day to reach the foot of the mountain. Mu Qingchen sighed in amazement. It really only took 3 days. Traveling consumed a lot of energy. All the soldiers and horses were very tired. However, they only had 1 day to rest. After tomorrow they had to prepare for the siege. Midnight. The Black Wind Cavalry scout that Gu Jiao sent out returned. At this moment, Gu Jiao was sitting under a tree discussing the siege plan with the 6 commanders. Mu Qingchen was also there. Speak. Gu Jiao looked at the scout and said. The scout cupped his hands and said, Commander, there is good news and bad news. Gu Jiao was holding a tree branch with a map in her hand. She looked at him and said, Tell me the bad news first. The scout said, The bad news is that we lost 3 more cities. 2 of them surrendered to the Han family and the Nangong family. The last city was taken by the Jin Kingdom's army. Gu Jiao scratched the Yen Gate Pass with the tree branch and said, The Jin Kingdom's army has entered. So Tianshan Pass is completely lost. The scout said sadly, Yes. What's the good news? Gu Jiao asked. The scout said, The good news is that Ziyang City doesn't have much provisions left. 2 counties are transporting provisions for Ziyang City. They are expected to arrive at the north and east gates of Ziyang City tomorrow night. They were worried about how to attack Ziyang City. After all, the city walls were strong and easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, they were led by cavalry and didn't have the chariots and supplies of infantry. This made breaking the city gate difficult. The news that the scouts had gathered was indeed timely. Cheng Fugui said, We can rob them of their provisions. Without provisions they can only starve in the city. They will definitely come out to take back the provisions. That will be our chance. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, you are right. However, if the provisions arrived tomorrow night, it meant that their attack plan had to be brought forward. 2 hours later, the scout went to check the whereabouts of the provisions again. He brought back news that they were transporting provisions overnight. This conveyed 2 signals. First, Ziyang City's provisions were in urgent need. They couldn't even last a day. Second, they would arrive at Ziyang City by noon tomorrow at the latest. The attack plan had to be brought forward by half a day. This was a huge challenge for the Black Wind Cavalry, who had been rushing for more than 10 days, especially after crossing mountains for 3 days. How many soldiers do they have? Gu Jiao asked. The scout said, 5,000 each. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, Do they have a lot of provisions? They actually sent 5,000 soldiers. She had 50,000 Black Wind Cavalry including the supplies and war horses, so the actual fighting force was 20,000. The other side had 10,000 soldiers, so it didn't sound like a big problem. The key point was that robbing the provisions was only the first step. In order to take back the provisions, the Nangong Kingdom's army would come out of the city. That was an army of 80,000. They had to fight continuously without recovering their strength. With 20,000 soldiers against an army of 100,000, it was simply like striking a stone with an egg. The scout asked worriedly, Sir, are we going to fight? Gu Jiao clenched her fists. Her eyes were cold. Fight. Pass down the order. Rest well tonight. There is no need to wake up early tomorrow. In the afternoon, follow me to attack the city. Chapter 829. Crazy, crazy, crazy? He's really crazy. Zhao Dengfeng went into Wenren Chong's tent and kicked the sleeping Wenren Chong. Wake up! The young commander is crazy. If he's crazy, then he's crazy. Wenren Chong impatiently turned over and continued to sleep. Zhao Dengfeng was stunned. No, what's wrong with you? You've been forging iron for more than 10 years and you've become stupid. I say the young commander is crazy. He's going to attack the city tomorrow afternoon. And he's going to fight 2 battles? Can you believe it? How many soldiers do we have? How many soldiers does Ziyang City have? How tired are we from rushing all the way here? How can we fight them? It's not like we haven't fought them before. Wenren Chong said lightly. Zhao Dengfeng was stunned for a long time before he realized that he was referring to the battle many years ago. Shenyuan Li used 20,000 cavalry to defeat 80,000 Jin soldiers. It was about the same as their current strength. The problem was that the Jin army had rushed thousands of miles to attack. The Jin army had exhausted their strength, but they were the ones waiting for the exhausted soldiers. Whether it was their strength or their morale, they were at their peak. Looking at the current situation, how could they compare to the Black Wind Cavalry of the past? Was this new commander better than Shenyuan Li, or was everyone stronger than the morale of the past? If Great Commander Shenyuan was still here, we might have a chance of winning, but our young commander, TSK. Zhao Dengfeng was not optimistic. Why did I come here? I'm also crazy. I came here to die. I thought I could fight a few more battles and kill a few more Jin and Liang dogs. But now I was killed by the Nangong army before I even faced them. Why am I so unlucky? Wenren Chong was annoyed by his noise. He had more contact with Gu Jiao and knew that this young commander was not as weak as she looked. But to be honest, he didn't dare to have too much hope for tomorrow's battle. Was this what it meant to die before the battle? Gu Jiao's mental fortitude was very strong. Even if tomorrow was a fierce battle with almost no chance of victory, she still fell asleep immediately. He had a dreamless night. In the morning, she called the 6 commanders to the tree and gave them detailed instructions about the battle plan. Mu Qingchen and Advisor who were also there. Advisor who was in charge of recording the information. These files had to be reported to the imperial court. Gu Jiao used a branch to draw a simple map on the ground. Then she pointed at a small triangle and said, "This is our current position. There are 2 groups of provisions approaching Jianghu City. They are coming from the North Gate and the East Gate. We are closer to the North City Gate. I went to check the terrain just now. There is a canyon suitable for an ambush along the way. In a while, I will personally lead 1,000 cavalrymen to rob the rations outside the Northern City Gate. After that, I will return here and we will ambush the Nangong family's army. In addition, in order to disperse their forces, someone must also rob the provisions at the East Gate. When the Nangong family's army arrives, don't fight them head-on. Pretend to be defeated and lead them in a roundabout way. The further the better. By the time they realize that they have been lured away, it will be too late to reinforce the canyon. I have a grudge with the Nangong family. I killed Nangong Li. As long as I appear, they will definitely send their main forces to chase after me. Therefore, I need to reserve 18,000 troops at the canyon. Only 2,000 troops can be sent to the East Gate. This is a difficult and dangerous task. Even if they use more than half of their forces to chase after me, there will be at least 10,000 troops left. Once you are caught, you will be completely annihilated. I hope all of you can understand this point." Vanguard Battalion's Left Commander Cheng Fugue cupped his fist and said, "Commander Xiao, this subordinate is willing to lead the troops to the East Gate." Vanguard Battalion's Right Commander Zhao Lei also cupped his fist and said, "This subordinate should go. This subordinate's mother is from Jianghu City. This subordinate has lived in Jianghu City for a period of time. This subordinate is more familiar with the terrain here." Gu Jiao looked at Zhao Lei and said seriously, "All right, I will leave the provisions at the East Gate to you. Go and gather the troops." Zhao Lei got up and left. Gu Jiao then told the rest of the people about the ambush location and the specific arrangements. She also asked Cheng Fugue to gather 2,000 cavalrymen from the Vanguard Battalion to rob the provisions with her. After everyone left, Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "I will go with you." "No, you and Zhao Lei will rob the provisions at the East Gate," Gu Jiao said. She paused and looked at him calmly. "After you get the provisions, kill Zhao Lei." Mu Qingchen was startled. Gu Jiao said, "He is a spy." In the dream, the Black Wind camp's whereabouts were leaked by Zhao Lei. When they were crossing the mountains in Lu province, they were surrounded by the Jin and Liang armies and paid a heavy price. This time, it was Zhao Lei who passed the information to the Nangong family. That was why the Nangong family knew in advance that they were coming to Jianghu City. The Nangong family purposely arranged for people to send the provisions as bait. They wanted to lure them to attack when they were exhausted. The reason why they didn't attack them directly was because they were backed by the forest. Once they retreated into the forest, it would be hard to say whose hunting ground it was. Therefore, they had to think of a way to lure the Black Wind cavalry who were good at fighting in the forest. As for why they divided the provisions into 2 groups, it was because the Nangong family thought highly of her. They hoped that they could lure away half of the Black Wind cavalry and kill her more easily. Unfortunately, she didn't plan to divide the troops equally. Once Zhao Lei met the Nangong family, he would immediately tell the Nangong family the truth and work with the Nangong family to eliminate the 2,000 Black Wind cavalry. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. "Why don't you kill him now?" Gu Jiao said, "Take Zhao Lei to rob the provisions. Those soldiers won't fight the Black Wind cavalry head-on. They will pretend to fight for a while and then run away. This will reduce the casualties of the Black Wind Cavalry. Also, you can get some information from Zhao Lei on the way. He thinks that you are a dying man, so he won't be stingy to say a few words. Mu Qingchen didn't know what to say. Who taught you all this? Gu Jiao put one hand behind her back and patted her thigh with the other hand. She said arrogantly, I learned it all by myself. I'm very talented. Mu Qingchen was speechless. In the afternoon, Zhao Lei led 2,000 soldiers to the east gate. Mu Qingchen followed him. Gu Jiao and Cheng Fugui led the other 2,000 soldiers to the north gate. The remaining 16,000 soldiers were led by Li Jin and Tong Zhong to set up an ambush in the canyon that Gu Jiao mentioned. Why are we not involved? Zhao Dengfeng sat outside the tent and looked at the sky in boredom. Wenren Chong found a well-lit place to sit down and repair his armor. Li Shun was sharpening his knife. He and Zhao Dengfeng were now soldiers in the reserve camp. They were responsible for cooking. Zhao Dengfeng was anxious when he saw the two of them resign to their fate. He spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth and said, Can you two be more promising? One of you wants your head and the other wants your life. Men should die. Why are you hiding in the rear camp? The blacksmiths continued to forge and sharpen their knives, but no one paid any attention to him. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao led 2,000 armored cavalry and rushed all the way to the open space of the White Horse Slope to intercept the army provisions that were being sent to Xiang City. Although the soldiers transporting the provisions wore the armor of the local government, they were actually the army of the Nangong family. Gu Jiao was also surprised by the general who led the soldiers to escort the provisions. It was the third master of the Nangong family, Nangong Li's younger brother, Nangong Zhe. There were not many rumors about Nangong Zhe in Xingdu. He had been guarding the border with the army. Gu Jiao had seen his portrait in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. He was more handsome and strong than in the portrait. His skin had been tanned into a bronze color by the scorching sun at the border. His bright eyes looked at Gu Jiao with a smile that was not a smile, revealing a bit of undisguised ridicule. You are the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? His eyes fell on the birthmark on Gu Jiao's left face. This feature was too obvious. No one would mistake it. Gu Jiao was wearing a red battle suit and black armor. She sat proudly on the back of the Black Wind King's horse. Her young face was somewhat immature, but her eyes revealed a calmness that did not match her age. Are you the one who killed my second brother? Nangong Zhe asked with a sneer. Yes, it's me, Gu Jiao admitted frankly. Nangong Zhe did not expect her to admit it so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered, My eldest brother actually died in the hands of a brat like you. What a shame to the Nangong family. Originally, I did not want to go through so much trouble, but they all told me to be careful of you and insisted on transporting some provisions to lure you out. Fourth brother and I both moved out. Looks like I was lucky. As he spoke, he looked behind Gu Jiao and said with disdain, Unfortunately, only 2,000 people were lured here. Should we say that we did not plan well, or should we say that you are extremely daring? You only have 2,000 people and you dare to rob my 5,000 soldiers. But it doesn't matter. Once we capture you, your Black Wind Cavalry will naturally come to rescue you like moths to a flame. Gu Jiao said calmly, What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. If we capture you, we will be able to attract the 80,000-strong army of your Nangong clan. Ha ha ha. Nangong Zhe was about to faint from her laughter. I have lived for more than 30 years and I have never heard such an arrogant tone. Your Black Wind Cavalry only has 20,000 soldiers and you dare to fight my 80,000 soldiers? I think you are scared out of your wits. His gaze landed on Gu Jiao's armor. Do you really think that by wearing Xinyuan Li's armor, you can become the second Xinyuan Li? You're still far from him. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the long sword hanging on the saddle and pointed it at Gu Jiao. Leave this person to me. Kill the rest. The 5,000-strong army surged towards Gu Jiao and the Black Wind Cavalry like a tidal wave. Cheng Fugui pulled out his sword. Brothers, kill them. In an instant, the weapons clashed and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Gu Jiao looked at Nangong Zhe, who had risen into the air and slashed at her. Her young face was expressionless and she was terrifyingly calm. Nangong Zhe, who was charging towards her, frowned. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear on her back and said word by word, The first battle must see blood. Chapter 830. The white cloth on the red-tasseled spear was removed by Gu Jiao and it flew into the wind. The spearhead shone with a cold light under the hot sun. The red-tasseled spear that was identified as a whip was like the blood from the enemy's heart. It was a shocking red. Nangong's sword directly chopped down on Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear, creating a crisp sound of collision. His sword was a treasured sword made of black iron. It was incomparably sharp and indestructible. Not to mention a red-tasseled spear, even if it was a piece of pig iron he would be able to split it in half. But what shocked Nangongza was that the ugly red-tasseled spear was actually unharmed. Did it withstand my sword? No, it should be that this brat blocked his killing move. He used a large amount of qinggong and internal energy to complete this move. He saw the scene of Gu Jiao pulling out her spear to block, but he didn't care. This was because he had absolute confidence that he could break Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear and slash her body. Nangongza was above Gu Jiao's head and forcefully pressed down on the long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly. She suddenly leaned back and raised her left leg, kicking towards Nangongza's head. Nangongza held his sword in his right hand and was facing off against Gu Jiao. He could only use his left hand to block, but this position was extremely awkward. In addition, his left hand wasn't his dominant hand, so he didn't have enough strength. His entire body was kicked out by Gu Jiao. Nangongza almost fell under the hooves of the Black Wind Cavalry. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself in time. His long sword touched the ground and he used the momentum to flip and stabilize himself in the chaos. His left arm that blocked Gu Jiao's kick began to feel slightly numb. This brat's strength was terrifying. And what was with the red-tasseled spear in his hand? Why? Did it look a little familiar? Where did you get your red-tasseled spear? Nangongza asked coldly. As he spoke, a soldier from the Nangong family was kicked to the ground by a Black Wind Cavalry. Seeing that his throat was about to be pierced by the Black Wind Cavalry's spear, he swung his sword at the Black Wind Cavalry. Clang! Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear blocked his sword. The cavalryman was slightly startled, but his movements were not affected. It was as if they had cooperated thousands of times before. Under Gu Jiao's protection he stabbed the Nangong rebel to death. Don't say that we are all from the Great Yen Kingdom. Rebels are rebels. It is the mission of the Black Wind Cavalry to purge the rebels. Nangongza did not care about his soldiers as much as Gu Jiao did for the Black Wind Cavalry. If they died, so be it. They still had more soldiers. However, this made him even more curious about Gu Jiao. How could he be so gifted at such a young age? Gu Jiao did not intend to talk nonsense with Nangongza. Nangongza recognized that the armor she was wearing was Xinyuan Li's armor, but he did not recognize that her red-tasseled spear was Xinyuan Li's weapon. She was not good at martial arts and was blind. She had been a spy in the Shenyuan army for so many years. Gu Jiao stepped on the stirrups and jumped onto the horse's back. She turned in the air and slammed her spear down heavily at Nangongza. Nangongza's pupils shrank. The 7 styles of Shenyuan. This was the Shenyuan family's spear technique. The youth was holding Xinyuan Li's red-tasseled spear. How could it be? Who are you? He swung his sword to block the red-tasseled spear above his head. He held the sword hilt with one hand and the blade with the other. He used all his internal energy to block the youth's attack. Gu Jiao immediately followed up with a second strike at lightning speed. With a crisp crack, Nangongza's black iron sword was broken by the youth's red-tasseled spear. Nangongza's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Jiao did not give Nangongza any time to catch his breath. She quickly stabbed her spear again. Behind her, Cheng Fugue was forced down from his horse by a rebel from the Nangong family in order to save his companions. The rebel cut his left shoulder with a sword. Damn you! He turned his head and stabbed the rebel with his spear. As soon as the rebels fell, even more rebels surged forward. Kill their horses! Someone in the rebel army shouted, and everyone changed their direction of attack. They didn't want to fight the cavalry head-on, but instead, they slashed at the Black Wind Cavalry that they were riding. The Shenyuan Steel Cavalry was the bravest war horse in the 6 nations. They were trained to protect their masters and did not care about their own safety. As long as the cavalry did not stop, they would continue to fight. They would not retreat because of swords and sabers, and would not cower because of injuries. Cheng Fugue watched as the Black Wind Cavalry fell one after another. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! How dare you kill our mounts? Give me your life. The battle between 2 armies was not a duel between individuals. Everyone was killing each other and people could be injured or killed at any time. The Black Wind Cavalry was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Any small victory that was bought with a huge price or sacrifice would be considered a failure. Gu Jiao had to end the battle as soon as possible. Nangong Zhe, who had lost his weapon, got on his horse and took a spear from a Black Wind cavalry. Gu Jiao deftly flicked his spear away. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and charged towards Nangong Zhe's horse with a murderous aura. Nangong Zhe's warhorse was so frightened that it fled. Its entire body stood upright. Nangong Zhe cursed angrily and fell from the horse's back. He rolled a few times and coincidentally saw a long sword in front of him. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly reached out to pick it up. Gu Jiao's spear pierced over and nailed his palm to the dusty ground. Gu Jiao said, "I said that the first battle must see blood. The blood of the traitors shall be used to pay tribute to the dead souls of the Shenyuan family." Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and pressed it down. Ah! Nangong Zhe let out a shrill cry. After tasting the blood of the traitors, the red-tasseled spear seemed to shine even brighter. Endless fighting spirit reverberated throughout the battlefield. The morale of the Black Wind cavalry was greatly boosted. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear and kicked Nangong Zhe unconscious. On the battlefield it was not individual strength that mattered but teamwork. Although Nangong Zhe's martial arts were not as good as Hun's, he was not weak in a real battle. If Nangong Zhe had not targeted Gu Jiao so much today and had wholeheartedly led the rebel army to arrange the troops, he would not have lost so thoroughly. Of course, Gu Jiao's age made it easy for people to underestimate her. Who would have thought that a teenager could defeat the fierce general of the Nangong family? After Nangong Zhe was captured alive by Gu Jiao, the rebel army's morale was in chaos. The Black Wind cavalry took advantage of the victory and killed almost all of the rebel army. Gu Jiao asked Cheng Fugui to keep a few of them alive. "Go and tell the head of the Nangong family that I, Xiao Lulang, am here. I'm the one who killed his second son Nangong Li. Now I've captured his third son Nangong Zhe. If he wants to redeem his son, use Jianghu city as an exchange. Otherwise I'll chop off his son's head and hang it on the Black Wind camp's flagpole." When they thought of that inspiring scene, all of the Black Wind cavalry raised their weapons. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their shouts shook the heavens and the clouds. The few remaining rebel soldiers were so frightened by this monstrous aura that they trembled all over, their faces filled with fear. Gu Jiao waved her spear and said seriously, "Also, if the Nangong family does not surrender, I'll attack Jianghu city and kill every single one of them." Report. Report. In the governor's mansion, the head of the Nangong family was sitting in the parlor and playing with his grandson. When he heard the soldier's anxious voice, he asked the servant to carry his 3-year-old grandson away and summon the soldier. "When?" the head of the Nangong family asked with a sullen face. He was a little unhappy that his family's happiness with his grandson was interrupted. The soldier knelt on one knee and said anxiously, "Governor, the third master, has been captured." The head of the Nangong family's eyes turned cold. He pressed his palm on the armrest and stood up. "What did you say? Who has been captured? Who has captured him?" The soldier cupped his hands and said, "The third master has been captured by Xiao Lulang from the Black Wind camp. Xiao Lulang said that if you want to redeem the third master, use Jianghu city as an exchange. He also said. The head of the Nangong family gripped the armrest tightly and said through gritted teeth, "What else did he say?" The soldier said in fear, "He also said that if the governor doesn't surrender he will attack the city and kill all the people of the Nangong family." The head of the Nangong family slapped the chair. "Bastard. Father." The eldest son, Nangong Cheng, quickly walked into the parlor. "I just came from the city tower. I heard that the third brother has been captured?" The head of the Nangong family was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Xiao Lulang, it's that Xiao Lulang again." Nangong Cheng was shocked. "It's him?" The head of the Nangong family suppressed his anger and closed his eyes. "I told him to bring more soldiers but he didn't listen." Nangong Cheng didn't reply. Actually, it was impossible to bring more soldiers. The mission of the third brother and the fourth brother was to lure the Black Wind camp out of the mountain. If the third brother and the fourth brother had brought more soldiers, the cavalry of the Black Wind camp wouldn't have come out of the mountain to rob the provisions. Moreover, their target was Xiao Lulang. Whether it was the third brother or the fourth brother, they would capture him alive if they could. If they couldn't, they would kill him. Nangong Cheng frowned. "I didn't expect this Xiao Lulang to be so powerful. The first day he appeared, the third brother fell into his hands. I wonder how the fourth brother is doing?" The head of the Nangong family said, Your fourth brother didn't encounter Xiao Lulang, so he should be fine for now. You should think about how to save your third brother. Grandfather. A woman in red armor walked in with a solemn expression. She cupped her hands and bowed to the head of the Nangong family and Nangong Cheng. Grandfather, uncle, please allow me to bring the soldiers to save my father. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize her. She was Nangong Jing, the daughter of the third branch of the Nangong family who wanted to drag 5th Master Han down at the cost of her own reputation during the selection of the Black Wind Camp's commander. As the daughter of a general, Nangong Jing was also quite skilled in martial arts. Grandfather. I'll go too. I want to take revenge for my father. Nangong Li's youngest son, Nangong Lin, also rushed in with a murderous aura. Nangong Cheng said in a deep voice, "Stop fooling around. Go back to your rooms." Even your father wasn't a match for Xiao Lulang. Do you really think you can take advantage of him? Nangong Cheng and the head of the Nangong family were a little angry at the mention of this. They already knew that this Xiao Lulang was a fake. He wasn't 19 years old. From his appearance he was only 16 or 17 years old. However, he was already so capable. Before Xiao Lulang appeared, the Nangong family had always been proud of their juniors. They thought that they were young and capable, and that their achievements in the future would definitely be greater than their elders. However, after Xiao Lulang appeared, their children suddenly weren't as good. Was the difference between people that big? The head of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. Now that they were in troubled times, it was inevitable that the head of the Nangong family's temper was more irritable than before. Nangong Lin and Nangong Jing were stunned by the scolding. They looked at each other and left unwillingly. Nangong Cheng consoled him, "Father, please calm down first. I'll think of a way to save third brother." The head of the Nangong family said bitterly, "This person is ruthless. Your third brother will definitely suffer a lot in his hands." Nangong Cheng thought for a while and said, "Father, I think there's still room for negotiation. He didn't kill third brother and wants to negotiate with us. It's obvious that he doesn't have enough troops to fight against our army in the city. Why don't we beat him at his own game and call Xiao Lulang to Ziyang City in the name of negotiation and wait for an opportunity to kill him?" The head of the Nangong family said coldly, "How do you know that you're not inviting a wolf into the house? Xiao Lulang is so cunning. Once he enters the city and incites the people in the name of the Shenyuan army, the consequences will be unimaginable. We'll kill him outside the city. Go and call Chang Wei here." Nangong Cheng asked, "Father, you want General Chang Wei to fight against Xiao Lulang?" The head of the Nangong family said coldly, "Chang Wei is the most capable subordinate of the Nangong family. He's skilled in martial arts and is brave and good at fighting. Over the years there have been many wars at the border, but he hasn't lost even once. Ask him to bring all the troops in the city. He must kill all the Black Wind cavalry." Although the Black Wind cavalry only had 20,000 soldiers, it was the most powerful army in the Great Yin dynasty. It was also the first army that the Shenyuan family established. The Shenyuan family relied on the Black Wind cavalry to dominate the 6 states. Later on, they slowly built their own archery unit, infantry unit, and chariot unit. In order to extinguish the fighting spirit of the 3 armies, they must first eliminate the Black Wind cavalry. Chapter 831. In Feng County, on the official road that was used to transport the provisions, there had just been a battle. Thick blood mist filled the entire open space. Cheng Fugui's arm was hanging with gauze, directing the soldiers who were not injured to count the provisions. Probably because the city was really short of provisions, so the provisions this time were all real. This was a great harvest. This was an unprecedented war, and it would not end easily. It was always right to stock up more provisions. It was not good to stay here for a long time. Gu Jiao took 4 medical officers to treat the injuries of the injured soldiers. "Bear with it for a while," Gu Jiao said to a soldier whose arm was dislocated. The soldier nodded. Gu Jiao put his arm back in place. Then she took gauze from the small medicine box and wrapped it around his neck. Just like Cheng Fugui, his arm was hung around his neck. After that, Gu Jiao treated the next soldier. She pulled out the sword, disinfected, stopped bleeding, stitched up and put gauze on the wound. After counting the provisions, the soldiers rested on the spot to recover their strength. But Gu Jiao could not rest. There were no hospital beds here. All the soldiers were lying on the ground. She could only kneel and treat everyone. The cold hard armor rubbed her knees. She knelt in front of a wounded soldier covered in blood. This wounded soldier was very young. He had just joined the army this year. His family was poor. In order to treat his grandfather's illness, he joined the army. He had the talent to be a soldier. Cheng Fugue took him back to the Black Wind camp. My leg. He looked at his injured and swollen leg. His eyes suddenly had tears of fear. This was the first time he went to the battlefield. It was also the first time he faced serious injury and death. It won't be crippled. It will be cured. Gu Jiao said to him. Really? He asked with a choked voice. Gu Jiao said, yes, really? But you have to be obedient. Don't make noise. Don't cry. He stopped his tears in a second, fearing that he wouldn't be able to recover if he cried too much. Gu Jiao took out the anesthetic and applied local anesthesia on him. Then she used a scalpel to cut open his skin and used a pair of tweezers to pick out the broken sword fragments bit by bit. The wounded soldier did not dare to look at Gu Jiao's movements. He turned his head away and closed his eyes tightly. The rest of the cavalry couldn't help but look over. To be honest, the new commander-in-chief's performance today was somewhat beyond their expectations. Nangong Zhe was famous for being a fierce general at the border. He had personally led the troops to escort the rations and waited for the Black Wind cavalry to jump in. At that moment they were actually very worried that this little commander would drag them down. At that time they thought, little commander, can you go play for a while? Wait until we've robbed all the provisions, then you can come back and claim the credit, okay? They had the mood of an adult coaxing a child, hoping that the little commander would not come out and cause trouble. Who knew that the little commander would be so fierce, nailing Nangong Zhe's palm to the ground with a spear. At that moment they all had goosebumps all over their bodies. This feeling was like, you thought you had a cat, but in the blink of an eye, it turned out to be a little cheetah, and it even bit the big-tailed wolf that you were afraid of to death. A cavalry soldier whispered to the squad leader beside him, that I almost got hit by the sword just now, but the little commander blocked it for me. If it wasn't for the little commander's spear, he was afraid that his injuries would be worse than Gooden's. Gooden was the name of the wounded soldier. The cavalry soldier secretly sized up Gu Jiao as he continued to whisper, Squad leader, don't you think the little commander is quite powerful? The squad leader was about to say something when Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Everyone quickly averted their gazes. Some looked up at the sky while others scratched their feet. When Gu Jiao went to treat the wounds of the wounded soldiers, everyone's eyes fell on her again. Gu Jiao had already gone to treat the next wounded soldier. This wounded soldier had fainted. After being saved by Gu Jiao, he saw Gu Jiao holding a syringe in her hand and screamed in fright. Gu Jiao pricked his buttocks with the needle. Disobedient. There was a deep and sealed wound on his body. Gu Jiao gave him a tetanus shot. Everyone stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Did the little commander snort just now? When the little commander was fierce, why did she look a little cute? At this moment, Gu Jiao ran out of blood-staunching powder. She took a new bottle from the small medicine box, but when she tore it open, her nose itched and she sneezed. Achoo! Her small body trembled and the white powder splashed on her face. She stared dumbfoundedly at the blood-staunching powder that was half gone. She was in so much pain that her expression cracked. Damn. Someone couldn't help but cry out. Everyone clutched their hearts. They couldn't take it anymore. The little commander was a little too cute. The Nangong family's rebel army could attack at any time, so they could only treat them urgently. They had to wait until they reached a safe place to put them on drips. After Gu Jiao and the medical officers finished treating all the wounds, the 2,000 soldiers set off back to the canyon. The cavalry was very curious about what had happened just now. A few of them were brave enough to call out to a medical officer. The leader of the cavalry asked, The little commander knows medicine? Did you guys teach her? The medical officer smiled and said, You're wrong. Our medical skills were taught by Lord Xiao. What? The cavalry was dumbfounded. The medical officer marched with the troops. He had seen how Gu Jiao was treated in the Black Wind camp during this period. She was so young and had such a heavy responsibility, but she was still ostracized by a group of men. But the cavalry couldn't be blamed. The previous commanders of the Han family had bitterly disappointed them. However, this newly appointed commander was different from the Han family. The medical officer explained, We're lacking in the treatment of external injuries. Every day after you rest, Lord Xiao will call us to his tent and teach us how to treat external injuries, including how to use the medicine and tools he gave us. There's actually such a thing? A cavalry muttered, I've seen it once or twice when I was patrolling. I thought the little commander was afraid of death and always asked the medical officer to check his pulse. The medical officer smiled and said, Lord Zhao's medical skills are brilliant. We can't compare to him. They trained in the Black Wind camp all day, so they didn't know that Gu Jiao had treated the crown princess. Another cavalry said in surprise, so our little commander not only knows how to fight, but also knows how to treat people. He used us. He didn't even realize that he had used a nickname that belonged to his own people. The others didn't seem to find anything wrong with this nickname. Why aren't we leaving? Gu Jiao looked back at the people who were still whispering behind. Everyone quickly straightened their expressions and urged their horses to follow. Gu Jiao had chosen a place to set up camp before she left. It was at the foot of a mountain 3 miles away from the canyon, backed by a small forest. The reserve camp had already moved here. The tents were set up and dinner was ready. Gu Jiao let the injured soldiers return to their tents to recuperate. The injured Black Wind cavalry were also taken away for treatment. As for the food they robbed, it was handed over to Zhang Shiyong and Zhou Ren, the 2 commanders of the reserve camp. Li Jin and Tong Zhong of the assault camp came to Gu Jiao's tent and reported the situation of the ambush in the canyon. Very good. Gu Jiao nodded. Have the soldiers eaten dinner? Yes, Li Jin said. Gu Jiao said, once it gets dark, the Nangong family's rebel army will take action. Everyone must be prepared for battle. Yes. The 2 men cupped their fists in response. Milord, who is this person? Advisor who ran over anxiously. He looked at Nangong Zhe who was tied up and thrown on the ground. Rebel army? Nangong Zhe. Gu Jiao said. Advisor who was shocked. Nangong Zhe? The 3rd master of the Nangong family? Milord, you captured him? We kept him as bait. Gu Jiao clapped her hands and no longer cared about Nangong Zhe on the ground. Instead, she looked at Li Jin and Tong Zhong. Based on your understanding of the Nangong family, who will they send to lead the troops tonight? Li Jin thought for a moment and said, Chang Wei. Tong Zhong said, either Chang Wei or Nangong Sitsi. Gu Jiao said, Nangong Sitsi has gone to deliver another batch of food. Mu Qingchen is leading them in a roundabout way. They won't be able to come tonight. She was talking about Mu Qingchen, not Zhao Lei. Logically speaking, Zhao Lei was the commander of the Black Wind cavalry. Mu Qingchen did not have an official position. Zhao Lei should be the one leading them in a roundabout way. However, she was close to Mu Qingchen. The 2 of them thought that she was just talking about Mu Qingchen out of habit and did not take it to heart. That leaves only Chang Wei. Tong Zhong's expression suddenly turned serious. If it's Chang Wei, we'll be in trouble. He's harder to deal with than Nangong Sitsi. He's a real fierce general. Gu Jiao said casually, we'll know if he's fierce or not after the battle. Night fell. Chang Wei was dressed in armor. He led an army of 80,000 soldiers out of Ziyang City and headed toward Feng County in the east. This army was well equipped. There were archers, cavalry, infantry and heavy chariots. It was obvious that they were going to fight the Black Wind cavalry to the death. Chang Wei was born in a poor family. He became a fierce general on the border with his strength. He was very experienced in battle. He had his own way of dealing with the invincible Black Wind cavalry. When the army was 3 miles away from the valley, Chang Wei called for them to stop. General. His deputy general looked at him in confusion. Chang Wei looked at the valley in the night. It was like the mouth of a giant beast. He said calmly, they will definitely set up an ambush in the valley. The deputy general looked at the valley that reached into the clouds. He said, it's indeed a good place to set up an ambush. General, what do you plan to do? Chang Wei said, take a group of people and feign an attack. Force them to attack. When they've used up all their ambushes, retreat. I have a plan. Chapter 832. At dusk, the entire Black Wind camp entered a state of preparation. They packed up and set off. Nangong Zhe was tied to a wooden stake in the camp. He woke up an hour ago. He thought he would be tortured, but he wasn't. The men left him alone after they tied him up. His injured palm was wrapped in gauze. The wound must have been treated because there wasn't a lot of blood seeping out. He frowned deeply as he watched the cavalrymen come and go and fight in front of him. He was tied very close to the Black Wind camp's commander's tent. With his hearing, he could hear the conversation inside. He knew there would be a fierce battle tonight and knew what the Black Wind Camp had prepared. If he could tell Nangong Jun the Black Wind Camp's battle plan, he would be able to take down the Black Wind Camp effortlessly. Unfortunately, that kid tied him up with iron chains. He couldn't break free at all. He tried to lure the cavalry over and coax them to take him to see the Black Wind Camp's commander. That way he could find a chance to escape. But he shouted so many times that the horsemen who came and went in front of him seemed to be deaf. Damn it. Nangong Zhe gritted his teeth. He had to find a way to leave this place. He couldn't let the Black Wind Camp use him to threaten Nangong Jun. Just as he was racking his brains for a way to escape, he saw Gu Jiao come out of her tent with a helmet. He hurriedly said, "Xiao Lulang. What trick are you playing this time? Do you think you can make my father surrender to you by capturing me? I'm warning you, you better give up. My father will never bow down to you for me." Gu Jiao said to Advisor Hu, who followed her out, "Remember to put more water and cook it slowly." Advisor Hu nodded. "Yes, I'll remember." Zhang Shiyong. Gu Jiao called the reserve camp's left commander, who came back with a newly hunted animal. "There's no time to dry a few baskets of herbs. Find a few people to roast them." "Yes," Zhang Shiyong replied. Gu Jiao called a few more people over and gave them instructions one by one. She only walked over unhurriedly when Nangong Zhe's face was as black as charcoal. Hugging her helmet, she looked down at Nangong Zhe, who was in a sorry state, and asked, "What's the matter?" Nangong Zhe hated the feeling of looking up at him, but if he did not look at him, it would seem that he was afraid of him. Nangong Zhe looked up and said coldly, "You won't succeed. My father won't exchange the entire Xiang city for me." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Jiao's calm reaction made Nangong Zhe even angrier. He was obviously a brat who was still wet behind the ears, but no matter what he did, he was so calm. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Also, you won't succeed. You only have 20,000 cavalrymen, while my Nangong family has 80,000 soldiers. Your little tricks are nothing in the face of an 80,000-strong army. Xiao Lulang, it's not too late for you to regret. Send me back obediently. Kowtow to my father 3 times and pledge allegiance to the Nangong family. Maybe we can spare your life. Are you done?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him fearlessly. "You're not very eloquent." After saying that, she walked away with a little disdain. The army was ready to set off, and the medical officers followed with medicinal herbs and fragrances. People would constantly get injured during a war, so the presence of medical officers was very necessary. The huge camp was emptied in an instant, leaving only the soldiers of the reserve camp and the injured soldiers who were transported back from the front line in the afternoon. Nangong Zhe stopped looking around and frowned in confusion. Xiao Lulang had really left. He didn't bring her along. This was too strange. If he was Xiao Lulang, what would he do when the two armies were facing each other? He would use him, the legitimate son of the Nangong family, as a shield so that the Nangong army would not dare to act recklessly. Could it be, he's thinking that if he loses, he'll use me as a last resort? No, I can't let Xiao Lulang succeed. I must escape. The sky became gloomier and gloomier until it was completely dark. On the mountain peaks on the east and west sides of the canyon, the Black Wind Camp's cavalry, who were almost one with the night, lay in ambush. Li Jin was lying on the edge of a rock on the east peak, closely watching the movements below the canyon. On the west peak opposite him, Tong Zhong was also constantly vigilant. Behind the two of them were the cavalry in their respective positions. Everyone was ready to deal with the Nangong army that could appear at any time. Li Jin pressed his ear to the ground. Suddenly he felt a vibration on the slope of the mountain. Someone was coming. To be exact, a large group of people was coming. Li Jin blew a cuckoo's call, and Tong Zhong responded with 2 cuckoo's calls. Both sides reached a tacit agreement and raised their right hands together. The sound of horse hooves approached from afar, mixed with the sound of armor rubbing against each other. In the silent mountain range it sounded like a battle. The moon was good tonight. The armor reflected the cold light, and the sound of horse hooves echoed in the valley. They were close to the canyon. 10 zhang, 7 zhang, 5 zhang, Li Jin suddenly pressed down with his hand, drop. The 20 cavalry behind him used the wooden sticks in their hands to pry open the huge rocks one by one. The rocks rolled down from the craggy mountain, creating a thunderous sound. The Nangong army that had charged into the canyon was smashed by the rocks, and their formation was instantly disrupted. Wails of pain intertwined. Tong Zhong was not willing to be outdone. He suddenly lit the trench behind him. Release the arrows. The Black Wind camp had the highest requirements for their soldiers, and their training was also the most comprehensive. Not only were they good at fighting on horseback, they were also good at fighting infantry, archery, and formations. Their arrowheads were dipped in kerosene, and after they were lit in the trench, the scorching flames covered the sky as they shot towards the rebel army in the canyon. The rebel army did not have any strength to fight back, and fell down in a clatter. The vice-general was stunned. Even though he knew that they were here to die, he did not expect them to die so quickly. Shoo! An arrow flew over, and the vice-general quickly leaned back to dodge it. The arrow flew past his nose. The tip of his nose was still hot from the kerosene, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he could not retreat. He gripped the reins tightly and pulled out the sword at his waist. Charge! Kill them all. The space on the mountain was limited, so it was impossible for everyone to hide up there. The Black Wind camp's main force must be hiding in front of the canyon. As long as they charged over, they would be able to fight them. Large rocks and logs kept rolling down from the peak of the canyon, and the kerosene arrows burned the entire canyon. When the Nangong army charged through the canyon, they had already lost more than half of their forces. The vice-general's heart was bleeding. Even if they wanted to die, they did not want to die so many. Fortunately, they had already charged through the canyon. Now, as long as they fought with the enemy, they would stop the ambush on the mountain to avoid hurting their own people. On the other side of the canyon, Cheng Fugui saw that the Nangong army had already charged through the canyon. He tore off the bandage on his arm, pulled the reins and pulled out his sword. Brothers, kill! The Black Wind camp's cavalry were like a surging tide as they charged towards the Nangong army with killing intent. Horses were timid by nature and were easily frightened. To train a horse into a proper warhorse was an extremely difficult task. To train a horse into a Black Wind rider, other than the Xinyuan family, there was no other family that could do it. The Nangong family had also trained many good horses at the border. However, first of all, they were not as good as the Black Wind cavalry, and second of all, there was a big gap in terms of training tactics. The Black Wind cavalry were called the death soldiers of the horse for a reason. The vice-general was already unable to remain calm. After exchanging blows with the enemy, he quickly gave the order to retreat. Cheng Fugui excitedly shouted, "Brothers! Charge! Kill them all! Don't let the rebels escape!" In terms of the speed of a war horse, who could outrun the Black Wind cavalry? Fortunately, General Chang Wei was already prepared. Fire! The vice-general shouted, and the rebels under his command all took out something and threw it on the ground. Then the vice-general pulled out a kerosene arrow from the corpse of a rebel and threw it at those things. A series of shocking explosions could be heard. The black gunpowder blew up the valley into a land of thick smoke. Due to the limitations of the formula and manufacturing method, the explosive power of the black gunpowder was not very strong. It was mainly used in conjunction with sleeping gas and knockout drugs. Cheng Fugui quickly pulled on the reins. Stop! Stop! Be careful. There are knockout drugs. This incident bought precious time for the vice-general and the others. They managed to rush back to where the Nangong army was. The Black Wind cavalry chased after them relentlessly. Everyone could clearly hear Cheng Fugui's cursing. Chang Wei saw that there were less than 500 people left and frowned. He never underestimated the enemy, but the strength of the Black Wind cavalry was still beyond his imagination. However, this was the end. After tonight, there would be no more Black Wind cavalry. After the last rebel stepped into the safe zone, Chang Wei ordered the soldiers on both sides of the road, "Rise." The gloved soldiers on both sides each pulled a few transparent threads in their hands. With a whoosh, they ran to the opposite side and tied the transparent threads to the already nailed iron pillars on both sides. The pillars were also wrapped in the same cloth as the silver thread gloves. If Gu Jiao was here, it would not be difficult for her to recognize that this was the snowfield silk that appeared in the Yen Kingdom's palace. It was extremely sharp and could cut through anything. However, it couldn't see anything. When the Black Wind cavalry charged over, only pieces of meat would be left. On the other hand, they would pretend to be strong and let the elites swing their swords to make the Black Wind cavalry think that they were cut by the sword energy. This was the highest level of the art of confusing the enemy. The Black Wind cavalry who did not know the truth would keep charging forward, trying their best to kill the elites. However, even when the last cavalry fell, no one would understand that there were no elites. What killed was the invisible snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Charge! Brothers! Charge! Kill these traitors! Cheng Fugui's voice reverberated throughout the entire road. The Black Wind Cavalry followed him without hesitation. The deputy general rode on his horse and stood beside his general. Looking at the cavalry of the Black Wind Battalion, he coldly curled his lips and said, "General, you really are a genius. They have fallen into our trap." Cheng Fugui urged his horse forward. His eyes shone with the excitement of killing the enemy. "I see it. The Nangong clan's rebel army is right in front. Brothers, charge." Chang Wei did not even bat an eyelid. Only pieces of meat could break through the snowfield silk. He did not need to instruct the archers to prepare, nor did he need to instruct the cavalry and infantry to listen to his orders. He only needed to make a hand gesture and let the elites start to pretend. That's right, the elites must stand high enough and be eye-catching enough for all the Black Wind Cavalry to see. "Go up to the top of the pillar," he said. More than 10 elites used their qinggong and leaped onto the wooden pillar. Cheng Fugui led his subordinates closer. They were turning a corner. Their figures were hidden by the slope in front of them. When they rushed out of the slope and onto the road, the hunt began. 3, 2, 1. The lieutenant counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. He counted silently again. Oh? He looked at the pitch-black slope with a dumbfounded expression. "Can't you turn a corner and come out? Why are you still nowhere to be seen? Wait a minute." The sound of horse hooves was also gone. "General?" The lieutenant looked at Chang Wei strangely. He could not understand what was going on. Soon Takashi frowned. Just a moment ago, they were so noisy that their heads were about to split open. How did they suddenly disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? Did something happen behind the slope when they turned the corner? But it shouldn't be to the extent of suddenly. No. Something is wrong. Chang Wei turned around abruptly and looked at the Nangong clan's army behind him. Woo! A bugle horn suddenly sounded from behind the Nangong clan's army. It was like the opening of a huge battle in the dark night. Following that, someone beat the war drum. Dong, dong, dong. Every sound was like a roar from hell. The bugle horn sounded, the war drum beat, and the sound of horse hooves approached in unison. Even the sound of armor rubbing against each other was completely in sync. In the dark night, the flying eagle flag of the Xianyuan family fluttered in the wind. The wind that came from the valley was like a dragon's roar, causing one's heart to tremble. The 20,000 Xianyuan steel cavalry wore black armor and helmets. Even their horses were covered in black armor. Chang Wei's gaze was fixed on the young man leading the Xianyuan steel cavalry. With just one look, Chang Wei recognized the young man from the Xianyuan family. It was not based on his appearance nor his identity. It was based on the young man's murderous aura and wolf-like nature. Chang Wei instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man pulled down the iron mask on his helmet, revealing only a pair of calm eyes. Attack! All the Xianyuan steel cavalry raised their hands and pulled down the cold masks on their helmets in unison. The hunt has begun. Chapter 833. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The shock and impact of this scene was extremely great. The dark mass of Black Wind Cavalry was like boiling molten iron as they charged towards the 80,000 rebels of the Nangong family. There was a formation when an army fought. Usually the archers and chariots would be at the front. When charging, the cavalry would be at the front while the infantry would be at the back. Soon Takashi's main battlefield was near the canyon, so the Nangong cavalry and chariots were naturally arranged there. According to the original plan, as long as the Black Wind Cavalry encountered the snowfield silk, they would not have to do anything. The problem was he was not sure if the lieutenant could successfully lure the Black Wind Cavalry over. If the lieutenant and the cavalry were killed in the canyon, the Black Wind Cavalry would be waiting for them to attack the canyon. Then the snowfield silk would not be of any use. Just in case, he still made this the main battlefield. This arrangement opened the door for the Black Wind Cavalry and welcomed them to harvest their heads. Cavalry and infantry were not on the same level. Moreover, they were facing the most powerful Black Wind Cavalry of the Six Nations. Soon Takashi did not need to look to know how many soldiers he would lose. Soon Takashi looked coldly at the lieutenant beside him. "Didn't you see that they did not have many soldiers when you fought with them?" The lieutenant was speechless. He was overwhelmed by the Black Wind Cavalry's aura in the canyon and was scared out of his wits. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible, fearing that he would die in the hands of the Black Wind Cavalry. He did not have the time to count how many soldiers they had. He waved his arm and pointed at the quiet hill. It's their commander. He's shouting too loudly. My head is buzzing. This was one of the reasons. Cheng Fugue used his own strength to shout out the aura of thousands of soldiers and horses. It made people feel that he had all the Black Wind Cavalry behind him. Soon Takashi gritted his teeth. You haven't even seen the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. How can you be sure that all the Black Wind Cavalry are there? He was stunned by Cheng Fugue's shouting. At this point, soon Takashi could not tell that he had fallen into a trap. The ambush in the canyon was just a diversion. In fact, the main force of the Black Wind Cavalry had already circled to the back of the Nangong army. The commander shouted and scolded, creating such a huge commotion to distract them so that they wouldn't notice the main force of the Black Wind Cavalry approaching from the other side. How did they come up with the idea of going around to the rear? Were they not afraid that the Black Wind Cavalry would be swallowed whole by the Nangong family's army? Unless, the Black Wind Cavalry had already expected that they would not be able to pass through. Soon Takashi looked at the faintly discernible snowfield heavenly silkworm silk in front of him. Then he looked at the Black Wind Battalion cavalryman who suddenly hid behind the hill and stopped advancing. A bold guess suddenly formed in his mind. That young man had guessed that he would use this move. But how was that possible? Even the head of the Nangong family did not know that he had the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Who was this young man and why did he know him so well? There was no time to think about this. Screams of agony could be heard from the back. The Black Wind Cavalry was killing people as if they were taking candy out of a bag. If this continued, the army would be defeated. Find someone to dismantle the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk, he ordered his deputy general. This thing was not that easy to dismantle. It was impervious to fire, water, and weapons. In order to prevent it from slipping off, it was tied in a dead knot. Those wooden pillars were also specially made. This was what it meant to have a circle around the place. Soon Takashi was having a headache. He could only order his deputy general to dismantle it. He wanted to go around the sides and kill the Black Wind Cavalry who were hiding behind the hill, but he had chosen the best place to do so. There were lakes on both sides. How could he go around them? Should he dive? Soon Takashi endured the waves of dizziness and coldly pulled out his long sword. All cavalrymen, follow me to battle. Chariots, get ready. Archers, follow me. Chariots with archers were a good way to deal with cavalrymen. However, the chariots were too slow. He had to fight with the Black Wind Cavalry first. Soon Takashi took the lead and led the Nangong family's cavalrymen to pass through the infantry camp. The Nangong family's army was not weak. They had always followed the Xinyuan family's training method. However, this advantage was useless against the real Xinyuan family's army. The strength of the Xinyuan family's army was engraved in their bones. When the flying eagle flag fluttered in the wind, the heat wave that rolled through their chests was enough to burn their organs. Soon Takashi's participation allowed the Nangong family to regain some of their backbone. The defeated army gradually recovered under his command. However, this was still not enough to stop the Black Wind Cavalry from killing. The invincible Black Wind Cavalry was like a giant beast from the abyss. They were also like Asuras from hell. No rebel army could escape from their butcher's knife. Soon Takashi watched as his soldiers fell one by one. His eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, the deputy general was ordering a few soldiers to dismantle the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Weapons would not work. With one slash the sword would break into two. Burning it with fire would not work either. He tried to cut the wooden pillar. However, the wooden pillar was harder than iron. It did not budge even after he cut it with his sword. Finally, the deputy general had an idea. Dig out the pillar for me. Swoosh. An arrow flew over and struck one of the Nangong soldiers, causing him to fall to the ground. The deputy general's eyes trembled. He quickly looked over and saw Cheng Fugue, Li Jin and Tong Zhong leading a large group of cavalry to shoot arrows at them. Whenever one came close to the pillar they would shoot one. If two came close they would shoot both. The deputy general raised a shield to block himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you bullying us because we don't have archers? Fuck." They really didn't. They were taken away by General Tsun Takashi. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. A moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. This was not to say that Tsun Takashi's ability to see the entire situation was not enough. It was just that Gu Jiao's appearance was the biggest variable in this battle. Soon Takashi had seen countless people, but he had never fought with such an enemy. The other party seemed to be very familiar with his style, but he knew nothing about him. He originally thought that the other party was just a martial arts prodigy. Who would have thought that the other party was a talented commander? Soon Takashi's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the young man who had killed countless Nangong soldiers. The young man was too ferocious. No one dared to get close to him. However, no one could escape from his hunt. Soon Takashi led the cavalry to surround Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao saw so many people charging at her, but there was no fear in her eyes. She grabbed the reins with one hand and the red-tasseled spear with the other. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Go! Black Wind King's aura was fully unleashed. He sped up and charged into the Nangong army's cavalry formation. The Nangong family's war horses were frightened by Black Wind King. The cavalry formation that took a lot of effort to charge over was instantly scattered. Gu Jiao and Black Wind King chased after their prey. However, this was not the scariest thing. Soon Takashi wanted to kill Gu Jiao a few times, but he was stopped by the Black Wind cavalry. Then he discovered something unbelievable. These Black Wind cavalry looked like they were killing their own people. However, they were in an organized and planned way to drive the Nangong army toward the canyon. They surrounded the Nangong army, causing the frightened soldiers to have nowhere to run. They could only retreat with all their might. However, the result of retreating was, soon Takashi turned around and looked at the Nangong soldiers who were charging forward recklessly. Stop. All of you stop. Unfortunately, it was too late. The rebels who did not know what was going on ran toward the snow domain Heavenly Silk. That was supposed to be used against the Black Wind cavalry. Why did it end up on our own people? Soon Takashi let out a beast-like roar. Gu Jiao raised her spear and killed a rebel who tried to ambush Black Wind King. The situation looked good, but only she knew that. Everyone's stamina was reaching its limit. Although it was not obvious, the Black Wind cavalry's casualties would increase if they continued to fight. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. Boss. Black Wind King understood. It followed Gu Jiao's direction and galloped toward General Tsun Takashi. It was also running out of stamina. Everyone had been traveling for so many days. Not only were the people exhausted, but the horses were also exhausted. All the Black Wind cavalry gave it their all. They did not care about their lives or their internal injuries. On the side, some Black Wind cavalry had already fallen to the ground. They had fallen from exhaustion. Soon Takashi swung his sword at a Black Wind cavalry warhorse. Gu Jiao raised her spear and with a king's sound she blocked his ferocious sword. Soon Takashi turned around and met the young man's cold and calm eyes. The young man said calmly, "Your opponent is me." Soon Takashi made a feint and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's heart. His attack was almost a sneak attack. To be honest, he was embarrassed to use such a sneak attack on a junior. However, the situation was critical. If they did not take the head of the Black Wind cavalry's commander, the Nangong army would really lose this battle. Gu Jiao was hit by his sword. His eyes lit up. He knew that no one would be able to dodge this attack. However, in the next second, his expression froze. Why couldn't it pierce through? Fifth Master Han's sword could not pierce through my armor. Your sword, can it be sharper than his? Gu Jiao looked at him calmly. Under his dumbfounded gaze, she raised her red-tasseled spear and pierced through his hard armor, stabbing him in the chest. Chapter 834. General Chang Wei. One of the Nangong rebel soldiers who witnessed this scene cried out. The Black Wind Battalion soldiers took the chance to shout out. General Chang Wei is dead. General Chang Wei was killed by the Black Wind Battalion's commander. Brothers, their ever-victorious general has died at the hands of their commander. Everyone charge. Kill these traitors. The Black Wind Battalion soldiers' morale continued to rise. Even though everyone was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, they clenched their teeth tightly, not letting the Nangong rebel soldiers see any signs of exhaustion. The surrounding Nangong rebel soldiers witnessed Chang Wei being assassinated with their own eyes. Even if they couldn't see it from afar, it didn't matter because Gu Jiao directly stabbed the person with his spear, hanging him high in the air. This is your General Chang Wei. He has already died at my hands. The young man's immature voice was full of murderous intent, and it reverberated in the noisy battlefield. General Chang Wei had never been defeated before, but now he was defeated at the hands of a fledgling youth. The youth's armor reflected the silvery white moonlight. Everyone was dazed for a moment as if a new war god was born after Shenyuan Li. The Nangong rebel army's morale was already low, and General Chang Wei's defeat was the last straw that broke the camel's back. In front of them was the Shenyuan steel cavalry, behind them was the snowfield silk wall that could cut through people. Some soldiers were terrified and jumped into the lake in panic. But the moment they jumped in, Cheng Fugue and the others' arrows shot over like soul-stealing arrows. In just a few breaths of time, the lake's surface was covered in blood. The huge battlefield had completely turned into a slaughterhouse for the Black Wind Battalion. Every Nangong rebel army was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What was even more tragic was that they had no leader, their morale was low, and they had already lost the will to fight. They could only wait for death and despair. Brothers, even if we die, we must drag someone down with us. Let these Black Wind cavalry die with us. How daring was this guy? However, Gu Jiao would not give them the chance to drag the Black Wind cavalry down with them. Gu Jiao said sternly, "Those who surrender will be spared. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." These words were undoubtedly the only way out for the rebel army in their despair. One of them threw away the weapon in his hand. Then there was a second one. After a short while, a third one appeared. Either surrender or die. Who would be willing to die? Gu Jiao ordered the cavalry at the side, "Seize their chariots." The night wasn't over yet. In the city lord's mansion, the Nangong family head was about to rest when an urgent report came from outside the courtyard. "City lord, bad news, bad news." Nangong family head frowned. He put on his outer robe and walked out of the house. Looking at the scout who had fallen into the courtyard, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Why are you so flustered? Where are the rules?" The scout looked at Patriarch Nangong with tears in his eyes. "City lord, General Chang Wei, General Chang Wei." Patriarch Nangong's eyes darkened. "What happened to General Chang Wei?" The scout wiped his tears and said in a choked voice, "General Chang Wei was killed by the Black Wind Camp's commander." "What?" Patriarch Nangong's expression changed. He was stunned for a while before he rejected the scout. "Are you mistaken? How could General Chang Wei die in the hands of a brat?" These words were a little boastful. Was that brat an ordinary brat? He killed Nangong Li and captured Nangong Zhe alive. What was so strange about General Chang Wei dying in his hands? However, the scout knew that Patriarch Nangong was not referring to the strength of a one-on-one battle. After all, this was a war. The Nangong family had the absolute advantage in terms of military strength. How could they lose so easily? Furthermore, General Chang Wei claimed that he knew how to deal with the Black Wind cavalry. The scout said anxiously, "City lord, I'm not mistaken. This is true. Xiao Lulang killed General Chang Wei and tens of thousands of soldiers were captured. Xiao Lulang stole our chariots and is rushing towards our east gate. City lord, let me escort you to leave." Patriarch Nangong said coldly, "Bastard. Who wants to leave?" The scout tried his best to persuade him, "City lord, Xuyang City's military strength has been mobilized. There are only 3,000 soldiers left in the city. They are no match for 20,000 cavalry. Where there is life there is hope. City lord, leave this place tonight." Patriarch Nangong clenched his fist and the veins on his forehead popped out. Where is fourth brother? Fourth brother had 5,000 cavalry. If he could rush back from the north gate, it would be possible to stop the Black Wind cavalry with the advantage of Xuyang City being easy to defend and hard to attack. They would not be able to stop them for long. In another 3 days, the Liang Kingdom's army would break through the Yen Gate Pass and head straight for Xuyang City. At that time, they would cooperate with the Liang Kingdom's army and kill the Black Wind cavalry. Woo, a muffled sound of a horn came from the distant horizon. The silent Xuyang City seemed to have been torn apart. Xuyang City was shrouded in an endless war. The scout cried, "It's too late, City Lord. Fourth Master can't make it back. We can't wait any longer. Let's run." The patrolling rebel army on the East City Tower heard the sound of the horn and the sound of the charging war drum. The dark mass of cavalry seemed to have broken through the mountains and rivers. In the darkness of the night, they were like the army of King Yama, bringing with them an unstoppable murderous aura. The rebel army on the tower was so frightened that they fell to the ground. It's the Black Wind cavalry. The Black Wind cavalry has come to attack the city. The Black Wind cavalry has come to attack the city. They knew very well how many people were left in the city. They could not defend it. Xuyang City could not be defended. Gu Jiao raised her hand and looked coldly at the towering tower. Archers, get ready. Chariots, attack. The cavalrymen pushed the chariots toward the city gate tower. The iron spikes on the chariots slammed into the thick city gate again and again. Every sound of the impact was like a landslide, causing the defenders to be in a state of panic and fear. A leader of the rebel army shouted, "Release the arrows. Shoot them to death." Arrows covered the sky and the earth as they rained down on the chariots. The cavalry beside the chariots were already prepared. They raised their shields and formed an impenetrable iron dome. Some of the arrows pierced through the gaps between his fingers. Damn! One of the cavalry saw an arrow piercing through his fingers. He was so frightened that his buttocks tightened. Catapults! The leader of the rebel army shouted again. However, before the catapults could be pushed out, Gu Jiao shot an arrow through the head of the rebel army leader. A great battle was about to break out. However, all of a sudden the rebel army on the tower retreated. Gu Jiao vaguely heard something about the lord of the city summoning the soldiers. Not long after, a scout from the Black Wind Battalion came over. He stopped in front of Gu Jiao and saluted. "Commander, the people of the Nangong family have escaped from the South City Gate." Cheng Fugue looked at the tower that had suddenly quieted down and said, "No wonder they stopped fighting. They want to escort the people of the Nangong family out." Gu Jiao was not too surprised. The Nangong family abandoning the city and escaping was part of the plan. They had dragged their tired bodies to the city in the middle of the night. They did not really want to fight the last of the Nangong family's rebel army head-on. Although the rebel army did not have many people in the city, they had the advantage in terms of battle conditions. More importantly, the Black Wind Battalion could not fight anymore. They were already at the end of their rope. The drums, horns, and siege were all just a bluff. If the Nangong family had been a little more courageous and fought them to the death, the outcome would have been very different. Attacking the city right after the battle with Tsun Takeshi's 80,000 men was not just a show for the Nangong family. It was also a show for the captives. Don't think that we can't fight anymore. As long as you guys are alive, the Black Wind Cavalry will never fall. This was a very risky move. The slightest carelessness could cause the entire army to be annihilated. But if they did not do this, when 4th Master Nangong's army returned to the city, they would have to endure another terrifying battle and pay a huge price. Fortunately, she won the bet. Gu Jiao looked up at the endless sky and secretly sighed in relief. She said firmly, "Everyone can rest now. Have the reserve battalion come and break the city gate. Be careful of any unexpected changes." The scout excitedly replied, "Yes." Bang! A cavalryman fell off his horse. Soon, his horse also fell down beside him. This was not an isolated phenomenon. Gu Jiao did not need to turn around to know that a large number of people had fallen behind her. Everyone could not hold on any longer. However, until she said that it was time to rest, everyone maintained their fighting posture. Gu Jiao dragged her tired body down from her horse. Only now did she feel the soreness all over her body. Even her legs did not feel like they were hers. The red tasseled spear was covered in blood. She did not know if it was hers or the enemy's. She patted Black Wind King's neck. Black Wind King, who was also exhausted, lowered his head in tacit understanding. One person and one horse leaned their foreheads against each other, panting slightly. They won the battle. The Black Wind Cavalry won a battle that was almost impossible to win. They did not disappoint and took Chuyang before the Liang army arrived. Chapter 835. The gates of Chuyang City were too sturdy. Ordinary chariots couldn't break them open. Li Xin and Zhao Dengfeng led a group of garrison soldiers to the south gate. There, the gate was open because the Nangong family had just escaped. Li Xin and Zhao Dengfeng entered from the south gate and crossed half the city to reach the east gate. More than 20 people worked together to slowly turn the gate capstan. When they opened the city gates and were about to welcome their Black Wind Cavalry into the city, what they saw was an empty space outside the city gates. Countless cavalrymen and war horses were all over the place. Some fell asleep on the spot while others fainted. War horses were highly vigilant and usually slept standing up, but now they were falling down in droves. This battle was truly too difficult to fight. The cavalry soldiers of the reserve camp all had tears in their eyes. As the reserve force, they didn't participate in this battle with the vanguard and assault camps. They enjoyed the victory that their companions sacrificed their lives for, but they didn't feel good about it. If they could, they also wanted to go into battle. They didn't want their companions to be so tired. Don't just stand there. Can't you see that the young commander is still busy? Li Shun looked in the direction of Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao didn't rest. She was helping the medical officers treat the injured soldiers. On the way here they met Cheng Fugue, Li Jin, Tong Zhong and the others. They learned some of the details of the battle from them. This young commander was always at the front of the troops. Wherever there was danger he would rush there. He had killed the most enemies but he was clearly the youngest. Zhao Dengfeng opened his mouth. He isn't tired? How could he not be tired? If the battle at the city gate was included, she had participated in all 3 battles today. Not only that, she was the only one who was treating the wounded while the other cavalrymen were recuperating. Li Shun said with a complicated expression. He's the one who overdrew the most. Zhao Dengfeng said in a daze. It's good to be young. The 2 commanders of the reserve battalion asked Gu Jiao for instructions on how to deal with the captives and the wounded soldiers near the canyon. Gu Jiao paused for a moment then said, lock the captives in the barracks in the city. Bring the wounded soldiers here. After all, these captives had served the Nangong family before, so it was hard to say whether they would retaliate or not. Gu Jiao had considered taking them in, but for the time being she couldn't risk letting them participate in an important battle. Of course, Gu Jiao could also kill them. Killing prisoners of war was a common practice throughout history, but Gu Jiao did not do so. The right commander of the reserve camp, Zhou Ren, asked, then, what about their injured soldiers? Gu Jiao said, let their medical officer treat him. Hearing this, Zhou Ren and Zhang Shiyong were sure that Gu Jiao really didn't want to make things difficult for these rebel captives. The young commander was so ruthless when he killed the rebels that they thought he was a bloodthirsty person. On the way here they thought that the prisoners of war would most likely not survive. The 2 of them exchanged a look and they were both surprised. But the 2 of them still answered, yes. There were quite a lot of people in the reserve battalion, almost 1/3 of the military strength. But fortunately, there was such a large proportion, or they wouldn't have been able to complete the various post-war arrangements. These soldiers knew how to fight, but they wouldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Shiyong led a group of soldiers to escort the captives, and Li Shun and Zhao Dengfeng followed. Zhou Ren led another group of soldiers to the canyon to transport the wounded soldiers. In addition, Zhou Ren arranged for Wen Renchong to bring the logistical forces that had set up camp near the mountain into the city. While the entire reserve battalion was dealing with the aftermath, a total of 2 major events happened. First, Nangong Zhe had escaped. He had broken the bones in his hand in order to escape from the narrow iron chain and ascend to the heavens. Second, Sun Takashi wasn't dead. He was still breathing. It was discovered by the Black Wind Camp's cavalrymen who were transporting the corpses. His breathing was too weak. If not for the cavalrymen's extraordinary hearing, it would have been difficult to detect Sun Takashi's weak breathing in the noisy scene. There were many wounded among the captives, and they were usually handed over to their own medical officers. But Sun Takashi's identity was special, and Zhou Ren wasn't sure if he should be given the chance to treat him. So Zhou Ren sent soldiers to ask for Gu Jiao's opinion. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said, bring him here. The cavalryman was stunned. Yes. He walked a few steps, scratched his head and mustered up his courage to say to Gu Jiao, Commander Sun Takashi has a very high reputation in the army. You better, Gu Jiao understood what he meant. He was worried that Sun Takashi might harm her if he survived. Gu Jiao nodded. I know. Go ahead. It was a kind gesture. Her impression of Sun Takashi came from the dream of the 3-year civil war. The Han family wanted to become the next Shenyuan family, so they launched a plan to eliminate the other aristocratic families. The aristocratic families killed each other, and the Nangong family and the Han family killed each other the most. Among them, Sun Takashi was the bravest general against the Han family. When he fought against the Han family, he used the snowfield silk and killed almost all of the Han family's cavalry. In that civil war, she didn't fight against Sun Takashi because he was too annoying. He made the Han family suffer, and in the end he was assassinated by an Han. His snowfield heavenly silkworm silk had also fallen into the hands of the Han family. This time she did plan to use the valley as the main battlefield, but when she heard from Li Jin and Tong Zhong that the general leading the troops might be Sun Takashi, she immediately changed her plan. She also reminded Cheng Fugue that if the enemy pretended to retreat, he mustn't go over the hill and get close to the road with lakes on both sides. If she was Tsun Takeshi and wanted to use the snowfield silk to deal with the Black Wind Cavalry, that was the best place to set up an ambush. The Black Wind Cavalry was very efficient. When Tsun Takeshi was dragged over on a cart, the tents for the wounded soldiers were already set up. Gu Jiao had just finished an operation and said to the cavalry at the door, "Bring him in." 2 cavalry from the reserve camp carried Tsun Takeshi, who was covered in blood, into the tent and placed him on a foldable bamboo bed. The tent was filled with luminous pearls to illuminate the place. Other than that, there were also many oil lamps and candles. Gu Jiao even used the small flashlight in the small medical box. Tsun Takeshi's armor was removed by Zhou Ren before he came. Gu Jiao used a pair of scissors to open his shirt, exposing the wound on his left chest. Gu Jiao raised his sterilized hand and put on a glove. He looked at the unconscious Tsun Takeshi and said, "I rarely fail when killing people. I wonder if this is fate." Gu Jiao came out after the operation and heard Teacher Hu, who was waiting at the door, reporting that Mu Qingchen had returned. Zhao Lei seems to have died in battle. Teacher Hu sighed. Young Master Mu didn't say what happened. Why don't you ask him yourself? As he spoke, he thought of something and his eyebrows twitched. No, Master. You're so tired. Why don't you take a nap first? It won't be too late to ask him when you wake up. Gu Jiao walked away. Teacher Hu looked at the thin figure and sighed as he rubbed his chest. In the beginning he followed the young commander because he wanted to climb up the social ladder. But why did he feel so different now? Teacher Hu looked at the sky in confusion. He's not my son. Why should I be worried? Mu Qingchen stood far away. He stood alone by the side of the road and held onto a big tree to retch. He had vomited everything he could. Now only the feeling of nausea was left. Gu Jiao came behind him and glanced at him calmly. It's your first time killing someone? Are you not used to it? Mu Qingchen heard Gu Jiao's voice and suppressed the urge to retch. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said while panting, "I killed 5 people. Zhao Lei didn't die in his hands. He had never killed anyone before, so he couldn't get over it. He plotted to make Zhao Lei fall off his horse and die under the hooves of the Nangong Sitsi. However, he didn't expect that the Nangong family's 5,000 soldiers were not that easy to get rid of." Mu Qingchen said with difficulty, "You said that we don't have to fight, but you knew that there would be a fight." Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and said calmly, "I just told you to quit while you're ahead and run away. I didn't say that there wouldn't be a fight and that no one would die. How are your casualties?" Mu Qingchen said in a low voice, "More than 10 cavalrymen were injured." Because he didn't want to kill at first, one of the Black Wind Battalion's cavalrymen was seriously injured by the Nangong family's rebels in order to protect him. "It's good that you're all back," Gu Jiao said sincerely. Mu Qingchen didn't feel good about it. He felt disgusted when he thought of killing people. "Did you feel like this when you killed someone for the first time?" he asked. "I don't remember," Gu Jiao said. "I killed too many people." Mu Qingchen looked at her in surprise. Gu Jiao didn't explain. She turned around and walked back. As she walked, she said, "You'd better get used to it. There won't be such easy missions for you to practice. The Jin Kingdom's army has broken through Tianshan Pass, and the Liang Kingdom's army will arrive at Yanmen Pass in 3 days. Mu Qingchen, the real battle has begun." That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.